Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the FlyQuest Fight Series presented by FlyQuest FGC. My name is Proxy. On the other side is King Jobber, and tonight, as you always do, when you see these two faces, you know that it's Guilty Gear Strive. Jobber, what's up, man? What's up?
I am super excited to be back on FlyQuest for some more Guilty Gear Strive. That is the newly minted FlyQuest FGC. That is as well on YouTube and on Twitter. You can find it everywhere at FlyQuest FGC. Super excited to be back. It is always a fantastic time watching the players play through the ladder format as well to make it to this main top 8 bracket.
No, absolutely. Definitely excited. As you mentioned, the ladder format, definitely one of the major draws here for the FlyQuest Fight Series. As whether you're just a newer player and trying to get a ton of different games, or you're someone who's a seasoned veteran and you want to, battle test yourself and kind of see if whatever your side character is ready for the big leagues is the perfect place to do it. Maximizing the amount of matches you get, as well as being region locked to guarantee quality.
Yes, and while tonight is about Guilty Gear Strive, we did get word from production that as we were preparing, the Elena trailer just dropped. So I think we're gonna watch that really quick before we hop into our first match. Proxy,
Dude,
you want to check it out?
Elena is like the thing the thing that's going to revive me for Street Fighter. So I'm Jesus Christ, bro.
Some would say she killed.
This is all I've been thinking about,
Street Fighter
bro.
4, but
this is all I've been thinking about for Street Fighter. Hold on.
Okay, let's see. We're jumping right into it. I gotta say, she does look really good, just based on the artwork alone.
On the stage, yeah, come on.
Okay.
Of course.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna be all about the music. She's got that kind of like a capoeira fighting style, right? Kind of pseudo.
New haircut, kind of goes crazy. Relax. Oh, she's full.
She's full on going. Okay, she's hitting that regular neutral pose, bro. The neutral animation with the moon. Okay. the elephants. Okay, this is tight.
Okay, it looks. I mean, it's not gameplay footage, but they kind of showed a lot of her special moves already, which is kind of sick.
Pretty much. And just getting to see her World Tour stuff. June 5th.
Okay.
I pray to God that she has some fun interactions with Akuma. Like, I want them to lean into that.
She has to. There's no way that she doesn't. Dude, oh God. She was in Street Fighter 4. I felt like they tried really hard to just like X copy her from Third Strike into 4, and while just changing just enough to fit the 4 systems for like how her lights kind of changed and stuff like that, and it didn't feel right. But I feel like she's perfect for 6. She's actually perfect for 6. She's the thing I've been waiting for the most for the DLC characters by a mile. She's the one I'm most excited for. That's what's gonna bring me back to try to grind this game.
The end of season 2 as well, right? The final character in season 2, which means that there's the juicy, what's season 3 gonna be for Street Fighter 6? No, she looks really cool. She looks really cool. I'm super excited to see what her actual toolkit is gonna be. If they're gonna give her her healing as a super, right?
Level 2.
I assume it'll probably end up doing something with her drive gauge. Healing her drive gauge, some kind of gimmick with that. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they cook up, because so far all the DLC characters have been phenomenal in Street Fighter 6.
They definitely have been. I think I don't know. I think her special moves are already perfect for the game. I think her normals are already perfect for the game. I don't think you have to change very much at all. I think you could almost take Street Fighter 4 and put it into put it straight on over into Street Fighter 6. Just give her a drive impact and a drive rush. As long as she has a good drive rush speed with the size of her normals, she's going to be a massive problem.
She's going to have drive rush overhead. As long as she has a good drive rush overhead, she's going to be a nasty character.
Oh, God. Well, that's exciting. That's not what I was expecting to get to see today. But, Elena is super tight. And I don't know, the redesign looks good, too. I like the hair. The pants are nice. There's, honestly, no notes. 10 out of 10. Super, super sick.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen her in other outfits when in Street Fighter 4, right, with some of those DLC costumes. But cool to see her with a new unique outfit, and cool to see we're jumping right into the first match here of FlyQuest Fighters. There's the burst immediately.
Hey, you can see Jack already.
Oh my god,
trying to get things done. Decent throw there to actually interrupt on the pillar. Good situation as we go for the roll through.
Yeah, Nitro coming through with the Leo. Now this has been, I don't know, Proxy, if how familiar you are with this, but ever since the Arc World Tour Finals, our boy Nitro's been picking up the Leo White Fang.
Yeah, I got to talk to him in the players' room at Arc World Tour, and he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "What do I do about this coughing guy, Proxy?" And I was like, "Listen, you can maybe switch characters." And I don't know. I think this is something he was already mulling over. I think the character kind of fits it can fit his style, but right now, Jack kind of handling business. It looks like round one already out of the way.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, there's some similar DNA between Leo and Giovanna, right?
Yeah.
So you can carry over some of that Giovanna, which Nitro was always very strong with Giovanna, and bring that to this character here. And already looking pretty strong. Jack getting off the wall, though, able to put Nitro through it with the Deus Ex.
And one more time. Things not looking super good right here. 30% of your life bar left. Goes for the roll. Ends up on the same side, though. Rolls from so far away. But it's one of those tough ones that it's very difficult to contest at that range. Even if you're pretty sure it's not going to make it, the RC just makes it an untenable situation.
Yeah, now in a situation like this, you have 100 tension, but doesn't get a chance to spend it. That fast fall, that tri-dash that we see from Jack all the time with the 2S landing, just proving to be too strong.
Yeah, the BRC slowdown in situations like that really puts you in a pretty compromised spot. It can potentially set up for fuzzy stuff, obviously because the head stomps are so good. There's just too many potential options that could come out if he goes for that tri-jump and you actually get caught by the slowing field. There's just... it's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare indeed, but Nitro doing a pretty good job holding his own here. This Leo is looking very well practiced. It's just, again, sometimes we talk about how Leo can have issues dealing with characters who have decent zoning tools or really strong buttons. Abikias has all of that, and he's got the mix-up potential for it as well.
Yeah, it definitely has both in spades, and that curse really seems to be the big problem here, being able to just kind of take space freely with the gun out and not worry about having to deal with anything, really. Unless a fireball's on the screen, Jack has just been free to roam.
And there's a fireball, using it for Oki, catching the backdash with the back turn H as well.
Oh, try to sneak in the low, the BRC backwards. I like that meter for meter, but unfortunately gets whiff punished there with the easy push.
Once again, Deus Ex Machina close enough to break the wall here. Positive bonus on a hard knockdown for Jack, but Jack can't go in. 100 meter on Nitro's side, so we just opt to send out the curse.
Oh, wow, hold that thought. Straight away tries to go in, looking for the aggressive option there. But I like that. Aggression, a lot of the times, especially when you're a character who can kind of jack of all and do both, no pun intended, is to just have it on a switch, on a slider. Just go as aggressive as you can, know when to come up for air. You can really throw people off guard.
Oh, but here we go. Leo with that silverback stance, so terrifying, but the back turn P is gonna whiff.
Wall break once again. Oh, and see the 2D right idea, just wrong spacing or wrong timing potentially. Another tough one coming up as Jack is gonna secure another hard knockdown.
Yeah, one really unfortunate thing is Nitro is getting put in a lot of uncomfortable situations where he doesn't get the chance to spend the meter, but that was a beautiful flash kick on the command roll.
Oh no.
Oh no! Take your burst behind the back! Oh, didn't even want to look at him.
Oh, you hate to see it. That combo routing was so sick, though. I don't know that I've seen the charged Wild Assault to pick up in that exact moment. That was ridiculous.
No. Yeah, Jack always pulling something new out of the hat there. But again, another situation where Nitro is sitting on 100 tension and doesn't get to spend any of it at all, right? And that feels really bad to go down with a ship like that.
Slash, shout out to you, but you know, unfortunately, the region locking on these ladder tournaments might be a little bit of a stop gate on that. We do love the 300 ping though.
Hey, sometimes I get 300 ping with people on the East Coast.
Hey, you ain't wrong, brother. Trying to pull the gun, actually gets flash kick for it. Lands the pillar, chooses not to go back turn because we were going to return to too far of a neutral situation. I really like the awareness from Nitro, but Jack, again, just really seems to be one step ahead.
Yeah, and he has the perfect measurement, too, on how far away they are from the wall, so he can just get the confirm with the Deus Ex. Might actually be able to secure the kill here with the extra wall break damage. Deus Ex is pretty good at crushing guts, and there it is.
Yeah, one of the things you have to remember is because the guts are more effective in the later stages of those health bars, things like Deus Ex that have multi-hits just are able to slice through it ridiculous. I mean, you've seen the Calvados clips over the years, right?
Oh, don't remind me. I'm trying to forget about that.
Wall break comes through again, though, and curse is applied. This is a good situation again for Jack.
Oh, catching the backdash there with the flash kick, trying to go in for the throw with no meter to back it up. And it's just been all Jack this entire set so far.
Miller remains back turn, is able to use the parry. Good situation, is going to net us a wall break. And really, this is our first real breath of fresh air for Nitro here on a hard knockdown.
Yeah, able to secure a close slash, go straight into the Berserker Barrage. Another hard knockdown. Jack is not going to spend the burst here. And there it is, just a counter hit.
Dashing up for the headbutt is beautiful in that moment. Finally able to get the round here, but behind in resources at the start. But not mattering too much as Nitro gets greedy for a reset. Maybe a little bit of an overreach there.
Yeah, you want to talk about overreach, though. DP getting blown up and the run-through getting grabbed as well. One more Deus Ex. Yeah, just going to go for the wall break. Didn't even want to go for the slump mix-up. Wants that cash out and get that positive bonus.
Okay, odd miscues coming out there. Takes aim, no fire.
Oh, and able to bait the gold burst. Unfortunately, you can't punish that. Whips the throw in the air, and Jack is going to be able to take it. I wonder if that funky little situation with the taking aim and no firing was Jack trying to bait out a response from Nitro, right? But Nitro was just holding down back, was not budging.
Sorry, just the image of Leo being slowed down by a BRC flying over Happy Chaos, and he's just like, what a goofy way for that to end, unfortunately. But the situation once again for Jack coming up well. It's just in full control at all stages. I mean, there's a reason this guy has the results he does, right?
I mean, that's the main thing, is that Jack is just so good at setting the pace of the match. Look at that. The pickup with the Wild Assault into the behind the back. Mom, get the camera.
Dude, it is, again, I'm not sure that I've seen that exact confirmed before with the actual pickup after the fast RC with the blue Wild Assault. That's definitely an interesting one, but it looks like we're already swinging straight into our next one, and it's a boy and Lurie. This is a
boy and
dude,
Lurie.
What a banger of a layout of characters in this top 8 right now.
This is pretty fire, but what is with the boy's name? Eagles saved NFL?
Listen, as much as I don't like the Eagles, I rep your stuff. I respect it.
Said go Birds. Even wearing the colors, too. That's crazy.
Right
but blocking the flashing. If you didn't burst there, you actually, I think we're dead. Well, it doesn't matter. You're dead anyway. On to the next round.
Yeah, not much to be done at that point there. An easy pickup and an easy follow through. Oh boy, round 1 in the books already.
So Lurie coming in with the Leo Whitefang, huh? That's fun.
Yeah.
Leo popular now.
No, I was just saying that. Oh my god. This one of the most interesting things about this matchup that you never get to see is that is completely an option now. A red overhead is no longer just a good block. It is a third of your life bar.
Oh my god. Catching the backdash there as well. He's taking to the skies to lock down Lurie. There's the burst into Gigantic High. Yeah, just trying to immediately close it out. And there it is. A boy taking game number 1 pretty decisively.
Yeah, this is a pretty volatile matchup. We'll just say that, as you've already seen. Potemkin in his current state has the best shot he's ever had against Leo. I'm not sure what I would put numbers-wise on the matchup here. I would say it's probably Leo still does really well, but our boy's got a fighting chance here. But this, I feel like, is a step in the right direction. It's probably a worse matchup, in my opinion.
I think that traditionally Faust has always had a good matchup against Potemkin. I don't know about this version of Potemkin, but at least having the range, right?
Yeah.
Be able to keep Potemkin out and blow up a lot of his armor with some strings like that is going to be very, very worthwhile.
See, that's the hardest thing. Oh, there's a... Ah, okay. Just resets it for another piece of chip. This is the hardest thing about reading the matchups versus Potemkin right now, is that Potemkin is like maybe the best he's ever been, other than like plus R Potemkin. So it's really hard to gauge matchups for him because it feels like he can fight anything.
Yeah, there's an argument that he might even be like plus R level in the context of this game.
Yes, I agree.
And there you go, just with the close slash, the big fist coming through. Hello, my baby, with the 5K.
Pop Buster at the round start too, trying to get aggressive there. Close slash.
Base, far slash, too far away to actually connect there with the golf club. Nice with the J2K. Sends out the bomb.
Yeah, good timing on the command throw there, setting things up and keeping that pressure going in the corner. Afro to explode wing 2H.
But what a pickup there. Nice work from Lori. Dash up, raw 2S, able to connect. Lori trying to course correct to get the wall splat and the kill.
Round a piece, already looking better here for Lurie. Oi, but standing S so good in that moment. Deflect shield timing is actually on point though.
Watch out, though. Everyone is mortal in the corner against Potemkin. Look at the damage of this and the flick to make sure you guarantee another 6H.
Mini Faust, best item. Can he come through? Unfortunately, not looking like it. What a combo.
He came through for the layup there, but the problem is, can Lurie survive this onslaught?
Oh, even jumped, was ready for it.
Oh no, the backdash into Gigantor Kai, a boy up 2-0. The switch to Faust was definitely the right play here for Lurie, and is looking so much stronger. I mean, went from being absolutely manhandled to having a fighting chance and taking it down to the wire.
Yeah, I just gotta say it, man. I feel like I have always tried to be as realistic as possible with Potemkin, and I just like... Dude, this character is off the rails right now, and I hope that he stays good. But he's something else, man. This is my. I'm so happy, man. Watching him fight Faust and like win. There were times I used to pray for times like these, Dauber.
Yeah, we're no longer suffering through the 10 years of humiliation of Exer. Oh. Here we go, pressing out. The little homie's coming through, though. Gonna teleport in. Snip, snip, snip.
Knocked back down because of the bomb. Close slash. HPV to avoid the explosion.
No, does it go off when he lands, or does it freeze during this?
I think the timer starts running now. Yeah, because it's once you technically exist.
I was gonna say, imagine how it ran right into it.
Yeah, if he had HP beat him into the bomb, I'm good. Well, thanks for watching, FlyQuest.
Yeah,
we gotta go.
A boy would just win the tournament right there.
Oh, JP.
Get it over. $800 prize pool. Just give him every single cent of it.
He can have the West Coast too. All right, chuck out another projectile there. Gets a quick little snack with a banana, but a command throw is the punishment, unfortunately.
Another snip, 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 trying to keep the Afro on, be able to break the wall here, call a doctor.
Okay, the hard knockdown, how are we going to deal with this? Lurie probably going to go for the dash. Yup, 2S finds the mark, uses the wild assault to be able to convert all the way to the wall here, but with the guaranteed shatter damage, I think it's exactly enough.
Yeah, should absolutely be, which means Lurie is able to finally get a round. No! My God, bro.
I was scared of it.
That is, he's got a... Oh! I thought that was a jump. The 2S
Winnable.
Animation there almost looked like a smear frame for a jump, but a boy not out of it yet. Beats the super! Are you kidding me? You're dead! You're dead! Oh my God, a boy!
Listen!
That's a man.
I called it winnable for a reason. Potemkin is never out of it every single matchup. I used to say this about Slayer, but now we'll say it about Potemkin. Every matchup is even until Potemkin's health is 0. The life leads don't exist. They're not real. They can't hurt you.
Look at this. Look at Lurie's health bar. That's like, what, a 5p? I thought that they got caught right there for a second. But what was really disgusting was the JD beating out the super.
Oh, it was just timed too perfectly. Goes for the heat tackle for optimal range. Oh, dude. Because ending that last combo with heat tackle too not only pushes you a little bit closer to the corner, but it's really your best option to end right on top of them without trying to go for some kind of overextension or reset. Yep. That is... Oh, everything was so sick. Actually incredible play from both players there. You'll love to see it.
And let's take a look at the bracket here. Remember, in the FlyQuest Fight Series, all players who do make the cut for top 8 from the ladder do get put into winner's side. So that means that both Nitro and Lurie getting sent to the loser side of things. Going to be a very exciting matchup. But we also have Poncho versus Test Your Luck and Classify versus Hee Ho coming up.
And to highlight, going into winners semifinals, we have that Jack versus a boy match that me and you, we have some history. We do. We've watched these two play quite a bit, and we both have some opinions. I'm sure that we'll get to it when we get to it, but that's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one for sure. But remember, this is only the East Coast side of the bracket. Yes. There's also a West Coast side where that ladder, I believe, will be starting very, very soon. And make sure to enter when you can, whether you're East Coast or you're West Coast. These tournaments are incredibly fun. The beauty of a ladder format is that you don't have to worry about, going through the bracket. You just get in and play as many games as you possibly can, or as little games as you want, right? And you get the opportunity to play against a whole wide variety of players, top players, mid-level players. It doesn't matter, right? You just get matched up as you go along, and that's what's so nice about it.
No, definitely agreed. It is the perfect place to kind of, see yourself grow and get that good practice. So make sure, get yourself locked in. Definitely get yourself involved in these ladder format brackets. And thank you again to FlyQuest for being in the position that they are to be able to provide something like this for the FGC. It's good to see, some of the bigger orgs, be involved and be as cool as they are. As you can see, the prize pool right down there. It's a good split. Couple bucks here and there if you're able to make it into this top 8, man.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And, you talk about, one of the orgs being able to do stuff here for the FGC. FlyQuest, they've definitely, put a big foot into the FGC. They've signed some very, very beloved players as well. So you can tell based on just how, they're out here performing, out here putting up these prize pools, out here signing these great players and making sure they can attend these tournaments. You can tell that they really do, they care about the FGC. They got people who are part of the FGC, a part of the organization, and that goes a long way. I'm sure you guys can feel it when you see their players play and when you get to watch these great tournaments.
Definitely agree, but this is going to bring us into our next match here, and a treat. One of the few and final bastions of Zato in Poncho coming up here. Poncho is one of 3 Zato players that are active that I can name that still have some results here. Obviously, like Poncho, Ed, and Nettie. There's a few, but good to see in the top 8 right now and already kind of running their stuff here against TYL.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually the way that Test Your Luck plays Nagoriyuki is kind of not good for Poncho, right? Test Your Luck is the kind of Nago player who likes to get into level 3 blood as fast as possible to get that extra damage and get that extra range. But when you do that, you become way less mobile, and Poncho can absolutely feed on that.
Definitely agreed. This pedal to the metal into cruise control type of style can be very difficult here, but using White Wild Assault, another amazing tool to be able to jump scare opponents. I think a lot of people forget that you can just use it in neutral because they're so used to the White Wild Assault of the olden days, which is just, I'm going to do it whenever it's up.
I almost forget it exists sometimes. But here we go. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Goes for the lead. YRC is going to be blocked into the 5H. This one's going to hurt with 100 tension ready to go.
Morphus takes a bite out of Crime, and it is enough to take the kill, actually. Poncho, 2 strong rounds in a row, able to clean those up quickly. And so far, it just feels like the Eddie, holy moly, these words in a row are impossible. The Eddie Gage management Why was that so hard? The Eddie gauge management.
Say it 5 times fast.
Has actually been ridiculous. Every single time they've been in a position where the opponent had an opportunity to try and be aggressive with like a YRC or like a burst, they've always either Eddie's been gone or the gauge has already been very full. So they're kind of optimizing to the point where even if the defensive options do come out, they don't interrupt their use of Eddie very much.
Yeah, and that's where the biggest, biggest burst bait we've seen so far here between these two. But that's where the real challenge of playing Zato comes from, right? With Eddie, he is an incredibly strong character, but you need to know when to call Eddie back to make sure you're not just caught lacking without him.
Oh, definitely agreed. Here's Pierce. Self-juggle, goes to the frog, and the sword obviously does fully refill the gauge as well, so you have a hard knockdown, guaranteed meaty Pierce if you want it. Instead, we're going to go greedy with the drills. I like that.
Yeah, and then just going for another sword. You can see that's the reason why Poncho is completely maxing out the Eddie gauge on offense, because they're just trying to loop through those swords.
Oh, they still have burst too. I would love it. Be a hero. You can win this. Doesn't even need it. Oh, maybe did need it. 5H execution from max distance.
Head removed from the shoulders here, and little Eddie's off the table too. Look at that, utilizing the Wild Assault to stay aggressive. Keep going to make sure you buy time for Eddie to come back.
Pressure working out well. Finds the command throw, which is going to refill our gauge. Good situation coming up here. And it's actually going to RC to try and take more advantage.
All right, through the wall. You know, we talk a lot about the guts management, or, you know, characters having strong guts to be able to survive. Zato, one of those characters who, he actually has no guts at all. What you see is what you get when it comes to his health bar.
Hey, just as much as a demon-possessed regular guy can be regular, right? Oh, no. Close eyes found the mark, though. Try to go for the jump forward. Maybe a reset, maybe a burst bait. Either way, it's not going to work out because the blood is going to pop.
This is quite the music choice, bro.
I love it.
Coming home.
This is the return of Zato, baby.
That's right. All right, going for invite hell and the applause, but there's the back throw. Test your luck now with no Eddie gauge remaining for Poncho. This is where you really have to play the chase down.
Oh, invite hell would have been a good idea there, but TYL beats him to the punch just by a little bit.
Fight as well. Time for the party.
Yeah, you got hit by that last Shizu, and like you said, it's just you hear the Mario Party chance time music start playing in the background. It's gonna be Shizu into Beyblade, and you're just gonna have to guess. Sorry in advance.
See, I either hear just the dice rolling in Mario Party, or I hear the Sonic drowning music. Honestly, when I get bit in the corner. That's what it really feels like.
Oh, dude, because it's one of those things where it's like, especially when they're in like gray blood, where it's like the blood is still going down. So like technically they have less than 0. They have so much to play with.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh, 5H right off the bat, immediately dashing in for the 2S as well.
Jump timing is definitely good. Blood actually pops, but it does make the connection here.
Oh no. Whoa, that was 2 hits! 2 hits and you're at 50% HP. Oh, takes the corner? Bro.
Jump over. And it gets the Shizu at max distance. Second hit is perfection.
Hold up. Naga with the mix?
I expect that. Listen, empty jump low into the max range high. That's tight. We're blocking tap dust, though. Third eye is open, jobber.
Just trying to go for that 5P. I like the way that Poncho is going for, oh my god, another pop. But I love the way that Poncho goes for 2K a whole lot as a poke to make sure that we can get underneath that 5P, which Test Your Luck has really been leaning on.
Oh, dashes up and finds the command throw. The timing for that is perfection once again. Uses the RC. I don't think we quite have enough.
Oh, but still in a very strong position here. With the positive bonus, you're going to get access to some defensive tools. Oh, you had access to defensive tools. And not going to get the chance to burst. Test Your Luck, taking it up 2-1.
What is with these big body pixel comebacks, bro? Today, It's what it's all about. TYL is able to show another instance of until you killed me, I'm still a threat. Jesus, bro.
It's the big body revolution, Proxy.
Oh, honestly, it's
started with Geef in Street Fighter 6. Now we're getting Potemkin and Golden Lewis and Nago, both all just being absolute menaces. All we need is T-Zoc to get buffed, bro.
Hold up.
And it's over.
Listen, man, a story for another time, but I agree. 5K a little too far away. Jump in, ends up spending the burst here very aggressively. Blood management from TYL says, blood, what blood?
Yeah, always sitting at level 3. That's the kind of player that TYL is. And so far, has popped a few times, but has only lost one time in the 3 times that we've seen him pop. So that's huge.
I mean, 2 of them won't run around. Just let it rock. Who cares?
Oh, does get hit by the low, though, and that's going to be the end of this one.
Potential Game 5 coming up here if Poncho can keep this type of momentum. Still ahead on the burst economy. Well as doing a good job at round start. As I say that, unfortunately, jumps straight into the chop, the 6P.
Look at that, just that dash up 2K again with the 2K. We're just throwing everything. As many light normals as you can.
Backdash into the backdash BRC. Everything coming up Poncho right there and full screen damage and the pop. But no, we weren't aware.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I've noticed is Poncho's been getting hit by the actual pop itself a lot. Proxy has not been paying attention to test your Lux blood gauge.
Oh, and had to commit to the backdash there. Had to FD everything. You can't kill yourself by blood drain of blood rage, so it leaves you at actually 1 HP. So you just have to avoid chip at all costs at that point. And again, Zato's one of the hardest characters to not take any chip from, I feel like.
Yeah, not even just chip, just not take any damage from. If he's got Eddie can attack you from all different angles, right? Yeah. So you have to be so cautious about the approach, and especially when you don't have an air dash, and that was kind of a checkmate situation.
Yeah, a nightmare. Invite Hell becomes like the you must be this tall sign, because it's going to interact with you at some point.
Oh no. Another burst getting baited out by Poncho. It feels like deja vu. We saw that earlier, but here comes the 1,000-year blood war.
Through. After the hard knockdown, what's going to be the guess here? Plenty of blood to play with here. Might just get aggressive. Yeah, I like this. Oh.
Yeah, YRC was smart on the 5D. Make sure you can get rid of little Eddie.
Opposing to the throw. Shizu at max distance once again.
Has a deceptively large hitbox.
Now, Poncho needs 2 in a row. A tall task for sure. Runs underneath and unfortunately gets destroyed for it.
Nice 5D into the 2K. Look at that, just on block string alone, pushing Test all the way into the corner, utilizing the sword once again to get little Eddie back.
That was double low into double overhead was the mix-up sequence there. So annoying. Taps to Dustin, finds the mark. Final game, final round. Poncho once again ahead in the resources, though.
Yeah, it's going to be massive here. But this is actually huge, even more massive possibly. Mr. Luck getting the counter hit and getting the burst out of Poncho. Just going straight through Eddie.
Tried to go for it again. Oh no, the BSU ends up going wide, and now we're stuck in the corner. Blocks the tap dust. Gets the deflect shield as well. TYL perfection on defense.
Deflect shield into Beyblade was genius. That was the one time that we saw that pulled out by Test Your Luck, and it was to clutch out the entire game, saving it for Nationals.
That's the hardest part too, is that one thing you have to remember when you deflect shield Zato is that you do push Zato, you don't push Eddie. So you have to be aware of where he is, what he was doing when you deflect shielded. There's so much that has to go into that calculation.
ABC able to escape from the corner there. Also, I believe it was right before the 5D. Yeah, right there. Calling out that the 5D was going to come next. That was massive from Test Your Luck. Just such good awareness of the patterns that Poncho was going for on offense.
Definitely agreed, especially with, I don't know if it was intentionally timed that way, but there's no better option to push Zato away and try and take space on than oppose. Oppose, obviously, Eddie's gonna keep walking past you. He's stuck in that animation. Zato has to commit hard to get him to do something that's not oppose at that point. So if you read oppose, assuming that we read oppose there, that was the actual perfect timing for a deflect shield.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Just perfectly calculated and well-deserved that they're going to be able to move on in the winner side of the bracket as we get to move on into Classified versus He-Ho. Oh my god, they're already at it! They're that quick!
Game time back at it, Classified on the Giovanna, as you already know. Fortunately, gets the hard knockdown there, or gets the wall break, excuse me, but the DP lands. We're able to go straight into our own super.
He-Ho, of course, on the Millia rage here.
I feel like Millia stocks are up right now. Shouts Walter. It's just, Millia's been, you can't argue with the results, man.
I agree. Millia's always been there. She's always been a character that has flirted with top 8s. Like, she's consistently in top 8s in so many tournaments, but she just can't seem to close it out. That's the biggest issue, right?
No, I definitely agree. Oh, again though, we got some Millia players that hold that thought. Unfortunately, gets broken through the wall again with the empowered doggy arrow.
That's the dog versus the hare. Look at Classified with the movement here. Just in and out with the BRC into the throw to secure game 1.
Yeah, already cleaning that one up. Definitely a good start. Yeah, I just with Walter having the results that they've had recently, it feels like maybe I'm misreading. It feels like he's showing off the potential. It's there. If you are smart enough, you can do it.
That's the thing. You gotta have a high IQ and fast hands, right? And that can be really difficult when you have a character like Giovanna just at your face, hitting you with plus normals.
I mean, that is realistically the hardest thing about playing Millia, right? Is the amount of times you have to be correct. It's undeniable. You have to be so right so many times to win with this character.
And unironically, like, if you're blocking with her, you're losing. You don't even want to be in a situation where you are blocking.
Instantaneous L if you're on defense. She has nothing.
And that's why we talk about sometimes, you know, it's like Lord and I would say, it's about being just hard to catch, hard to hit in general, not necessarily landing your own hit.
No, definitely agreed. I feel like your movement and your ability to be annoying and be difficult to catch ends up leading you to the mix-up, but it's priority 1 over trying to run your stuff, right? I agree.
Yeah. The unfortunate part here is that Giovanna has some very good tools to catch Millia, and Classified is pulling all of them out, keeping He-Ho grounded.
I was going to say, I feel like we wrote a term paper on Millia, but it's been Classified. It's absolutely cooking top to bottom. Goes for the dash up here for the close slash. Finds the 2P and baits the burst. What a read there.
And a perfect on top of it, too. Classified is only getting better, keeping He-Ho locked down more and more as this set goes on. And really, there has been no light at the end of the tunnel for He-Ho yet. They haven't been able to secure any kind of offense at the moment. You've seen them move around in the air, but they immediately just get knocked down, which is also interesting too, because it's not as if Classified is chasing them into the skies, right? They're just waiting for them to come down.
I definitely agreed. It's a lot of interactions on the ground for sure. We try to go straight in there. 2P finds the mark. We are so aggressive with the way we're using Spiral Arrow in these moments. Not much to be done here.
Oh, and another shimmy up in the guts there with the close slash. Back into the corner and through the wall. You might be dead. You are dead.
Yeah, Amelia's not living that one, unfortunately. Another perfect on the board. Classified looking to just put one more round away. Oh, this might just be done here. Spinning dog kick one more time. Hiho on the verge. One more touch will do it here for Classified.
Oh, here we go. Hiho trying to muster up some offense, some counterplay. Multiple overheads being blocked. Well played on the 6P. Able to keep... Oh, was able to keep Classified locked down, but now the tables have turned, Proxy.
Oh, okay. Manages to get out of the corner there. Finds the whiff punish. High-low game working out. How are we blocking that? Classified. Oh.
Not only blocking that, but ready with the punish as well. That DP preventing Hiho from taking to the skies to escape. What? Just block on the fastball, Capel into the 5P on the next fastball? Okay. Classified battling with a Sharingan there, just seeing every single move that Hiho was going to make before they made it.
At that point, that's just like, that's the MFCR way, right? Just be more correct. How could you possibly be more correct? Finds the normal in the most, the craziest place. Everything coming up their way. Classified, just honestly writing the book on the matchup there.
And at the start there, you saw something really important. Fastfall Capel into Fastfall, Classified 6P whiffed. Yes. All right? So Classified able to make the adjustment in the very next scenario of that exact thing happening, but opting to go for 5P instead of 6P. And it ended up winning them the game.
Yeah, adaptations like that, super, super high level. Way to kind of recognize the, I don't know, the way your opponent's trying to structure here. It's just... I don't know, masterclass stuff from Classified, dude.
This really was an absolute masterclass. And Classified has been looking so strong in all of these online tournaments as well. I cannot wait for the tournament series for the Arc World Tour to start back up again to see how well Classified fares offline as well.
No, definitely agreed. I mean, it's definitely proven offline, but you know... Oh, it's just...
Let's see, right there.
I paused for a second just because I wanted to relive it one more time.
Like yeah, it was the exact scenario that we saw in the very first replay clip.
Dude, always good to get to see players be able to adapt at that level and at that pace, especially against a character like Milia, who is going to put you through the grinder and kind of just test your ability to make decisions as quickly as you do. You have to have like such an exceptionally good flow chart to be effective against Milia, because it is not possible to make informed decisions at that speed. You have to like Jesus take the wheel. Legitimately, it has to be that way.
Yeah, and it just, I mean, that was a mauling. Like, I mean, if we're gonna be completely honest, that was a completely clinical game from Classified, dismantling Hiho's Milia at every single opportunity. We only saw one flash of offense from Hiho in that entire set. Otherwise, they didn't get to play. Not for lack of trying either.
Well, we're actually straight into our next match here. It's Nitro and Lurie back at it one more time here. So this is the loser's side of the affair, and Nitro is going to stick it out here with Leo Whitefang. I definitely like this. Get your reps in, get that practice in. There's no better place than the the ladder format here at FlyQuest to be able to get it done.
Yeah, 100%. You can just get game after game after game as we keep going through game after game. For PRC, not going to work out for Lurie. Nitro taking charge.
Overhead finding the mark in the perfect way. Tried to go for the left-right situation. Lurie, I mean, declines. Well worth it using that burst effectively.
We'll try to DP through the meteors. All right, mix into the OTG. Send out the Afro.
Oh, spacing.
I like closing.
Yeah, no, spacing was great.
Oh, no! But, yeah, that Afro extending that hitbox, able to get hit by the love bag.
Now here, a little bit more fireballs on the ground, trying to prevent some of these random item tosses here. But Lurie gonna send it and actually get the cross up on the mix.
Nice DP out. Yeah, just keep pushing. Don't let mini fouls come in. Where'd he go? He just turned around. He walked away.
He's taking this union-mandated 30. Oh, he's back! Back on the clock. Manages to get the interruption here, and it finds the command throw.
I won't lie. Trying to parry mini fouls was a cute idea there from Nitro.
Yeah, you grossed that one.
No! Lurie thought they had the bombos, but instead they blew themselves up.
Oh no, and it's a round losing decision in the end, evening things up to 1 apiece right now. Nitro, I mean, even on the resources here, I'll say. Matchup for the throw is definitely good. Trying to give a little bit too much space here. Go get him.
Yeah, you don't want Faust to be able to have room to throw out items or press buttons, right? You kind of got to smother this character.
Especially if you find yourself in back turn at mid-screen. I feel like a lot of the times there, you either have to just commit to close the distance or just fully back out, get out of back turn, and just reset the situation.
Yeah, back turn's not a footsie school. It's a just go in tool.
Uh-oh. Here he comes.
Oh. And that arc is so good. Mini Faust continue to be one of the best items for Faust in all Guilty Gear games. But there we go. Mortal counter with the DP.
The charge dust ends up working out. Nitro finally able to get one on the board here. It's been back and forth between the two, though.
3 afros in a row is crazy. Lurie is throwing. That's God. That's nothing to do with Lurie.
Listen, no, but that's the Faust way of life. If you're in a moment like that and you get bad RNG, you just have to roll with it. It's just the way it goes.
It is.
It sucks, but it's the way it goes. I feel like Mini Faust has cooked for him enough to where we can make up for it. With 3 afros is reasonable.
Just throw better items, bro. I agree, Hio. Just throw items. And we're trying now. How many can we get out? Oh my God, the mayhem!
Oh no! All right, listen, Hio, no more coaching. That's crazy. That was a great start to the round there. Ends up forcing out the burst, and once again, the item layout has been significantly better.
Oh, but into the overhead immediately. Has the meter to close this out. Straight into the super.
And unfortunately, the just gamble better strategy does work in the beginning of the round, but as Leo is able to build some momentum, it becomes a little less up to you.
What they say, 90% of gamblers quit right before they hit the big one. Keep tossing items, Lurie.
Oh no, but we don't have any meter to be able to sustain ourselves here. Gets the wall break, and Nitro's looking to potentially finish.
Oh no. Burst is available, but able to get a punish. Aggressive burst there from Lurie, but Nitro gets the punish anyway.
And Nitro looking on the barrel of 2 games straight. Finding that momentum, doing a great job at the matchup here. I mean, the beginning of round 2, game 2, round 1, showed us why you can't give Faust room to throw items, because given enough time, this is just pure statistics. Given enough time, he will throw a layout of items that is like an unwinnable situation for you. You have to eventually interact with him.
It is so strange to go back to past Guilty Gear games where he's limited to 1 item on the screen at a time.
I know, they were just like, uncap it. Who cares?
They said, we have the power of the PS4. Let him throw the items.
Oh, same side. Goes for the unstance there. Nice 5P. Sends it back full screen as well.
They're trying to go for the 6P, but the ball. Nitro locked down. Nice little teleport with the Scarecrow into the pickup.
See, Chrome gets it. It's oops all bombs. Every single item is an explosive.
Another one.
What is happening? In the meteor?
The meteor. Wow, we are just going crazy.
No, but then he knocked himself down with 100-ton, and this is all because of it. All those good items in a row, and then 1 self-knockdown, and your round is cooked.
The items give it, then they take it away, but Faust devouring his son.
Wow, dude, I love this character so much. Oh, finds the low in the back turn here. Rush down from Nitro, but unfortunately gets a bit separated.
Oh, now we get the meteorites out. Putting the Opera Long, gonna get a guard break off of this one.
That banana peel is gonna be a game changer. Just watch.
Can be. I want to see Deflect Shield into the banana peel.
The PRC is definitely a great start here. Afro applied.
Watch out. Oh, it just disappeared, actually, right as Nitro went for the IED back.
While himself to stay aggressive, definitely good. Goes for the jump S and actually tries to keep the lockdown here. Look at the wrist gauge.
That's the fear bar. It's blinking. Another meteor toss. Huge pickup for Luke into the RC. That's going to be a game on the board. I hate to say it, Proxy. I think they might have just exhausted all of their good RNG in that game.
Guilty Gear giveth and Guilty Gear taketh away, and that was a hell of a round for Guilty Gear to giveth. That was the item. The triple bomb. It was bomb, 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 meteor. Bomb, Mini Faust in a row. Like, you can't ask for a better layout of items in a row.
But now it's time for Daisuke to take it back. Say, all right, now you gotta play neutral. No, it's another ball.
Okay, manages to jump out of his own pressure against the 5K to be able to get the anti-air.
Yeah, goes for the burst because of the bomb. Another bomb. Oh my God! That's 4 bombs in a row.
Bro, please help. Teleports in, manages to pick it up, has 100-ton in the tank, and finds the knockdown.
Bro.
What is going on?
Bro, called it. Lurie's got changed his tag to Bomb Voyage.
Close slash finds the mark. Nitro's getting dipped right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is just
RNG diff. RNG diff.
File.
The explosive arsenal here of Lurie. I'm just waiting for more items to get tossed. All right, 100-ton weight has been really common there too. Nice with the JP immediately into the super on the wall splat.
I mean, after the 100-ton finding the air-to-air with the JPs is definitely a very common situation. And now Nitro fighting for their life. Doesn't quite have an RC on the table.
All right, nice check there with the 5P. Just to prevent Lurie from running more offense, but gets caught with the 2K. And now we're going to game 5, Proxy.
Remember how I said Guilty Gear taketh sometimes? Not happening yet. Still hasn't happened.
It's taken. It's taken from Nitro right now.
I feel like all of the taketh for Lurie was in game 1 and 2, because right now we are rolling. Good decision making top to bottom. Item layout has been amazing. Everything coming up his way. This has been a goofy game. This is my Guilty Gear.
I don't even know what to say to this. We got the goofy music playing as well from Mitsuka.
Oh, but I mean,
great shimmy.
Not to like overcredit the items here. Obviously, it has been a goofy amount of RNG in Lurie's favor here. But look at the whiff punish at the round start there. Lurie's playing incredibly well.
Yeah, incredibly well, and you have to play around the items, right? It doesn't matter what item you get. You need to be able to react to whatever item is on screen and adjust your game plan accordingly. And I think the downside here for Nitro, which has been difficult, is figuring out a way to get in and stop Lurie from just tossing out all these items.
Yeah, staying sticky has felt impossible. Closing the distance a lot of the time is not the issue. It's closing the distance and being meaningful with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Once we get in, Lurie is opting to go for YRCs, opting to go for bursts, anything to put us back to a neutral scenario, especially a full screen scenario where Lurie could just toss out item after item, and those items have been fantastic, allowing Lurie to maintain that space.
Or you work so hard, you close the distance, and there's a bomb at his feet, and it's like, okay, cool. Like, I guess I have the block.
And there's the wake up super. Nitro was trying to establish some offense there in the corner, but Lurie putting a stop to it.
Oh, too big an interruption. Finds the air throw, though. It comes up Nitro's way.
Trying to chase down with that 2D. Runs underneath the love bomb.
Oh, and Faust finds a throw. Doesn't let the run through rock. This actually could be it.
And he bursts from Nitro. You can't get hit at all. Mini Faust is there, and see, can't run the offense. Lurie has no burst, no tension, but Nitro couldn't go in because Mini Faust was standing ever vigilant.
He said, I am the knight. Dude, Mini Faust Patrol saves the game. There's no more frustrating way to lose a round to Faust than to have the victory right in your grasp. It's literally in your fingers, and you see that little kid with the knife walking around. You're like, dude, oh my god! Like you can't approach him.
It was all those bombs, all the meteors, and all the mini Faust just protecting. It was a wall. Unlimited item works, bro. Unlimited item works here from Faust. There was nothing that Nitro could really do to get offense when we got those knockdowns, like you mentioned. You know, you get the knockdown, go, guess I gotta block and wait for this bomb to explode.
Yeah, obviously huge shouts to Nitro, though, making it into the top 8 here and continuing to work on this Leo White Fang. You know, listen, your Leo's just gotta get some better chops for gambling, is I feel like the next step in your gameplay. My goat, I love you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll. I love going up with the guard up, right? Just trying to slowly walk forward. Oh god, oh god.
What else can you do, man? You're like, all right, listen, I'm gonna just. Well, I don't know, man. I gotta move it along.
Nitro's Leo looking fantastic. So are these two. Uh-oh. Getting a bad breakup here, huh?
Yeah.
This is the lore matchup.
Poncho with a very strong start here, pushes on through. Iho already in kind of a compromised position. Positive bonus gonna help us build that meter back, but use it for a PRC instead of. I feel like normally we go for sword there, but not gonna matter with a connection like that.
Perfect for Poncho right off the bat.
Ooh, way to know where the gap is though. Nice 2P. Obviously the Pierce 1 and 2, not a true block string.
You know, I wish they would give Milia's hair a name too, right? It doesn't really have a personality like Eddie.
Is it alive or does she just control it?
It's alive. Yeah, it's alive. It's like Eddie.
That's tough.
That's the lore. They both had to give up something in order to get their, like, demon or beast. Zato gave up his eyesight, and we don't know exactly what Milia gave up. Oh, but there's the scoop. Into the far slash, able to connect. Dude, I love just holding down back through to try and bait out the burst.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, was waiting for the 6P there. Pierce actually does find the mark, but now we're going to start looking for Chip, potentially. Good block on the tap dust.
Is the name of it Angra? Am I a fake fan?
This would be the first time I've ever seen Jobber get a lore thing incorrect or not know it in the history of us knowing each other.
Oh my god, I didn't know that it had a name. I thought it didn't. That's crazy.
Oh
but yeah, the theory is that she gave up the ability to have kids. That's the theory.
It has a name, Angra, which is based on a Brazilian metal band. There's one for the video, Jobber.
That is going to be one for the video. Thank you. I'm going to write that down right now.
That's super tight. First game out of the way, though. Definitely looking good for both players. Obviously, the matchup is... we're working on both sides here. Poncho obviously securing that lead and has an early 6P to get aggressive at the start here.
I'm not going to lie, though, Proxy. I kind of like the name Eddie more than Angra, though.
Listen, I agree.
Oh, nice 6P. Scoring the knockout goes immediately for the OTG. Wow. Running that left-right mix-up game. Yeah,
Capel back to the same side. Definitely crucial. Finds the bad moon. Love getting to see it. Okay, Artemis a touch too high, though.
Oh, too far away for the 5D, but able to secure a low anyway. OTG with the invite hell.
I love Eddie-less routing. How cool is that?
But Poncho can't get too comfortable yet. If Iho can find a way to thread the needle, not gonna happen this round.
Yeah, after a pose, a little round of applause. Definitely a good situation there, recognizing that Billy was gonna get knocked to the ground a little too close to little Eddie. Oh, I love the idea with the flight there. Was looking for the cross-up, it seemed.
Oh, nice block on the 5D. Iho trying to hold on to that burst. Doesn't want to spend it unless they absolutely have to. And now Poncho actually creating space.
Oh, in the air-to-air. Chomp with the frog, taps the dust, good block, defense holding up for Hiho, but has to turn to something, and here it is, dash up 6P.
Yeah, and with no little Eddie here, you see Hiho smelling the blood in the water, trying to capitalize, but Poncho able to escape, taking a little bit of health in the process.
I like using Drunkard as the end of your combo there just for the type of knockdown it gives for you to get aggressive and go for the dash shove.
I agree. Oh, with the dash up throw right underneath Leap. Jumping out of the mix-up here, but still not out of the woods yet.
That was double hair car. Ends up finding the close slash afterwards. Hiho's going deep in the bag.
Yep, just run up. When you see a pose, you just go for the run-up throw, right?
Yeah, if they're in the startup of it, definitely a free throw every time. Double dash on to the overhead. Things are looking incredibly good for Hiho here to potentially even up.
Oh, and the rising JS, what a pickup! Not enough to secure the kill, but this hard knockdown puts us in a check situation. There it is, checkmate with the bad moon.
Yeah, I had an RC afterwards as well, so there was another 50-50 on the table immediately after. A hellish situation to have to deal with here, but that does even us up 1-1 now.
Yeah. 1-1. Beautiful. I want to see this go the distance. I love Zato versus Milia. The matchup's like one of the most fun to watch in every Guilty Gear game. Has one of the best songs in all of Guilty Gear, the specific matchup.
It's incredibly rare in Strive as well, because I mean these are two characters that we don't have a lot of people who are you know, playing at the highest level with them. So you know, it's good to see Poncho and Hiho both being able to rep it.
Nice, able to break the wall. Yeah, Hiho just holding on to the burst there. I don't see us spending it anytime soon in this round.
Yeah, let this one go. Unless there's a major error from Poncho's side, it's definitely a hold your burst type of moment.
And you notice too that even when Poncho creates space, he's setting up Eddie in certain ways to where Hiho can't just fall on top of him. Hiho is trying to figure out where the gaps between Zato and Eddie are to try and get in there to attack Zato, but it's proven to be a little difficult too.
Oh, IBFD, but we had the command dash on lock to be able to close the distance afterwards.
Alright, creating space afterwards. Man, JH, 2K finally getting the connection there. 2P, not able to get the pickup. Unfortunate.
Oh, just like this, trying to go for the JS, looking for the air-to-air.
See how difficult it can be? There, Hiho able to actually get in, but Poncho with the aggressive burst, able to get the chip out. And so much of that was Hiho just trying to get back into that striking range against Zato.
I mean, it's so difficult here. Obviously, you do have pretty stubby normals. I love that cross-up, get back to mid-screen. If you can keep offense here, that's definitely the optimal situation, which we have managed to do with a great dash-up 2P. Okay. I know that that's exactly how the move is intended to be used, but it just doesn't feel right, bro. It's so cheap.
Everything about this character is cheap. Oh, the JD! Taking a bite and getting the slump into the 5D meat tenderizer.
Oh, and I love the unsummon there, just trying to run game. Back up, FD's good. Jumps away, but the close slash finds the mark.
And the deflect shield trying to create a little bit of space. Didn't summon Eddie after the deflect shield. Just went for a neutral jump and got blown up for it. Or a forward jump, I should say. And through the glass. This is the tug of war. Who's going to get that 2-1 lead?
Oh,
Eddie's gone. Tries to go for the wild assault. Chip damage will do it here, but there's still no Eddie.
Oh, and Invite Hell finds the mark. I appreciate the FD and the defensive holdup from Hiho, but
Duel 1.
Ask here, invite hell into the dash up doesn't quite work out.
All right. The jump back JP. Oh, I like it. Just jump back JP. Have Eddie cover the ground. Zato take to the skies.
Oh, and Drunker to get the side swap there with the drill. Incredibly clean stuff.
Ooh, and break the lull to make sure that you can still get the wall splat. Just Pierce after Pierce after Pierce.
And what are you going to do about it? 6P, I guess, is a good answer so far.
Oh my god. Wow! Just roll through into Super, roll through into Artemis, but nothing able to connect. Poncho at set point.
Through, I mean, all that Eddie movement on the ground for what Hiho is able to easily avoid.
A shaker. Sending out the heavy disc. Nice, able to get the overhead connection. Poncho was expecting the empty low.
XP found the mark, dashes up and goes for the 2K2D. Hiho trying to get this one through and does so now. Another round on the board here. Survival point for the second time for our Milia hero.
And burst available as well for Hiho, so has that get out of jail free card. Question is, when do you spend it? How early do you spend it as well? AS gonna connect really low altitude here. Nice corner carry and a wall break for Hiho.
All right, next hit, expect a burst from either player right now. Yeah, 5P, and just like that, doesn't want to have to deal with it.
And Poncho said, I'm out of here. Out of here. You don't want to deal with it? Neither do I. And take the water pressure.
Jumps out of the high-low, but gets brought straight back down to earth. Drills come through, and here comes the high-low game.
Gotta be careful. Taking down to earth and about to be sent to hell. Goes for the sword. Didn't think that Amorphous would be enough to kill.
Oh my god, Pierce won 3 times in a row, and then the deflect shield finds nothing! Oh, heartbreaker for Hiho on the big defensive read.
And the defensive read there too was so smart from Hiho, was going for the defensive read on the last possible special move that Eddie could do before going away, meaning that Zato would be full screen, Eddie would be gone, and would be back to neutral. But Poncho thinking one step ahead, just cutting Eddie short to make sure that we didn't hit the deflect shield. Nasty work.
Yeah, I mean, it was double-edged, ineffective of not only not hitting the deflect shield, but also just having some Eddie gauge to be able to work with later, because obviously unsummoning before it goes to 0 makes it regain, what, 10 times as fast, 100 times as fast. So actually having the resources to be able to fight later, that does get us through the winner's side of the loser side of round 1 of the affair, excuse me.
Yeah, and you can see what we got coming up. Jack versus a boy, Test Your Luck versus Classified. The loser of those are going to be heading down to face Lurie and Poncho respectively. But before we jump into Jack versus a boy, we are going to throw it to a quick 5-minute break. Give you all time to run to the restroom, grab some snacks, because it's only going to heat up from here.
See you soon.
the best of all time, baby.
Okay,
Let's hear
man.
it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GDs.
I see you going up against Minna R&D in the clutch. Explain what's going on with that. You guys got a big rivalry or something going on.
It's no real rivalry. My rivalry is with the Dominican community, and I want all of them to know that they're very quiet right now, and now they know who's the best in the world, and they ain't gonna say nothing to me no more. Y'all mans is dead. I slayed him. He's done. I'm the GOAT. I don't want to hear nothing from the Dominican community no more, bro. Y'all come in my chat, y'all better worship me on Twitch. That's all I want to know. I don't hear none of y'all in this arena talking, none of that.
Okay. My goodness. Punk the God. Wow.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Let's go.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Welcome to the Fly Fighters podcast, where a current competitor, a veteran, and a new recall the best moments of 2024 in Melee while eating tacos. Enjoy.
Welcome back. Time for a little bit more Guilty Gear Strive here at the FlyQuest Fight Series. Proxy and Jobber, as always, here to bring you through the East Coast side of the action. And we are headed up to the winner's side of the affair now to get to see one of my favorite matchups to get to see in these online tournaments, wherever they end up playing. That is Jack versus a boy.
Yes, Jack versus a boy will be our next match coming up, followed by Test Your Luck versus Classified. But Jack versus a boy, we teased it a little bit earlier. We've talked a lot about how Jack, who is seemingly unstoppable, seems to have no weaknesses, might be weak to Potemkin. That might end up being his kryptonite. Obviously, Proxy, you know, he got sent to losers at the last chance qualifier by Nubenheimer, who is now a Potemkin main. And we've seen him struggle against, or at least go the distance against, multiple Potemkin players in online tournaments.
And in my mind, I think it is partially Potemkin, but I think it also is just because this happened in last patch with the weaker Potemkin, who is not quite as juiced as he is right now. I think that I think it's command throws. I think Jack just has some trouble against characters that are able to represent, and players who are able to represent strike throw with the command throw option on the dial pretty effectively. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, we're a lot of putting kind of energy out there right now. We'll see how the matchup goes. Jack more than capable, and one of the finest Potemkin players we've got in North America.
Yeah, and of course, you know, this matchup still not easy for Potemkin, right? Happy Chaos definitely can run him over incredibly proficiently here, setting up that curse. That's a big body to shoot with those bullets. I like a little bit of the delay on the gunshot, too. Jack recognizing that a boy was going to try and flick the bullet back.
And that's something we were too worried about here, though. Still has half a burst available. YRC is going to be the choice, and of course, it's going to be the Pop Buster after the YRC.
Ooh, trying to call out a back jump, huh? Going there for that heat knuckle. Now, once again, Jack trying to take control here of the neutral.
Oh, curse being applied, though. Yep, and he's going to go for the super focus as well. That should be a round ender. There you go.
Oh, nice. I like it. Closing the distance there with the hammer fall.
Good guesses so far on the strike throw, but unfortunately gets caught by Garuda, which is going to equal 50% of your life.
Oh, and going for the Gigantor Kai to keep Jack locked down. Trying to scoop them off their feet, too. Jack was ready with the up back.
Oh, and I like that, not trying to get the wall break, but unfortunately is going to get their back broken instead. The Pop Buster finds the mark once again.
Brings up 6B, does get caught by the gunshot here. Success? No, the burst is going to come out before we can get to that point.
Perfect use of the slide head too, being able to negate the curse before it actually finds its mark. But the optimization of the combo here from Jack is incredible. A full reload after Deus Ex, and we are close up to the corner for a hard knockdown.
Boy is sitting on a lot of meter here, but might be forced to spend it in a defensive scenario. If we even get the opportunity, the Deus Ex here with the guaranteed wall break damage may be enough to kill, and it is.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the big boy survive a lot of turmoil in those moments. But again, the multi-hits of Deus Ex is so good at cutting through the guts, especially against, you know, a character of Potemkin's stature, we'll say.
Yeah, it's honestly like one of the best supers in the game. You think about what it gives him, the fact that it can break the wall from a decent far away, it hits anywhere on screen, even if you're behind him, and it reloads all of his bullets. It's just so good for 50 tension.
Yeah, if only just the reload, that is such a crucial portion of the kit here. But again, the reads from Jack on when to jump have just been actual perfection so far. It feels like a lot of the strike throw has been more jump scare and less in the moment.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Jack, maybe after the arc will forward, taking a closer look at the Potemkin matchup here because they're feeling very comfortable so far.
Matchup secures the throw, full reload.
Ooh, backdash getting caught this time by the close slash. That's what we got to see more, right? More of these close slashes or even things like 5P to try and catch the pre-jump frames of Jack.
Oh, what a timing on the shot, though. Now walk backwards. There's no focus left.
Oh, able to reload all the bullets, and a boy was unable to close the gap. Even trying to go for slide head in a scenario like that is risky, right? Because he can just stop reloading at any time, meaning that the slide head could just get blocked.
6H round start. Ooh. Gets the Potemkin Buster punished.
Oh, far slash connects into another Pop Buster.
Yeah, luckily heavily scaled because of the actual combo route for it.
Whoa! Where are you jumping, Jack?
Oh my god, from heaven back down to hell. An unfortunate end there for Jack, but still in this around a piece.
That was an insane call out. I mean, Jack has been consistently up backing against the boy, so a boy had to call it out one way or another.
I think the craziest thing about it is that Jack has been pretty healthily mixing in backdash as well, so it's not even like It's like a true 50-50. There's so many options he's been repping. It's been ridiculous.
Goes to the IAD in. Not wanting to go for the roll through there, able to bait the burst.
And that's a tough one for sure. A moral victory on the HPB, but Jack says scoreboard 2-0.
Yeah, and definitely a HPB like that can shake your mental, but not for Jack. Jack is stone cold. Doesn't get rattled by anything, and you saw that they were able to immediately bring that back into the next round.
It's hard not to fall for the hype, but in moments like that, the worst thing you can do is kind of be like, oh no, they read me. It's like, it's just another move. It just hits you. Just pretend like it's a normal air throw because it's the exact same type of read. It just has a fancier animation and people like to yell about it. Like, you cannot give in to the grappler hype when you are against it. It's the worst thing that can happen.
That's completely true, because the real sauce of a grappler is the mind game, right? Grapplers don't beat you by like doing damage to you. They beat you by getting in your head.
Oh, I was gonna say. I mean, that's the hallmark of a good grappler player is when the threat of the throw is enough to be able to net hits, right? See there, JH into the Garudas. Just times it, but is able to set up for the super.
No attempt at a mix there, just going for the 6H. And what a whiff punish from Jack, sitting on 100 meter. No bullets left in the chamber, though.
You hear him clicking the gun during his routes.
Just keeps drawing it.
Finally had time to put one back in the chamber, and that's all we needed. Jack is on set point now.
6H round star puts you in the corner, and a pop buster for good measure. Nice 5D into pop buster. You're an animal.
And this is another one of those rounds where we gotta say, like, you can't let it affect your mental. That type of round is gonna happen. A boy gets the winning lottery ticket on a round start 6H and you die. That's gonna happen against Potemkin.
Ooh, but now gonna get sent straight through the glass, and it's a boys' time to gamble for their life. It's a sticky situation to be in. Backed up against the wall. Jack sitting on positive bonus. Boy with no burst.
Oh, the interrupt is actually massive here. This should be enough. Deus Ex is going to be activated. Cuts through the gust. It gets the finish. Jack, 3 games straight. Had some scares in between. Obviously, a boy had some nasty stuff plotted out for it, but Jack is able to persevere.
Yeah, indeed. And let's see that pop buster one more time. I know we got it locked in on the replay.
You know it's somewhere, I was going to say.
The Heavenly Potemkin Buster in the corner. I love that right there. Getting the Wild Assault straight in. And it's the call out coming up. There it is. Knew that Jack was going to jump up back.
5K double Garuda into a step forward and baits the jump. Actually, just like serial killer mentality from your boy. Oh boy, I love it. That's the axe murderer stuff for sure. But that's the type of energy you have to be successful with a grappler. The most addicting thing about playing those types of characters is being correct. Like, it just makes you feel so powerful.
You gotta have the serial killer energy to play a grappler, like a slasher energy, bro. That's right, you just walk at them, like Jason. You ever seen Jason run, bro? I've never seen Potemkin run either. You don't even got a dash.
My God.
What a showing, man. I mean, this top 8 has already been so much fun to watch, and there's still plenty of more matches coming here at FlyQuest FGC. A reminder for all of you who may have came in a little bit later, FlyQuest has rebranded to FlyQuest FGC instead of FlyQuest Fighters. So you can find FlyQuest on all social media sites, including YouTube at FlyQuest FGC. Make sure to go ahead and check. Throw a like on the YouTube videos, throw a sub their way, and follow them on Twitter so you can stay locked in with all the news.
Absolutely. Make sure you check them out for sure. It's definitely an org worth supporting. We love to get to see the FGC continue to support FlyQuest, and to see FlyQuest continue to pour into the FGC. It's definitely a match made in heaven, and some of my favorite people to get to work with for sure. So, make sure you whether it is seeing them at events, stopping by their booths. They always have really nice. FlyQuest does really well with their booths and stuff. It's always very cool, and the stuff that they get to bring. But whether you're checking them out offline or you're getting to see them online here in these tournaments, make sure you continue to support, because it's definitely an organization worth supporting.
Yeah, and I love how they support the players too. They really lift the players up and make the players feel like celebrities, you know? And I think that's always really fun. Here we go, jumping straight to the next one. Test your luck up against Classified.
Scary potential situation here, as we've seen for TY. Test your luck has been very aggressive in the recent times, man.
I think that this has been the best season for the way that Test Your Luck likes to play Nago.
No, definitely agreed. It's very much the flowchart is very similar. Super aggressive at the start, use that blood as aggressively as you can, and then kind of play the zoning game, or just try and finish with the extra damage from being at blood 3.
Yeah, exactly. And popping being much more viable in this season as well, right? Being able to actually combo into the pop into the corner. Oh, and trying to go for that 5H. What a whiff punish, though, from Classified. Runs straight into the 6B.
Got easy chop to be able to get the interruption there. Strong stuff. DK Shizu finds the close slash. Burst timing is perfect to actually corner Nagoriyuki there.
And see, just trying to go for the Beyblade to escape from the corner. Also pushing the level 3 blood into the back throw. This is exactly where Test Your Luck wants to be. 6H, preventing the jump out.
Oh, tried to send the Wild Assault once again. I definitely respect the good hustle. But unfortunately can't quite find the mark.
I'm going to talk about the serial killer energy, too. That's what Nago's got. No run, got the mask on and the blade.
Oh, but Classified, it doesn't matter who you set in front of them. They're going kind of ridiculous tonight. The close slash finds the mark after the tap does. Everything coming up their way. Oh, until Beyblade.
Backdash going to get caught with the close slash. That's a nice grip of damage as well for Test Your Luck, plus that positive bonus. All these PRCs being spent just to try and stay safe, maintain pressure, but still gets punished by that 5-8.
Blood gauge is full. When you drop your combo here, just know the pop is coming. There's the punish. Essentially a one-touch there. Classified. Way to recognize and let off the gas. It is a guaranteed finish at that point as long as you are aware of the situation.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful decision-making there from Classified. Classified has been on a crazy, crazy run so far tonight. I mean, being able to take down He-Ho 3-0, that was the most dominating set we saw all night, right?
Yeah, as well as being in a just doing well in basically every online tournament they've been touching, honestly and truly. The Giovanna has been extremely successful week in and week out across the entirety of the internet genre.
Woo! And the 5H there around start, getting the mortal counter and getting the burst out of Test Your Luck right away. And the 5H, look at these, just big walls of buttons. Wow,
yeah.
The damage on that 6-8.
He needs it. 6H again for the execution to finish the round. Burst completely off the table for him here, but Classified still kind of reeling from that last round. I feel like he didn't get to make many choices.
No, but I think, yeah, you're a goner.
Yeah, the double-edged sword of the playstyle from TYL is if you go that aggressive and your blood gets mismanaged, you just lose the round automatically. Like,
yeah, it is the double-edged sword, unironically, right?
And look at the blood right now. It doesn't have much to make a decision with it now. It just kind of has to play immobile to try and poke things out, which is extra difficult against Giovanna, who's so good at that in-and-out playstyle.
Yeah, Giovanna, the closest thing to a boxer other than Slayer that we have here in the game. But here we go. Super's going to connect. Passing your Blood War through the wall. Going to get a lot of that blood gauge back on this as well. See? Oh, man, that 6K whipping, thanks to the FD, was kind of huge. Classified able to escape.
Wow, Assault. Good spend to be able to guarantee our wall break here. Spinning dog kick for the one time. Blood gauge not looking too good here. So if TYL is able to get back into stand-up somehow, we have some resources to play with.
Oh, I like that we were backing up, maybe trying to bait out the YRC. But wasn't blocking enough. Isn't going to matter, though. Oh, drops it, but it doesn't matter. That's an American reset. Classified with a 2-0 lead.
The quadruple close slash. I've heard about it in the legends. Classified just completely mauls in that corner situation once again. And is just continuing to apply good pressure at every single stage of the match. 2-0 right now. Classified continues to roll, brother.
Last time I saw the quadruple slash was Season 1 Soul.
My God. Or that was the Season 1 May combo as well.
Yeah, slash.
Oh God. But this is also, just as a reminder, this is winner's side here. So the winner of this is guaranteed into winners finals, a guaranteed top 3. So already placing themselves into the money and getting that crucial set against Jack, who Jack has still not dropped a game in top 8 yet.
No, and neither has Classified at this point, so we might be seeing the unstoppable force meet the immovable object if Classified takes this 3-0.
2K staggers into 6-8. You love to see it. And then the Beyblade and the jump scare. A perfect comes through. All this time talking about Classified. TYL says, hey, listen, tighten up.
Yeah, so still in this. Still in this, and that Beyblade is a great jump scare move.
Yeah, you know.
That is domination right there.
That's just, that's going to happen sometimes. I think we talked a little too much about having not lost a game yet, because that is 2 perfects in a row. That is in the conversation for the quickest game in the history of FlyQuest Fight Series. Legitimately, I don't think I've ever seen a character explode twice that fast. Ever.
Yeah, that was difficult. Test your luck, though, showing that they're not out of it yet, right? As long as their heart is still beating, as long as they still got blood in the blood gauge, they can bring it back.
Like that's a whole tweet. That whole match can be your highlight tweet. Oh my God.
And I like that we're not necessarily going in. Obviously, we're sitting at level 3 blood, so you kind of can't. But it's difficult against a character that's this fast that can ask way that shield on a can to just throw out 5-8. Then tries to go for the 2S to get up.
I like that big delay after the 5P too, knowing that since it was counter hit, you had time. Finds the slowdown, is able to get that conversion. 2 amazing decisions in a row with the meter for Classified, but can't quite get the kill. Not gonna matter.
Again, putting us to level 3 blood right at round start. You see the agenda, and that's why 2 hits taking out nearly half of your health.
IVH Doggy Arrow, things looking incredibly strong after the RC. Ooh. Which ended up a bit scary. Still good after the Wild Assault.
That's right. Oh, the BRC cross-up confirmed and Classified taking it home, Proxy.
That's so disgusting. Classified with the RC and just slaps him on the back of the head as he flies by.
Like the Green Goblin, bro?
Actually, a disgusting way to find the close out there, but it ends up working out in the end. Oh my God.
Slapped on the back of the head with the foot, too. That's even crazier. But that means that our winner's final is set. It is going to be Classified up against Jack. But we still have to go through the loser's side of things. A boy versus Poncho is going to be our next matchup. That is Potemkin up against Zato 1.
I haven't seen this matchup on this patch, but I have to assume that Potemkin does ridiculously well into Zato. There's no world in my mind's eye. There's no world where Zato has fun against this version of Potemkin. It's not possible.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine at all. I mean, the fact that Slidehead alone just shuts down so much of what Eddie wants to do, right, is going to be incredibly difficult. And then, of course, we also get Test Your Luck versus Lurie, which is going to be a banger of a match.
See, I do assume that Zato is losing in most matchups here, and I think that is a safe assumption because he is definitely on the weaker side of the cast, right? But I try to like at least give the benefit of the doubt, like, oh, like what are some things that the player can do, blah blah blah. But like in my cursory like glance over the matchup in my mind, I feel like Potemkin wins every part of it. This is going to be really hard for Poncho.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about it there, right on paper, 6P right off the bat, prayers up. And the 5K just kicks Eddie right in the dome to get out of here.
And look at the pace right now. HPV, we are barely into the match right now.
Oh my god, that's right, he doesn't have guts. I forgot, Zato's guts level is 0.
Yeah, no guts, no problem. This is the one part where it's a little difficult for Potemkin here. Once we get that pressure started, once we're able to actually get our mix rolling, but now we're back to neutral with no Eddie, Potemkin time, baby.
Oh, using Break the Law to get underneath the slide head. That's so genius there from Poncho.
Oh, got to go for the interruption there. Unfortunately, it does not work out. Waiting for a YRC, it looked like there.
Nice, just dash up 5P into RC, the classic Zato reversal.
Was looking for the air throw, was a bit astray. Tap Dust also goes a bit wide. This time it finds the mark though, the meat tenderizer.
Not gonna be able to get the kill though. Eddie lifts with the 6H. Now with Eddie gone, Poncho's gotta play this very safely.
This just, he can't keep getting away with this. How does it keep happening? You better live this.
Total Zato destruction. I am Potemkin, man. 12 billion dead Zatos. Pop bust them all.
Oh my god. Hey, listen, the life of a man with no guts, unfortunately. You trade your soul, you trade your sight, you trade your guts for your little demon buddy. Not gonna help you against this guy. The armor continues to roll, but Potemkin looking so strong. A boy is showing why this matchup is a little difficult.
You said no guts, no problem. It's looking more like no guts, no glory problem.
Oh my god.
The gold burst.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
You're dead.
Oh.
No.
I thought we were about to go into HPB. I'm not even gonna front.
Ooh, 2H Hammer Stop had time for charge on the other side too. Interesting.
Oh, and gets the layup there with the oppose.
That's the old,
straight into the sword super.
The old classic dash up throw with oppose.
Oh, the deflect shield was a nice idea, but when little Eddie is still active, it just doesn't work out as well. Ooh, nice punish there, able to block the YRC in the air.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing you're against a tall character and being able to get there in time, that is a very unique way to deal with that situation. I like it. Uh-oh.
Oh, the double close slash. Yep, catching Poncho flipping. Nice with the PRC into the throw.
Hands up to block the dust. Unfortunately, gets caught by the regular overhead, though. No Eddie is available, so this is your opportunity.
It's 100 meter. That's 100 meter. Do not jump.
I'll make you jump. I'll make you jump.
You force them to jump by grabbing them into the PRC. Unbelievable, boy.
This is just... Oh, man. 6P tried to get him on the delay. Poncho is able to get around it, though. 2K, 2D, and finds a knockdown.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, Proxy, that's not a boy, that's a man.
RC gonna get that extra little bit of damage here. Does have a burst intact now.
Doing a fantastic job. This is where Poncho wins. You have to keep Potemkin locked down in the corner as long as humanly possible without breaking the wall.
Hammer
Oh,
stops.
he's aura farming. He's just aura farming on him.
Oh, Poncho is still in this. It's, I think, just barely gonna live this.
JD is blocked. Oh, and the landing. Fake out on the low into another JD. Great stuff there from Poncho.
Okay, yeah. Mental rebearing, back centered. It has felt extremely a boy-sided, but when you look at the scoreboard, it tells a different story here. Even Steven, 1-1 on the rounds right now. 1-1 on the games, excuse me.
Loss equals tariffs.
Not like this, bro.
Duel 1.
Putting tariffs on Zato's health bar here, bro.
Jesus. 2P into the wild assault. That was so sick.
Oh no. Yeah, it's a bad day not to have guts.
Hey. A pixel, the most magic of pixels you've ever seen, and trades with the 2S.
And now a boy trying to get that 2-1 lead. Nice block in the 5D, but still gets caught anyway. Could have been worse.
This is close to the close last there. Goes for the wild assault and the hammer stop after. Effective use of the armor again and again, and the wrist gauge once. Okay, managed to get out of the red. Puts us in a very tough spot now. A boy's gonna have to go for a big guess, even if you're just using that to get out of the shit. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh. Remember, life is just a resource, but that resource is gone. Poncho with the 5D.
I wonder if we just didn't have charge there, because we found the 2H and we didn't go for a hammer stop to close the distance, and we didn't. Maybe just an execution error on not getting any kind of follow-up there.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being a possibility here. Execution is pretty high with both of these characters.
Agreed. Oh.
Oh, more counter on the 5H. Gonna get a full corner carry combo with this. But we do go right for the wall break.
Okay, and Morph take a bite out of crime. No reason to try and recharge your Eddie Gauge is already back. Pierce finds the mark as well. Poncho. What a way to bounce back. Again, the land shark comes through, and that is going to set us up on a lead now for Poncho, 2-1.
Yeah, that is huge. For how much? You mentioned earlier, it was looking all a boy, but Poncho was just quietly keeping pace and keeping up with damage. It's more exciting when Potemkin gets the hits because per mileage, you see a lot more red, you see a lot more damage.
Yeah, he's a goofier guy, we'll say for sure. But yeah, it's one of those things with Zato, right? You just have to be right so many times in a row. Things are looking incredibly strong right now. Poncho does unfortunately get knocked down and lose a ton of screen space for that situation, though. And again, as I said, I mean, I'll stick to it. This, I think, is a terrible matchup for Zato. Poncho's playing this ridiculously well.
Yeah, that dash up 5P into the RC is huge as well. 5P RC is just good for killing the armor too on Potemkin. That's why you see Poncho going for 5P a lot in neutral, trying to preemptively catch those startup of like hammer faller things.
Unfortunately, Eddie gets summoned just to get clubbed. Here we go. Mix up time. Finds the high on the tap dust.
Oh yeah. You had to hold on to FP for your life there. I mean, Poncho had here, but at that point, you might as well just let the round go to make sure a boy doesn't build up even more burst, right?
Decent amount of pressure here. Finally does find the throw. We're going to be able to get sword here if we want, but no, it's command throw, but we backdashed it.
With a command throw of our own. Look at this routing. I go, you stay.
Invite hell with the whiff punish.
Using the PRC to close the gap and punish the far slash. There was huge, but a burst punish gets the scoop to refill the Eddie gauge.
YRC, but this time, unfortunately, it's not blocked, so we can't get that punish like we were looking for.
Oh, what a back throw, though. A boy taking it to game 5, Proxy, the distance.
I will say that there was a situation that came up earlier that I was wondering about, but it came up again, and that kind of proves it for me. Poncho summoning Eddie full screen and just walking around, holding the button to negative edge Pierce 1 in response to slide head. Like, that is like an intentional situation that's coming up. Because the first time I was like, oh, maybe just good timing. No, that's pretty consistent.
It is consistent. It's been working out, but now it's down to the wire. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know if we get anything off of that because of how awkward the height was, but let's not find out. Well worth the burst.
The corner carry on it would have been plenty reward enough, but instead, it's Poncho who has the boy locked down in the corner. Yeah, now just giving up a little bit of space because little Eddie is gone.
With a pixel of life left. See, that's the hidden passive for Pot Busters. You never expect it when your health is that low, because why would you risk the 90% damage option when you don't need to?
Yeah, that's right. There's no reason not to, but this might do 90% damage. Oh my god. The hammer ball stop into 5k is my favorite, confirmed.
Oh, this time Eddie was too far. Gets the block on the burst as well, and the standing S to be able to find the mark. A boy with the victory, but Poncho showing off unbelievable resilience. And again, a matchup that is just suffering. Truly, truly amazing stuff from Poncho. So close, man.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal. What a set between those two. But that does allow a boy to crack into the top 4 now with a just a killer Potemkin that gets better and better. I'm so glad that he keeps playing this game and that they keep rewarding him and keep making Potemkin better.
Listen, man, he deserves, as you said, we're coming off 10 years of suffering. So it's good to see this character out here thriving, surviving, doing all the things that he needs to do. Potemkin, hopefully here to stay. We'll see. Obviously, there's going to be some big patches coming soon with, obviously, with Arc World Tour over and things kind of resetting a little bit. We do have the schedule for the patches as well as like characters coming as well. A lot of good stuff on the horizon for Guilty Gear, even in the later stages of its life cycle.
Yeah, and a ranked mode coming as well, which is incredibly exciting, right?
Oh my god.
Still 2 more characters remaining, a ranked mode on the way. And people are still entering. They're still entering. They're still playing this game even 4 years into its lifespan. I can't wait to see what the entrants are going to be like at EVO. See if we can break another consecutive attendance record for EVO as well. That would be very exciting. But all I know is that the future is bright. And I hope you all have watched the anime too. First episode's out. I can't remember what day of the week it drops though, because I know they're already teasing the second episode.
I didn't go to watch the first one because we were lucky enough to be at Arc World Tour to actually get to witness it in person. So I haven't actually gone on Crunchyroll to watch that first episode yet, but I'll probably rewatch it whenever the second one comes out. I'll do a quick rewatch, It's good though. I thought it was pretty good.
It's fun. Yeah, it's definitely fun. Very, very fun for sure. This is going to be just as fun, Proxy, going to Lurie up against Test Your Luck.
We'll slash 5k afterwards. Good positional win already for Test Your Luck. Not letting up for a second here. Lurie gonna find a way to fight, but unfortunately it's gonna have to be in the next round.
Wow, that was... Did we even get underneath 90 seconds?
I don't know, brother. Time is a flat circle, dude. I'm just an ant.
Uh-oh, here we go. Snip, snip, snip. Once again, Afro is still on fire. There's the back throw.
That back definitely good. Catches the legs. Couple items. Unfortunately, not the greatest, but the potassium does end up paying off there. Quick little snack's not going to help too much for Tester Luck as we do answer back with a round for Lurie. One dominant performance deserves another.
Alright, 2S, the Beyblade catching with a mortal counter. Huge play up there for Tester Luck.
Oh, 6 Ps, but the fireball saves the day. First to keep us back in the corner here. If Lurie can find an escape of some kind or the offense just like this is a potentially game-winning situation now for Lurie.
Oh, it baits out the burst instead. It's going to be a game-losing situation. No, he didn't go to the 5K6 stage.
No, and the PRC throw whiffs. The teleport goes a bit wide and we can't quite find the mark. Oh.
Wow. Coming down to a hell of a scramble there at the end. I thought it was over when the blood pop connected, right? I thought we were going to see the 5K into the 6H, but that wasn't the play. I wonder if maybe Tester Luck was a little worried that since it popped really low, that maybe they couldn't get the 5K out in time. They didn't want to whiff.
That or at the length of the combo they had already done, they might have just been expecting the 5Ps to actually get the wall stick. So just so much mayhem in the corner in that moment.
Some of the JH into the JD pickup, working on Faust because of how tall he is. Nice 6H. For PRC, gonna answer back with a PRC of Test's own decapitation.
Clean connection. Couple good items in a row. Trumpet actually goes to Nagoriyuki, but a great piece of evasion from Lurie. Combo.
Oh no, more bombs.
It's happening again. Dude.
I just picture you as the Twin Peaks giant, bro. It's happening again.
Oh my god, dude! There's everything coming up in the worst way. This is one of them rounds, man. I mean, if you get to high blood and Faust gets full screen from you and throws like 2 effective items in a row, like you have to hold like 4 more item tosses in Nagoriyuki. It's like it's no longer in your hands. You don't have a choice.
I mean, bro, people with high blood pressure are scary, Nago included. Oh, trying to go for the snip.
Okay, it is fine. Oh, wow, JD poke.
Watch out for the bomb. Goes to the white wall assault. Great call out. The burst nearly pushing Test all the way back into it, but the JD once again sniped out of the skies.
That has been an amazing adjustment to this matchup here, not letting any of these air fireballs go for free and not letting him use that slithery air dash that Faust does get away with so often. TYL, listen, the skies are protected.
Yeah, absolutely. And shutting down the love bomb is massive because that's one of Faust's strongest tools to cover neutral, right? Just drops that bomb at an awkward angle that can really prevent the opponent from pushing forward and especially prevents them from jumping up at him.
Yes. Definitely agreed here. Tester Luck on set point now after the close slash. Tries to go into the Beyblade, mashing the 5P. Catches the backdash.
All right, super. Gonna be able to break the wall. This round so far has been all Lurie. Sending out Mini Faust. Nice jump over there from Tess. Gonna capitalize. Oh, he's coming!
Dude, you can't escape him. Gets the jump over, maybe we can.
He's gone! He's gone! That was so well played from Tester Luck. Just staying away from Mini Faust the entire time.
Wilbur's timing is perfection. Here comes the super. Has the RC for it. Pulls an item that had to have been executed. That had to be an error.
There's no way. There's no way you hit 2K and immediately go for item toss.
Like even like hit or block. There's no way you're throwing an item there. Detune summon the homies. 100 ton into the afro. Guard break in the corner. Secures the throw.
Nice flow slash. Eats a meteor and goes golfing.
Bro, the noise is so satisfying.
The chomp.
The golf club connection.
Oh, the thwack.
Dude. Oh, and now Lurie, with the jump angles we're taking, we're actually baiting out that JD a little more effectively here. UIL still looking for it as often as we were, but it's not finding the marks nearly as much.
Uh-oh, and there's the blood pop. I think, yeah, Test Your Luck too far away to actually capitalize on that. No super meter either to go for the overdrive to punish the item tosses. Lurie actually getting the negative penalty, but not going to matter when you close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? I will trade my whole meter for 1/2 of your health bar on Blood Rage. Every time. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, just run away. Just run away the entire time. And run away and throw out items was even more key, right? Because there's nothing that Noggle can really do with that scenario. The only way you're going to be able to actually reach Faust is if you have 50 tension to go for the overdrive, which was just not there.
Absolutely, especially in Blood Rage, again, because the only way to be able to answer that in any degree is just some kind of jump scare option from full screen. But the Wild Assault here, Lurie looking like the one that's leaning into the jump scares a little more often.
Yeah, happy to get aggressive. Jumping back on the Fukio there to avoid a blood-sucking universe.
That time it was actually a punish. 2H. My God, this puts us in such a terrible spot now. Test Your Luck gets the breakthrough and a pixel of life left for Lurie, but look at the meter.
Yeah, it looks like going for a wake-up backdash got caught there by the clone.
Yeah, that was such a terrifying spot to be in, too, because if Lurie gets back to neutral, we had Mini Faust as a held item and 100 meter.
There's the RC.
Oh no.
God.
And time might be up here for Lurie. That was a Shizu attempt. Actually does get stuffed.
Absolutely was. And now Lurie has an opportunity here to try and bring it back, take it to a game 5. Tries to go for the cross up there. Mini Faust protecting from the YRC, but the air throw into the 6H is going to do it.
And Mini Faust might have actually been a double agent in that moment, because while it is great for interrupting, it does have very little hit stun. So it actually might have canceled him out of that animation faster than he normally would have been able to. I think he got better frame advantage because Mini Faust interrupted there.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, hey, you know what? Sometimes he's not a good son. Sometimes he's not a good son. But unfortunately, that means that Lurie is going to be eliminated from the bracket there. Our top 4 is solidified. Jack versus Classified, and Test Your Luck versus a boy.
Yeah, so
I'm ready for that.
2 sick matchups to come for sure. Jack and Classified, obviously we'll get into that one. Test Your Luck versus a boy, another very, very tough one. But before we dive too deep into that, we are going to toss it over to one more break. But after this, we are going to come back and complete the top 4 of the East Coast section here of the FlyQuest Fight Series. So keep it locked in, go get a drink, do what you got to do. We'll be back in just a minute.
best.
GDs.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's
Okay,
hear
no,
it.
you're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GDs.
I see you going up against a minor R&D in the clutch. Explain what's going on with that. You guys got a big rivalry or something going on.
It's no real rivalry. My rivalry is with the Dominican community, and I want all of them to know that they're very quiet right now, and now they know who's the best in the world, and they ain't gonna say nothing to me no more. Y'all mans is dead. I slayed him. He's done. I'm the GOAT. I don't want to hear nothing from the Dominican community no more, bro. Y'all come in my chat, y'all better worship me on Twitch. That's all I want to know. I don't hear none of y'all in this arena talking, none of that.
Okay. My goodness, Punk the God. Wow.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Let's go!
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls, after that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Welcome to the Fly Fighters podcast, where a current competitor, a veteran, and a new recall the best moments of 2024 in Melee while eating tacos. Enjoy.
And welcome back to the FlyQuest Fight Series here at FlyQuest FGC. I'm King Jobber, joined by Proxy, and it is time for our top 4 lineup. We've had a fun bracket to get to this point, but only 4 players remain, Proxy.
Absolutely. Jack and Classified, our first matchup here in the winners side, and then down in the losers, Test Your Luck and A Boy. We had a lot to unpack about both of these matchups here, but obviously first we need to start in our winners side, and that is going to be Giovanna versus the Gun, facing off against the Happy Chaos.
Yeah, who would win in a fight, a dog or a gun, bro?
An age-old a question I guess we'll have answered right now, bro. We'll definitely see. It's a tough matchup for sure. I feel like Classified's playstyle and how aggressive he's willing to be and the aggressive angles he's able to take will end up being more effective. One thing we have to mention is if you all watched Arc World Tour, which if you're a Guilty Gear fan, I'm sure that you did. If you watched the LCQ, there is a player named Toxins, who is the most effective person I've ever seen at dealing with Happy Chaos roll and mix-up game. ever. It was not even close. Every time they were in a situation where they were on defense, they just went Ultra Instinct. And I want to see more people try to apply that. And I think that Classified has like the right type of playstyle and the right type of approach to apply it as effectively as Toxins did. I can't stop talking about that match, by the way.
I know. It's actually all he's been talking about since the Arc World Tour, chat.
I can't
There
stop.
we go.
I'm a fan.
Uh-oh. Getting set straight into the wall.
Straight away, spiral arrow on reversal timing, it felt like there. Then if Tatsu, 2S in response, Jack trying to get aggressive. That's fine. Evade in the beginning, at least.
Man, what a Deus Ex Machina. Classified's been trying to gain ground, trying to push that offense, but again, Jack, so difficult to get in on. He is the Demon King for a reason.
Dash up for the throw, but we had already fully committed to the jump back there. Very, very good. DP finds the mark in the late burst from Jack, though. Yeah, 2K2D with no focus left over. Classified, great recognition of the situation there. This whole punish is all off of that one good piece of intuition.
Trying for that 2D. And I like that Classified was able to keep the pressure up because Jack was out of that focus. That's when you smell the blood in the water and you really put the pain on the Happy Chaos. Not having access to that gun is such a huge debuff.
Which is extra crazy because even when we don't have the bullets, even when we don't have the focus, the normals with the gun still kind of feel like sword normals. That 2S is different. Connection's clean, no. Max meter, max possible resources for Jack aside from 2 bullets.
Nice burst.
Oh, and post burst, not much to be done. Deus Ex is going to come through one more time. Still going to live, though, is Classified. One more opportunity to fight.
Oh my god, the super focus, though, doesn't matter if you go for the deep like shield. 5D is going to be blocked. What a press out. Plus frames as well with the spiral arrow.
That double dash was dastardly. No bullets. Get him.
No, you gotta go in! Gets the air throw! And the 5D connects! Classified! Stealing it away!
It was making me so nervous there. If you give Jack room, if Jack gets 1 bullet in the chamber in that moment, your round is cooked. You got to be the aggressor there in Classified. What a way to step pedal to the metal. Maybe my idea of aggressive was a little too aggressive there because it felt tempered. We were just close enough to where Jack was never comfortable to do anything, right?
That's right, that's right. Look, you're a Marvel player. Aggressive in that game is next level.
Sorry, I just, you know.
Little 6S immediately into the gunshot. That's going to be a wall break right off the bat.
$2K2D, very nice. I love that little interruption there. Deus Ex to be able to go for the break. Positive bonus continues to roll. Classified, unfortunately, also continues to roll.
DC Jack is always thinking one step ahead. Knows that Classified has been moving in and out, so we'll just sneak in things like that 2P, right? To see if Classified dashes in just a little too deep.
Oh, I was waiting for something there. Gonna jump in, headbanger's ball, good punish. Hey, but a good punishing response there as well. Falls through fully, gets a DP, and then the empowered dash for the extra bit of damage, but didn't want to spend the meter.
Alright, nice with the 2K2D. To the other side. Deus Ex Machina.
Full meter for Classified. Big decisions to come.
I mean, with this 100 tension, the question is, how's Classified spend it? Goes for the BRC. I wonder if that was meant to be a YRC there. Either way, it allows them to escape from the corner.
Yeah, happy little accidents, as good as ever, and same situation again. able to find that cross up.
Flip kick is going to be just blocked on both sides. How do you crack this guy open? I guess with a 2D.
Hey, it's just that sometimes simple is best. You know what I'm saying? On the mark, first off the table for both players now. Oh, and again, the counter hits in neutral, finding these whiff punishes so effectively. The spinning dog kick one more time, and another hard knockdown. Classified guessing for game.
US connects. Classified trying to go for a tri-jump of their own. There's the PRC into the back throw, and it's enough to secure the game.
It's been a journey, bro. Feels like it's been down to the wire again and again. Classified, though, as you said, able to do the job is about as good as you need. And again, this is winners finals already, so a guaranteed top 3. If you can make it to this grand final spot, sitting pretty, that would be either of these players would be so difficult to get a 2-set victory against, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if you can get a 3-0 victory against Jack, that would be kind of insane. It just shows how much Classified has really been grinding, and it's showing in all of these online tournament results.
I definitely agree, but this is going to be the Deus Ex one more time. Break it through, run it back. Oh, dude, close slash found the mark in the perfect way. I like the muscle memory too. Reload the focus just in case. You know it's going to kill, but just because. Keep good habits.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Nice backdash there. Running straight into the big boot of that 5H. ID, yeah, no tension there to actually get a solid ball break. Gotta go for the best possible option.
Wow.
And I love just backing up, just giving up space, forcing Jack to come to you while you sit back and let the tension fill.
Yeah, I was so willing in that moment to give up as much room as we needed to. Classified, gonna even up the rounds, is ahead on burst now, tries to be super aggressive at the start. It does end up, unfortunately, costing the burst, but does find us a hit.
Plus frames, nice IBFD to push out. That allows Jack to escape from the corner. So many of these split-second decisions, not only getting an IBFD, but reacting to the IBFD to turn the game around.
5K, the stagger comes out beautifully. Jack is making a case right now. Still not enough to kill because we do have max meter on the other side. Go for that air super. Oh, instead it's just gonna be the jump back.
Yeah, that JS is something fierce indeed. And it was difficult too, because even if you block the JS, Jack's sitting on so much tension there that what do you even do? How do you close the gap and knock him down?
Yeah, and when you do, I mean, again, that's the standout thing about Jack and his performances. His defense ends up holding up. He's so good at being able to just turn those defensive situations on their head. Classified, again, still sitting on a lead right now. Has to spend that burst early. Unfortunately, loses out to the air-to-air. Crazy work from Jack on that one.
Yeah, with some nice routing as well, guaranteeing that wall break and all that meter and refilling the ammo. Deus Ex once again, let it rip. And Jack, bit by bit, trying to rebuild this house here against Classified.
Damn, the whip punish. As you said, that boxer playstyle. Never in the same place for too long, but unfortunately a punish, and we get the roll for a little bit of a reset. Super focused, taking aim, continuing to make sure that we have some bullets left over. Taps the dust one more time and continues to find the mark. Everything coming up Jack in that corner situation, even with how strained for resources we were.
Yeah, now has plenty of resources here. 3 bullets, 50 tension. That's more than enough to close this out. You gotta watch out for the roll through as well. Oh, but the whip on the 6. I don't know if that was intentional there from Classified, but he's that Jack. Gonna keep pushing forward.
Yeah, tried to just be super aggressive. Maybe thought the air dash was going to be a lot lower to the ground potentially, or thought they were far enough away to where the slowdown wasn't going to affect them and they were going to recover if it didn't hit. Would be my only 2 guesses there, because it seemed a little odd in the moment for sure.
Well, see, I mean, Jack now has 2 games, right? Able to bring it all the way back to a game 5. We haven't even hit the second health bar of Jack yet.
I was going to say, dude. 2D finds the
Still
mark.
phase 1.
Oh, I had to spend the burst in that moment. Good FD. I just have a good amount of room. Oh, and just everything coming up Classified on this one. Jack played the opening sentence, the opening situation so reserved here. And it gave just Classified, I think, too much room to roam. A little too much respect on his side. And that's going to put a perfect on the board and Classified 1 round away. Is he even getting punished there? That's why I like that more from Jack. Get a little more aggressive. Maybe not now. He can strike throne right now.
Oh, and there's the burst. Patience here from Classified. I like not rushing in haphazardly, but unfortunately still makes a mistake and ends up with their back up against the wall. Now it's Jack in control here of the momentum. Nice.
Oh, yeah, guessing for your life now. Throw is attempted. Does manage to get the connection here. Is going to have to go for the super. There's no other choice. It's not going to break the wall, but we have to reload. It's just that simple. Shoot off the screen. It's just that simple. 2 to
You don't
2.
even gotta be there.
A round apiece. Down to the wire right now. Classified with a good start.
Oh, nice pickup! It's the wall break here, too. Doesn't go for the spinning dog kick. Wants to hold on to the tension and go back to neutral.
Legs get blessed. That should do it, especially with the Wild Assault. Classified is able to break through, take the victory, and now is sitting in the most comfortable spot possible. Winner's side grand finals. That Giovanna is different, brother.
Just better and better every single time that we get to see it. And it's not the only character that Classified has, too, right? But it is definitely Classified's most consistent and strongest character. And they're putting on a real showing for that tonight here at FlyQuest.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see throughout the match, I feel like a lot of the times, a lot of the advantages we were able to take were from moments where either Jack was being a little too patient in certain situations, or Classified was just threading the needle perfectly. Like,
yeah. And especially you saw earlier there too in that clip, the replay here, the dashing in and willing to back up too, right? Yeah. It was measuring, waiting for the right opportunity to go for the full dash and press on that / button to try and get a whiff punish. Just having those measured, almost like a wolf stalking its prey, right? Which is very fitting for the character.
Yeah, definitely apt for sure, but that's going to move us to losers semi-finals now. That's going to be Test Your Luck versus a boy. Maybe a hot take, but I think that Potemkin has always done very well in this matchup. So this is like the worst possible patch to be running into a boy on as a Nagoriyuki player. I feel like this match at worst ever has always been like very, very slightly Nagoriyuki favored. He's always fought this match.
Might be a bad place here for Test Your Luck to run into, but it's one of the best possible options for us, Proxy, because it's time for big, meaty men slapping meat.
Oh, but the Shizu hit 2 ends up forcing us to spend the burst out there, but with a great anti-air back in there.
Oh, just a 5H knife edge chop.
Went close slash into far slash. I like that.
Oh, this is like watching two buses run into each other.
BSU found the mark. Plenty of blood to work with now, but we're going to go straight through for the super.
Strong positioning now for Test Your Luck. Could go for a Fukyo in, could go for a Beyblade in. Anything here will be nice. Oh, went for the Fukyo. Tried to go for the DP.
Okay, and that's a little gross. Goes for the jump in, taps the dust afterwards. Good showing in round 1 here for TYL.
Okay, yeah, push into the corner once again.
Oh, and you maybe die for that. Yeah, goodbye. Jesus, not the type of trade you're looking to take, unfortunately.
Nice with the slide head, closes the gap. There's the pop buster.
That's why this matchup has always been fightable. You can't use those heavy normals the way you would like. You're uncomfortable in this match.
With that, boy, he is going to be able to take that game number 1. You're right, Proxy. I mean, on paper and in motion, it is definitely not easy for Nago. One of the big aspects being, too, just that Nago is the one-shot character, meaning in a lot of the times he's going for one big hit, and the armor's just going to blow right through it.
Which, I feel like, the Test Your Luck style can be super effective against Potemkin, though, because he will go for such a super aggressive opening, and will go for the blood pop, and can potentially trade favorably with it. Not if it starts like this, though. Holy moly.
Oh, tried to grip up again.
Give me a command throw round one more time for the fans. Oh, I got destroyed too because the 2K finds the mark.
Hey, Nago just laughing about it though.
Yeah, he just wants a good fight. Yeah, these vampires are spoiled. Okay. Blood committed. That's one of the nice things about being the Potemkin in this matchup too as a big body is you do have a way to be able to close the gap, and that double jump is a big difference maker.
Yeah, that big whip though on the 5D. Mr. Lux though still able to maintain this corner pressure. Yeah, looking out for those slide heads. Rushing right on in afterwards. That was really smart. I love the movement here from Test Your Luck. Really trying to pull out all the stops. Oh my god.
And it's always a funny thing to praise the Goriyuki players for their movement because this is a character that has like the most limited movement ever. But it's just so effective. Using the little things that you do have is as effectively as you can.
I mean, that's really what matters. That's what sets a winning the set from losing it, right? Is can you backdash these slide heads? Can you figure out how to utilize your Fukyo to get in without running into a pop buster or running into armor?
Oh, that is, I was going to mention that earlier, but luckily we're able to just get shown it on this one. One of the forbidden techs in this matchup is you can jump slide head with Beyblade as well because it is technically off the ground. So that's one of those things where you have to wake your opponent up and show them that you've got that in the arsenal because Beyblade into Shizu sets you up for such a devastating situation afterwards.
Yeah. And devastating right there for a boy. Test Your Luck now. Starting to gain some momentum here. Gain some ground, but can that snowball keep rolling?
That's always the question here. Very start. Had to dodge out on the 2P.
Yeah, now Test Your Luck starting to avoid... Never mind.
Nope. You were right.
I was going to say starting to avoid the pop busters a little bit more, but...
You were exactly right until right there, unfortunately. No!
Another one?
Because we're in Blood 3, so there's no way you're living that.
I think that gets even scarier, right? The fact that you mentioned so much that Nago's movement really gets limited once he hits Blood 3. So when your only answer to get away from a pop buster is really a backdash or a jump, it's pretty scary.
Didn't get very much of a punish there on that either. Only gets a 5P. H for the chip. Mega Fist forward. Tries to go for that for the first time. Fully sends it.
Backdashing the slide head. Oh, test your luck. Trying to weather the storm here in the corner. Nice with a counter hit on the JS.
Max distance, the tip of the fingers, bro. The knife edge chop is ridiculous. He's looking like he's, listen, we're about to go on an IC championship run right now with these stand H's, brother. We're good for it.
Nah, bro. And look. Dom can't beat Potemkin. I'm sorry. This guy's...
He said this one matchup, he's just...
Can't survive a pop buster, bro.
Oh my god.
Bro, pop buster versus Brawn Breaker Spear, though.
Oh my god. Listen, off topic, that spear on the ramp is the greatest spear of all time. Thoughts?
It is.
Thank you.
They even took a moment there to acknowledge that and be like, yeah, Proxy, you're right.
Oi, good use of the Beyblade there. Using that blood as effectively as possible. BSU saves the day there, because after double Fukyo, we were cooked.
Oh, but it might be a boy who's cooked here in the corner, unless gets the back throw. Massive opportunity. There's the burst to avoid the pop buster.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Shizu's second hit actually whiffs. And you're dead! Oh, dude, because of the blood pop, a boy is one round away!
Boy also leading in the burst gauge here as well. Oh no, but the back throw. Really clutch pull there from Test Your Luck.
Oh, okay. Way to earn your space back. Definitely a good deflect shield considering where the blood gauge is at. YRC, once again, a good decision. And that's the crazy thing. Doesn't matter how many good decisions you have in a row there, Test Your Luck was still staying on him at every single stage of that mix-up.
Oh, now starting to incorporate Mega Fist a little bit more here. As some might have noticed, we haven't seen that much Mega Fist from a boy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like mostly in the modern game, if you don't have RC, unless you're doing it like backwards in the corner as like a just a random reversal option, you don't really get that much out of it. It's pretty risky.
That is fair. Uh-oh, but the triple slash series there are going to be able to beat out the Hammerfall attempt. And Test Your Luck. One confirm away from taking this to a game 5. 5P whips for the JD, I should say, but the 6P does it.
Wow, and just recognizing that pretty much any long-standing turn steal that we could have gone for as the Potemkin there pretty easily can be answered, and we don't have the life to trade, so the 6P is the perfect option to be able to blow up most everything that Potemkin's going to try and brute force in that situation.
Yeah, brute force is the key here. The boys going to have to brute force all the way to losers finals to face Jack, but it's coming down to this game 5.
I mean, that's the scary thing for both these characters, right? Both these characters have the same objective, which is anything that can be opened up with a chisel can also be opened with a sledgehammer, right? Like, that's we're gonna, it's opening no matter what. We'll figure it out.
Oh, there's the burst. Oh, slide hit's able to connect. Yeah, getting that knockdown there with that 50 meter. But Test Your Luck has been on point with these throws. Speaking of throws, no RC on the Pop Buster. Not gonna matter though because a boy with a JK.
Now, down to what might be your final look once again. Test Your Luck has been in these endgame situations again and again, and we've somehow managed to survive over and over. But this is looking a little less survivable with every second that passes.
Oh, trying to go for the heat tackle. What a trade!
You're already fully committed there. PSU, party time.
Oh, it just hits raw with the clone. I think that caught a backdash probably from a boy. This is not good. Oh, big whip on the throw for both of them.
No, 6K doesn't OTG.
Be able to secure the burst. Now, Test Your Luck locked down in the corner. Deflect Shield to push out with the 6K pushing in! And Test Your Luck staying alive!
I mean, living up to the name on that one. Scary stuff against the armor. Round start, 2P gets the punish, nothing to follow. Both players leaning on their 2S there. Unfortunately, there for a boy. Test Your Luck's 2S just a bit better.
There's the YRC. Nice backdash from Test. Gets knocked down, though, because of the armor from the Hammerfall. Oh, my God!
Alive.
Just barely, though. Anything will do it here. And the JS
comes through and is able to interrupt it beautifully. You don't get to see any air-to-airs often from Potemkin, but to just X amount. JH, baby, get away from me.
The X, bro. You know who else has that exact button? Ladiva.
True, actually. Listen.
Yeah, Ladiva has the exact same pose. It's awesome.
The anime grappler lifestyle coming through with the JH. Super sick stuff.
Beautiful, beautiful work. Oh boy, now moving on to get the run back here in losers final against Jack.
And we
coming down to this.
We talked that matchup up quite a bit because a boy, I will not even just say a boy, Potemkins as a whole have a pretty good matchup record and good track record facing off against Jack. Jack made it look like he was the master of this matchup, and he's never lost it once the last time they played. It was Jack handled the boy in Winterside. But hopefully there's some adjustments.
I really do think maybe after getting sent to losers by Neubenheimer at the Arc World Tour LCQ, that Jack maybe thought, okay, I got to kind of like study this matchup a bit, really like practice up against this Potemkin.
You're saying we locked in, that's all we needed. Oh no. Decent idea to try and go for the jump scare, but unfortunately it's blocked pretty easily, and Jack able to dial up the punish. Misses the last gunshot, but it's still okay. Pressure's on. No life to play with here. A boy gonna have to make a big guess at some point. Tries to with the YRC, but it goes a bit astray, and Jack's able to eat that one up.
Right, nice for the 5K there immediately at round start. Backdash to avoid the pop buster. Potemkin eating a bullet.
I can't believe that worked. Sometimes the unexpected stuff is the best stuff, I guess. Oh my! For the fans.
Oh my god! The BRC taco.
No, and our burst comes back as we get stuck to the wall. It's always the worst thing to see.
Yeah, unfortunate there for a boy, but Jack gonna be able to go up game number 1 here. It's looking, unfortunately, like a bit more of the same that we saw in the first set between the two. And you're going up against the second health bar Jack, right? Phase 2 Jack, loser side.
Absolutely, which has always been a bit... We don't get to see it that often because it's not like he gets sent to losers very much, but it has been an objectively just powered up version of him every time we do get to witness it.
And again, just trying to close the gap against Happy Chaos can be so difficult with Potemkin, right? Trying to go for those slide head or those hammerfall breaks, but just eating a sucker punch on that 6S. With the Deus Ex, should be enough here with the extra wall break damage. It absolutely is. No, it's not. Wow.
Ah, dude. Low sneaks through. Still good, even without the kill. Ah, the jump over. Jack, everything coming up his way. It feels like he can do no wrong right now.
Jack cooking up a perfect here at the moment. 1-5D, anything. Instead, it's going to be a 2K into another Deus Ex. Jack up 2-0.
It was making me a little nervous with the little stutters here and there, but we're all good. Still locked into this one, as you said. I mean, other than the matches against Classified, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Jack 3-0 Nitro, 3-0 a boy, Classified able to take the victory here. Classified's been the only person who's been able to make Jack look human so far, and that continues. Yeah. But we're going to get a switch up here. It's going to be Queen Dizzy.
Dizzy, okay. All right, I see the vision. I see the vision, a boy. Let's see how this is going to work out here.
All right, Ice Floor set up. A little too far for the second Ice Spike. A little too far from Michael Sword as well. You hate to be at stretch screen length as this character. Not much to be done as Dizzy.
Oh, and you see Jack actually setting off the Ice Fish there with a JK. Already bringing in high-level strats here against Dizzy.
Deus Ex comes through. Great damage to be able to set up for the wall break here.
YRC tries to go for the dash up throw, but not going to work out, and Jack now sitting at set point.
And this is the hard part, right? I feel like Dizzy, the hardest thing for Dizzy in this matchup is that you are not aggressive and not brute force enough of a zoner to just be able to impose your will, and a lot of your traps and stuff aren't quite, like, again, just raw strong enough to be able to stop Happy Chaos from just running his own stuff.
Yeah, and Happy Chaos can just play that hyper-offensive playstyle, right? Just going in, and then you're on the back foot having to answer to everything that Jack is doing.
Without a knockdown of some kind to get yourself started, you are just like, it feels like you're fighting from behind for sure.
Yeah, and see, not even getting the knockdown there on the Michael Sword. Really unfortunate. The Ice doing no favors either, because it means that you just can't really run forward reliably.
Let's find the anti-air on that one. That's too far away. Spreads the Ice Floor one more time, but again, that just gives Jack a full reload.
Oh, the Gold Burst is going to be blocked. Backdash caught from the BRC. And Jack moves on to get the run back against Classified, a boy going out at third place.
I think that Dizzy has a decent place. While she isn't one of the weaker characters in the game for sure, I think that there is absolutely a place for the character. But unfortunately, I just don't think Happy Chaos is that place. It's really, really difficult. You are just like, in a lot of the things that you would like to do, you are just like simply outclassed. Which you hate to say it, but it's true.
There are really only a handful of matchups that I would say the Happy Chaos is even slightly maybe unfavorable in. Other than that, he's either even or, you know, good across the board. I definitely think that, oddly enough, I think Venom can do pretty well against Happy Chaos. Really? I think Venom has the tools to do that. Slayer definitely just mauls Happy Chaos. We've seen that time and time again, right? But then Slayer has his own bad matchups.
Of course. Hey, but that brings us down to our grand finals now. So it's going to be Classified in the winners side as well as Jack in the losers. And just as a reminder, by the way, if you guys are enjoying this Guilty Gear action, make sure even after this tournament, you stay locked in because this is just the East Coast portion. We still have the West Coast ladder that is happening currently, as well as the West Coast top 8 that's going to be happening a little bit later on tonight. So there's a lot more Guilty Gear action to come here on the FlyQuest channel for sure.
Ooh, and there are some good names as well in that West Coast bracket, but we're right into it. Grand Finals, Jack and the losers, Classified in winners.
See here, Classified obviously on that Giovanna, who has been a menace the entire night through, has already spent the burst, but there's no keeping things alive here in this first round.
Trying to secure the wall break here as well. There it is. Positive bonus.
Okay, this is your moment. Don't let Jack get away. BRC.
Ooh.
Does it matter? I wonder what Jack thought Classified was going for there, because 2S was definitely not on the menu in my mind.
No, but it was such a good play, though.
Oh, the fuck shield.
There's the throw. Nice, able to get a just block. Unfortunately, those left-right mix-ups are so potent from Happy Chaos, being able to go for Taco right into command roll.
And getting out of this with positive bonus still ticking and having meter in your pocket as well. YRC is dealt with though. Very nice from Classified. Fortunately, it's a little scrambly afterwards, but we still find the throw.
All right, bar slash getting the burst immediately. And Jack able to secure the round. One thing also that I feel like we don't talk enough about with Jack is, obviously we mentioned how good his defense is, how hard he is to crack open, but just his awareness of when is the most optimal time to spend burst, right? Looking at all the resources, looking at the life lead, the life differential, where they're at on the screen, knowing exactly when he wants to spend it.
Classified, I really liked the burst attempt in that last round as well, because even though you're behind in this one, you're going to be able to build up one more burst before the round actually ends here, so... See, coming out of this one, still gonna have access to that gold burst, or maybe just an aggressive choice. Oh, you're cooked. That's like a situation where maybe you can close the distance, but when the curse is applied, you're gone.
Yeah, it's difficult. But I mean, with that though, you see that Jack is already making those adjustments, right? Able to get the first game here in grand finals, even though he's coming in from the loser side. And that's the thing, is once you beat Jack, it almost feels like one trick against him just doesn't work again, right? You have to keep mixing it up.
Yeah, your rotation of options has to be so aggressive just to be able to sneak the same thing in twice. I definitely agree.
And the first time that they played against each other, too, it was very, very close. There's the big 5H getting the mortal counter and the burst immediately from Jack. 5P anti-air.
That's one of the most important things about this matchup here, especially between these two players, is neither one of them is going to be out of it until the final bell rings. Looking good, though, on that OTG close slash.
YRC on the command roll. That's a good decision there to spend your meter. But the just block, able to get the 2P punish. Defense is so much about converting your defense into offense, and that is why Jack's defense is next level, getting things like that just block into the 2P.
And also playing a character who's one of the best at being able to do it. I mean, imagine a world where your character push blocks the opponent out, and you push one button, and you pull a gun. Like, this character's already just so good at doing that by himself without Jack being the pilot.
That's a tool of the enemy, bro. The gun.
Tried to maul it out with the close lashes there, like the 2P attempt. 2D goes barely astray. I love the idea for Classified.
Oh, but the burst gonna come out, beating out the Deus Ex. That's huge, getting that 50 tension away from Jack. But it might not matter too much in the grand scheme of things, Proxy.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Jack can continue with this type of gameplay here, it might be a quick reset coming to us here. That is 2 games straight already here for Jack.
Yeah, Jack, I don't know. If Jack takes this 3-0, does he just win the whole tournament? That's the real question here.
I mean, I feel like, especially when you're playing, especially when you are a player like Jack, who is already difficult to play in longer sets, just because, not necessarily because of how, just his playstyle is very annoying. It's really annoying. Let's keep it a buck. So I feel like playing long sets against him can be frustrating. I feel like Classified, it still feels even if this match goes Jack's way here. Even if the reset comes on a 3-0, I think that Classified still has just as good of a chance. This set even here is not over yet. Classified has already done a great job doing, just holding things down in the corner, gets the burst out, gets the full damage, and is able to potentially put this round away on one more interaction.
Yeah, made a swap there to harass a lot more with the 5Ks instead of going for like the far slashes and the 5Hs, right? And I like that decision a lot. Just lower risk, still a good reward, and Classified securing a round.
A little bit ahead, a little bit behind, excuse me, in the burst economy, but that's okay. Throw extremely effective in the corner, and the tap does just as effective as well.
The Deus Ex, always a moneymaker.
Oh, and unfortunately, we're just gonna, well, not necessarily not have time to spend our burst, but just gonna hold on to it for sure. Classified has bursted pretty aggressively before, but I respect holding it this time.
I mean, going to this next round here, you want to keep the lifeline available. It's your get out of jail free card. Jack opting to cash that one in. Yeah, don't let yourself get sent through the wall. Do not allow Jack to get that positive bonus.
Yeah, once that train starts rolling, it's not much to be done. Gonna be the super though. We are gonna get close enough, so this should be a wall break of our own. So positive bonus, burst coming back pretty quickly. Classified, kind of cruising right now.
Okay, catching the backdash. I need to switch it into manual though. Cruise control ain't gonna work against Jack.
Oh, bad look coming up. Close touch and then Chills. Unfortunately, maybe Chills a little too hard there. Classified with a great answer. And as I said, the set is not quite done yet. Jack with a 2-1 lead. But that momentum is starting to build when that snowball starts to roll. Especially for a confident Giovanna player, this is one of the worst characters to get caught up in that against.
The question is, can we turn it into an avalanche here to bury Jack in the offense? Or is Jack going to be able to dig himself out of this situation? I mean, I say dig himself out like he's not up 2-0 already.
Hey, listen, I mean, dig himself out is still apt. Even if you win this, you still have to play another full set. It's a terrifying situation, terrifying proposition for Jack right now.
Nice, the whiff punish there on the 5K. This switch to using 5K a lot more has been very strong for Classified. Catching Jack attempting to press out as well.
Cleanest connection you'll ever see into the Deus Ex. 100 meter.
I never asked for this. Yeah, and that's going to be the round here. You could just go into spinning dog kick, but instead we're just going to go for the art. Okay.
Still counts.
Okay.
That's all one combo. Classified. A round up.
A little spooky.
Listen, if you didn't get hit in between the hits, that's one combo. I don't care.
You're right. You cancel a combo into another combo.
There you go. Said, do you understand?
No.
Good first against the anti-air as well. Unfortunately, not going to get much off of it here. Still curse applied.
Oh, and the Deus Ex here to break the wall. No, just go. Oh, yeah, okay. We just wanted to get the curse on deck first, which means that it's an even more dangerous situation now for Classified here post-wall break. Backdash does get caught by the gunshot, and Jack sitting at reset point.
It feels like Happy Chaos gets multiple seconds longer than everyone else in wall slump situations. Do you agree? Because that happens to me so much.
Feels like he's hitting you with Johnny level 3 misfighter.
That's exactly what it feels like. Oh, man. Oh, this back throw, devastating. That might be the set closer here for Jack. This positive bonus is huge.
Deus Ex Machina, the god in the machine, but it's not done yet. Classified still has burst, still has tension. Full versus the gunshot, but dashes right into it. We have a reset.
A cute idea from Classified for sure. Just using that burst to some degree to try and get an amount of advantage, right? You just have to spend it at some point. But like you said, losers for both players now. Classified, though, luckily, also the type of player to have that second life bar. This is going to be a very close second set here.
Absolutely is. I couldn't ask for it to come down any other way. The script tonight has been phenomenal. FlyQuest FGC here. Final set.
Back in one more time. The far slash does find the mark. Ends up going for the burst. Catches the low and forces the burst in response. All resources off the table now.
Jack going to be building up some more resources here with a positive bonus coming up.
Much too far for the YRC, but luckily he's too far for the punish as well. Fast RC after the throw, though, and that is going to be very close because of the scaling, but I think it's just enough.
And then, yeah, Jack already rolling strong here in this reset. Seeing more of what we saw in game number 1.
Counter hit dash 5K, went for the 2D afterwards.
I mean, Dogging, no, just off the wall. Classified seems to really like to hold on to the meter for going back to neutral. Fortunately, not going to work out this time.
Yeah, I feel like holding on to the... Giovanna is one of the characters you can make the best case for holding on to the meter, right? Not only because of her passive, but because of the way she can potentially spend it. That's going to have to be an RC straight as the overdrive starts, though.
Oh, just a 5P disrespectful slap through the glass.
Yeah, I mean, with your focus in the negative, just kind of a panic situation, just get what you can, take some damage, but unfortunately, little Hurricane Rana comes through and evens up the rounds now.
Double dash into the throw. Oh, the Hurricane Rana, I like that. Oh, 5P, the 6S there, actually, even though it didn't connect, dropped Classified in the corner.
So, oh, and we blocked the first. Classified going to be able to get the first game on the board. And again, as I said, even with the set going in Jack's favor in set 1, when that Giovanna snowball gets rolling, it is one of the hardest to stop.
Hey, and we saw it come down to the wire in their very first matchup at Winners Finals, right? Obviously, Classified was able to send Jack packing to loser, so we know Classified can win. Question is, can they maintain this lead, or is a fire going to be lit under Jack here?
You think that throws a little more of a Hurricane Rana than like a Frankensteiner, right? It's got the rotation.
Oh, it's definitely.
It's got the rotation.
Yeah, no. A Frankensteiner would just bring you like straight backwards. It's definitely a Hurricane Rana.
Listen, I'm confident in my knowledge, but I always like to check with the experts, Mr. Jobber.
Ready for WrestleMania next weekend? Anyway.
Oh, you know. No bullets left in the chamber. Classified, doing the right thing, being aggressive. 1 bullet for Jack now.
Oh, and the wake-up throw, shutting down that 5D. Oh, but again, these just blocks on the 5Hs here. Jack been able to punish them so consistently.
The dash 2Ps, a jump back once again. And the no-look. Oh, dude, the side switch is so crucial. Dude, the dash up delay 2K ends up finding the mark. Incredible between the two. Jack looking to put their first game on the board here in set 2.
Not if Classified has anything to say about it, though. Still has access to that burst. And there it is. Immediately, little counter gets the burst out of Jack in return. To the Deus Ex Machina. Positive bonus now for Jack.
Wow.
Nice! Deep Flick Shield dash up bar slash.
Perfect whiff punish there. Get the OTG. RC, let's buy you a little bit of room. Couple backdashes in a row. Tried to fish with the DP. Had the right idea, but the wrong spacing.
But Jack not able to build up enough meter there to go for the super. A Deus Ex might have been able to kill, but the double jump to avoid the DP with the gunshot.
That doesn't matter. Empties the clip on the double jump backwards. Just at that point, just mash heavy and hope that your crosshair has found the mark. That's all you got, dude. You got 4. Yeah, we had 4 bullets left. Just fire them off.
Man. I've drank so much water, bro. These sets are just making me anxious. They're all nail biters.
I feel you, brother.
And we're rolling right into the next one. Just block on the 2S. Wow, Jack actually flirting with a negative penalty there.
Boy, good connection with the Tatsu. JP finds the mark. Decent damage here and corner carry as well. Jack is going to be able to get a positive bonus off of this interaction. Feels like every hit Happy Chaos gets, if you have optimized enough combos, always gets there.
Oh, nice little shimmy there into the 2K. Able to break the wall. Classified trying to stay one step ahead here. Up, Jack, and able to maintain that step.
Yeah, just being just patient enough in that moment. Your win condition is just waiting long enough to be able to have an RC for when you do get aggressive. Jack with a clean connection here. Once again, is going to be able to get that positive bonus built up. Damn,
Jack still keeping pace.
Same song, same dance, you already know.
And take a shot every time you see a Deus Ex Machina.
Hold on.
Oh, but the fuzzy there. Instant overhead with the JP. That flip kick, unfortunately not coming out the way that Classified was expecting.
Jabbar got work tomorrow. Around the face. Oh no. Versus back for both. Neeks in the low. Oh, the RC up to be able to extend our combo even further. Get that damage while you can.
Oh, rolling through. Yep, to take the corner. Good decision making. There's the burst. Get out of jail free card cashed in. Jack still has his. Still at a nearly a, there it is, 100 tension for Jack. Burst right before the wall splat.
Blocked up from Classified. And even losing this interaction, I think we're still alive. We still have another opportunity to fight here, but Jack at a massive advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if you get hit by the next mix-up, you're dead. Deflect shield to prevent the roll-through! Classified going up to 1. That deflect shield was perfect. You negated any kind of left-right mix-up because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as, depending on where your opponent's ammo is at, being able to push block Happy Chaos away in an uncomfortable position where he can't just fix it by mashing H is a death sentence for him. Because I feel like, for Happy Chaos players, that's a situation you don't think about a lot. You get deflect shielded and you go, oh, okay, and you press H again if your reticle's already in the right spot, and you just close the distance. So, getting put in uncomfortable situations again and again is Jack. Classified is on tournament point.
One more game, and that's it. But Jack is going to get the first blood here. First on the Classified incredibly early. Same can be said on the other side. Look at these in and outs. I just love the way that Classified uses the movement here from Giovanna. It's always moving back and forth.
Yeah, double dash for the empowerment. The breakthrough and still has 50 meter available. Love the aggressive choice there, but Jack even better with the PRC. Just sends a tap dust.
If it works, it works. Throw is going to be enough. Tournament point, Proxy.
Classified, unfortunately, had to deal with the reset situation. Jack has been able to stay alive again and again, but Classified, look at this pressure. Look at how metered we are on this. The close sashes were working out, but Jack finds a throw.
Classified trying to block here, does get clipped. I don't even think we got clipped by the low. I think we got clipped by the delayed gunshot there.
That's definitely what it felt like.
FJS hit hard.
Oh, Jack is
now Jack.
very close, dude. Very close.
Trying to take this all the way to game 5. It was just a tip.
I like that burst. We are getting some sneaky throws on Jack's side right now.
He throws a sneaky Deus Ex and a refill. The bullets. Jack in a dominating position, still with burst available too. We're going to see a game 5.
Definitely looking like it. That's up the curse. Gonna go for the wall break here. I think this does kill. Even with it not killing, it might just be over. Look at the life difference. Never say never, brother.
Hold on. This is going to be monumental for Classified, but it's not going to work. Jack sliding on in with the throw.
So no matter what happens here, no matter who ends up winning, it has been an incredible showing from all of our players here on the East Coast. But game 5 of the reset is our final decision.
All comes down to this one last game to decide your FlyQuest FGC champion.
Yeah, I mean, 9 games, bro. 9 games of this. I would be so exhausted. No, 14 games of this because they already played 14 before this too. I would be exhausted. Right. I'm so sick of seeing this guy on the other side.
So just send him to bed already. There's the aggressive burst. Classified wants to keep Jack locked down. Ooh! Blowing up the 2S attempt with a BRC drift. Blocking the YRC. This is huge, Proxy. Spinning dog stick.
Oh my god, down to what could be the final round. Classified, as we've said, has been monumental improvements week in and week out in every single online bracket here. Can we get the W over Jack? Jack making a case in this round though, trying to take this to the final situation.
No burst here for Jack though. You might want to let this go just a little bit longer so you can keep building up that burst gauge. But there it is. Final game. Final round. Classified starting this off with more resources. Burst is going to be so key here. The fact that Jack is down on it is huge.
Oh, yeah. This is actually a terrible spot to be in. 5K finds the mark as well. Even if it doesn't get a full combo, it doesn't get the full connection, it's the pressure that matters!
Oh, it just went for the 5P there. Want to try and get the wall stick. There's the throw. That's going to be it with the OTG. Classified does it with a perfect.
Oh my god. Staving off after the reset is able to maintain and continue to be your champion. Classified. And a very interesting fun fact about their sets between each other is they won the same amount of games against each other. It's just Classified won them in places where it counted a little bit more. They went exactly even in games between each other. They went 7-7.
Hey, and you know what? The Demon King once again being struck down by another hero. This time the hero is Classified here. What a showing. What a run. Man, the fact that Jack was able to reset the bracket and Classified was still able to hold it down is huge.
Yeah, actually crazy performance between them. Such a pleasure to get to watch them both play. What can you say, man? Classified, an unbelievably well-deserved victory. As you can see here, our champion, Jack, in a very close second. A boy with that 4th. TYL clocking in at 4th as well. Dude, what a showing.
I know, and then Poncho, Lurie, Nitro, and Hiho, all fantastic names here on the East Coast. But Proxy, this isn't the end of the FlyQuest broadcast tonight, because it's past 10 p.m., meaning that those top 8s for the West Coast should be ready to go, and we are going to be throwing it over to them very, very shortly.
Absolutely. But as always, I will say it's a pleasure not only to work with FlyQuest, but with you, King Jobber, my GOAT, as always, one of my favorite people to get to sit down with. And I just want to say thanks to everybody again for, supporting Guilty Gear, supporting FlyQuest, and for continuing to show out for Guilty Gear. It is very late in the life cycle, and it's so much fun to get to see this many people still participating, still enjoying the game, and hopefully with the new season coming, more characters coming, the anime dropping, yeah, we can just keep having a good time, dude. It's a good time. It's as good a time as ever to be in the Guilty Gear scene, man.
It absolutely is, but make sure not to go anywhere, because right after a short break, we are going to be throwing it over to the West Coast Top 8 for FlyQuest Fight Series. But until then, we'll see you next time.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
I see you going up against a minor R&D in the clutch. Explain what's going on with that. You guys got a big rivalry or something going on.
It's no real rivalry. My rivalry is with the Dominican community, and I want all of them to know that they're very quiet right now, and now they know who's the best in the world, and they ain't gonna say nothing to me no more. Y'all mans is dead. I slayed him. He's done. I'm the GOAT. I don't want to hear nothing from the Dominican community no more, bro. Y'all come in my chat, y'all better worship me on Twitch. That's all I want to know. I don't hear none of y'all in this arena talking, none of that.
Okay. My goodness, Punk the God. Wow.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big, reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Let's go.
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before,
welcome everyone to the FlyQuest Fight Series. It is another week of just high-octane Guilty Gear Strive action here on the West Coast side this time around. I'm Saki Sakura, joined by the lovely
Dr. No, back in the building. Wizards and Warriors, you know what it is. Although we're not in the building this time, it's online. FlyQuest FGC. Happy to be bringing y'all the Fly Fight series. You know, it's kind of a fun one. This is like a little bit of the preamble to Slashback coming up this weekend. So you know, we got like a little West Coast regional going on. You know, some of the players that are in this like top 8, or you know, like there are like 8-ish players that we got up here. Not some of them are attending, some of them are not. So it's kind of fun to get like a little mixed bag. But you know, this is a time for those of you that are grinding out there that you're like, oh, I want to be 100% locked in for this tournament. This is where you get your practice. So I'm really excited to see a couple of the players we have up next. I was watching a couple of the matches. I got to see Reapermeister versus Scara off stream, and that was like really good. I was actually really enjoying watching them play, so I'm sure there's going to be more action coming down the pipe.
100%. Speaking of the action, by the way, we got the brackets ready for you. And if you're not familiar with how things work here at the FlyQuest Fight Series, it is a ladder format up until you qualify for top 8. Hence why all of the players you see here on this bracket, they're starting on the winner's side for this top 8. We got up first Simfukai versus Bean Bagels, followed by Domi World and Reapermeister. And then Dr. No, take away the lower half on the side.
Absolutely. We got Danny El Maza, our online warrior, versus Chillin, NorCal's own. And then, like I was mentioning, Sarah Bad Guy rounding out the bottom half with Draken, another NorCal player. Sarah is a PNW player, so kind of up and down the coast, all the way from the PNW down to Mexico. We got all your favorites here for you today, and I'm pretty excited. A lot of I feel like we got good character variety as well. We got a little Soul, little Kai, little Sin. We got May, Testament even. So, it's always fun to get like a little grab bag of characters, just so you can adjust to the new season, or at least, yeah, my Venom's ready, but like you gotta know how to play against the standards.
100%. It always happens too, right? As new characters come out for Strive, it takes a bit of adjustments to do, especially characters like Venom, that they have a legacy, but they're completely, or if not, definitely way different than what they were in their previous iterations. So it is exciting at times. I love that you mentioned about the character variety that we're going to be expecting to see from some of these players, especially considering that we just got off the East Coast and we tended to see our typical characters, Giovanna, the Leos, the Happy Chaoses, even Nagoriyuki is still well and alive. We saw Faust with Lurie as well. So it's nice to see that as Strive continues to bring out more and more time and players to join in, and also updates too, because we got some exciting updates coming in, right? We got the frame data update happening pretty soon. Now no one has an excuse to not be labbing, okay? All right, I'm watching all of you in chat. You better not be saying and giving excuses. You have the opportunity now for frame data, okay?
It's true. There's no more opportunities for you to go like, oh, why did I get hit there? You can go back and check. That's on you. Do your research. And I 100% agree. It's always something that I think is fascinating, and it's why like regionals and like kind of dividing up the coasts and different things is fun, right? Because West Coast, we do kind of lack in the Happy Chaos department. We don't have a whole lot of very, very strong Happy Chaoses. That being said, we have tons of strong Milias. We have some of the best Ramlethals. So it's kind of fun to have like, whenever we go to like big majors, I know like Combo Breaker is on the rise for like a lot of other people. You splash in and you're like, we don't got a Geo in our region. I don't know how to play against Classified, or I don't know, like I fought Jack online, but that's not the same. So character variety is always a fun thing, and it's kind of fun to like how it shapes a region's meta. There's tons of little like analysis to do about that's like so fun to listen to and kind of like delve into.
100%. And while we're waiting for the match of Simfukai versus Bean Bagels, I kind of want to touch something that you mentioned, Dr. No, and that was we don't necessarily see a lot of characters playing with like Happy Chaoses, and rather on the West Coast side of this variety. But we'll get back to that as we go this match. It's actually Testament versus Bridget here, as Simfukai on the iconic Testament and Bean Bagels rollerblading in as Bridget.
Yeah, Simfukai is the player that like everyone looks to believe in this character, right? Like if you believe that Testament can do it, Simfukai is the one to do it. And Bean Bagels, I know, has been on like a more recent grind to try and like advance up the ranks. So opportunity to prove it here. This is a matchup that can get a little hard for Testament. Testament not known for dealing with like long range buttons super well, just because throwing out those fireballs can expose you big time. But Simfukai trying to fight with those big brawlic buttons. Nice 5P finds a snipe and a wall break for it.
I love this conversion, by the way. That is classic Simfukai. Able to just get the anti-air with that 5P and then convert right off of it. But Bean Bagels is going to get a conversion for themselves as well. And Simfukai's not going to spend that burst. I like the patience, by the way. Again, you don't want to go for hero burst so late in the round. You rather save those resources, especially considering you can use Wild Assault here and get a really nice combo damage and plus Stain State on top of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Wild Assault, as situational as it can be on a character like Testament, great use of it there, but again, sniped out. Great play from Bean Bagels, staying outside of that 2K range, but still just using your larger buttons, but an equally good backdash from Simfukai. I'm trading back and forth. Oh, nice find. And a wall break for your trouble should be death.
Ooh, it is not death just yet, but that is a safe jump. We're gonna go with the chip out thanks to the low into the Stain State activation.
Yeah, just, you know, that's a fairly safe situation for Testament no matter what. Ooh, I like that! Sneak in with the teleport off there? Just sneak right under Bean Bagels, throwing out the yo-yo? A great way to contest, and otherwise, like, you know, in a matchup, or in most of Bridges matchups, a button that's fairly safe, sneak in there and get a nice combo starter. Great play from Simfukai, great find.
I think we also got to see right there optimal damage for Simfukai. We saw the counter hit plus the Wild Assault, and that health bar for Bridget just completely deleted. And I think that's one of the reasons why I feel Simfukai is probably one of my favorite Testaments that plays just phenomenally, is simply because of the fact that there is a lot of pressure and understanding on what to do in safe jump situations as well as in full screen situations. Also, not afraid to throw, especially from a larger distance, right? Usually we're trying to mash throw or we're trying to press buttons, but Simfukai has no fear. Those setups are truly real.
Oh yeah, no, it's always a delight to watch a character specialist really, you know, really make it work on, you know, just do what they do best. Teleports in, tries to find the same play, but Bean Bagels with a little bit more reserve this time around. Ooh, tries to open into the low. Good blocks from Simfukai. Now able to find a bit of space. Where are we going with it? Yep, and there it is, the throw, like you were saying. Get in there, you know, put a little extra pressure out. It's very difficult to react to at such a range. That 6H into the super, crack the glass. Bean Bagels. You gonna guess for game on this high-low?
Right, Stain State overhead, very nice defense, but we had the horizontal projectile to catch you from forward dashing in the air.
Yeah, it's plus frames on plus frames in that situation. Bean Bagels, you know, gets caught holding in. But for now, oh, okay. I actually like the idea that Simfukai was going for there. Kind of, it's a very aggressive option. I'm surprised to not see as many 6Ps thrown from Simfukai just yet, but I mean, Bean Bagels is doing everything they can just to hold down as much control with yo-yos, with Forest, and again, see, building on the layers, right? Ooh, okay. Cracks the glass, or gets a reversal super, but I like what Simfukai and Bean Bagels are kind of doing to play around the range game and stay where the teleport lands is becoming a new element for this, right?
Absolutely. And I think you called it out perfectly, Dr. No. Once again, it's those teleport placements. I do want to shout out here that Bean Bagels pressure galore didn't stop that pressure on that last round. Just needs to get out of this corner and successfully does so to start putting out those long range buttons. The Wild Assault though from Simfukai, and this is gonna hurt too, as we're gonna get that wall break. Both players with a bar blue RC, but not enough to catch right now.
Yeah, and a lot of meter on Simfukai. I know this is where this character can struggle, and Bean Bagels, that's an unfortunate back throw. Was trying to, I think was trying to wait out like a, you know, super PRC or anything like that, but Simfukai just hold strong. They just find the back throw, pull that one out. I gotta agree with you though. I did actually really like the lob that Bean Bagels was throwing out there to get out of the corner. That just very floaty jump on Bridget, and just last second, I'm gonna throw out this JS just to put a little bit more pressure on. Testament, you know, got a 6P to contest with the best of them, but if you're not willing to pull the trigger on it, Bean Bagels, that's, you could eat that up.
I definitely want to also highlight, you called it out earlier, we're not seeing Simfukai utilize that godlike 6P that Testament has. Now, I will say it is a little bit more of a risk thanks to some adjustments universally for 6P, but regardless, Simfukai is still playing so confident with just the projectile and pressure tools that Testament is known for. Like, look at this right now. Again, pressure upon pressure from that Stain State, and now we're going to get the full corner wall break, plus on top of that, the wall break with the Stain State still applied. 5K! 5K to challenge the blue RC right there on Bean Bagels.
They just know. That was such a great heads up play. Like, you got the meter, you want to BRC for it? Nah. I'm one step ahead. And again, that's like you were talking about, right? This is a master class of Testament that you have to be ready for. So the layer already there from Simfukai. They already know. Bean Bagel's gonna get put through the wall one more time, and it might be the time that decides your winner side life. Stain State on a little bit of HP to take home with you. IRC to try to earn your turn back. Great pressure
defense right there. Woo!
It's getting tense. It's getting scary. Wild Assault back catches the gap. Simfukai 3-0 and a handshake moves on along. I did really like a lot of what Bean Bagels was kind of cooking towards towards that end sequence. I think it was a little like not a little antsy for a turn, a little bit like I just really want to get my pressure started. I really want to get regain control of the situation, but kind of hard to do in a situation like that. And Simfukai eats up the pieces with one YRC, moves on along with that one, and that means Simfukai moves on the winner's side. That means we got up next Domi World and Reaper Meister coming to the setup. A little SoCal in-house. Although I gotta say it because I run offline events. You know what I do. A lot of the SoCal people you know what I do out here. Domi World is not an offline warrior. It's definitely hitting it up in the online arenas time and time again. But you will not catch that man anywhere near an offline tournament. She's still showing up to the online, so you know what? Hey, if you're here,
that's a challenge, Domi. That's a challenge. That right there is you gotta start showing up for your locals and start coming out to these regionals, and because you got the skills. You got the skills. I mean, we've seen a couple of times this Sin out here. Now, this is a matchup I did not expect to see, as you got Reaper Meister on May, and of course Domi on Sin, who, by the way, stars in the latest anime adaptation of Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers, coming out with a new episode every Saturday on Crunchyroll.
Oh yeah, and you want to be tuning into that because it's been a goodie. But I really do. I know Reaper Meister doesn't have a ton of Sin experience. It's kind of an underdeveloped character for the most part. I know we're having some players really trying to push the meta, and there's a lot of belief in Sin right now. But like we were talking about, there's not always a ton of representation for different characters in the region. So Domi, you're online. You gotta start representing what this character can do.
Well, this is definitely one of those instances where this character is cooking at the moment here. Tries to go for the stomp, gets the 5P, gets some snacks to go, and we're wall breaking. I think that's one of the scariest things about Sin in this just version of him, right? Is pressure all related to the stamina bar, and it's like you have to guess for your life here. There was the burst bait, but Reaper Meister says, no, I'm not gonna fall for it. Here's my burst now though, and let's try to make this comeback happen with the overhead and Totsugeki.
Yeah, that was a really, really reserved from Reaper Meister. He is a very hard player to burst bait. But I mean, Domi World, a harder player to beat. This is actually something that's been talked about a lot more in recent times. Is Sin, when fully optimized, is an intensely scary character. Like you were talking about, that meter management, so important, but there's a ton of optimal routes where you can keep it up. You could really kind of like get the most out of every little bar that you spend. And Domi, making a great case for it right there. Let's see if we can see if Reaper can get anything started up here. They got the opportunities, but you need a good counter hit to start it up, and maybe finding it there with that 2K. A great fight out though from Domi World, owning your space.
I love that you mentioned too as well, Dr. No, momentum, right? These characters thrive off it. And just look at it here, thanks to that dash cancel, we got a coast to coast, almost close to a wall break, but instead, Domi just playing with a little bit to reset some of the scaling on the wall. And then again, the fake out 5P to really catch up with the dust. And then there it goes, the wall broke. And we're going to see the 2K plus just a dash up grab, literally saying, nope, you're now stuck in my mental vacuum.
Yeah, just it's the little hit stop moment where you're like, oh, I got hit. And in that moment, if you're already on the offense, if you already had plans, really easy to pick those up. Oh, PRC into the 6P. Great timing from Domi. Reaper Mice are going to be bursting off here. Still trying to fight out of this corner, but not quite finding it. Domi World poking out on the toes, catching you, and this should be a Tyrant Barrel through the wall. Not quite gonna kill. May Guts coming in clutch.
Lot of pokes, but there's the stomp. I almost feel like that stomp can be practically unreactable simply because of the fact that like you're so focused on, okay, I'm waiting for elk hunt, I'm waiting for that low, I'm waiting for all those follow-ups, but then suddenly bam, you just get stomped.
Yeah, and especially for May, a character that is kind of known for one of her strongest defensive tools being to up back, and like, you know, she just gets up so quickly, and a lot of players, you know, will use her like larger air buttons to hold defense down. If you're just timing it to catch Fuzzy, always gonna be a good option. First off already from Reaper Meister, trying to get some pressure started up. Good catch on the 5P. Yeah,
ooh,
fight
the
that
clash.
out. Yeah, May's 5P is so good for those situations. Ooh, great contest there from Domi, and instantly into that RTL.
Domi literally being the master of just single hit confirms on that RTL. I think that's like the second or third time we've seen Domi just straight momentum and truly capitalizes every single hit possible. And tries to be not just optimal, because I think with all these routes it's as optimal as Sin can be, but allowing Domi to just continue such momentum and make it really hard for Reaper Meister to start up any form of it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like the biggest strength of this character is just like, it always feels like Sin can break the wall. He's never too far away. Going for some throws. Ooh, tries to see if we can bait out a throw tech from Reaper, but the hit that might just seal it, not quite. Not gonna get enough meter in time. But you're just one hit away. Baits the 6P the right way. Great timing on the PRC. I know that's something that Reaper Meister's been working on. Oh, an unfortunate whiff on the 6H there, but I do really like, I've actually talked to Reaper about that before. It's a very new tool that he's talked about implementing, is that sliding 3K, ending it just in front, hitting the PRC into command grab. It's such a strong bait. It's such a fast low that you have to keep an eye out for. But then that last little bit where it's like, oh, it didn't hit, and you just get thrown, and it, you know, look, it's a great bait. It works on many characters. We've all been there. But Domi World, I mean, textbook plays. 3-0 and a handshake. You know, we'll see it. We'll see you in the rest of this top 8, my friend.
100%, and we'll be facing Sinfukai as well, so that's going to be a very exciting match. But that is the first half of this winner's side top 8, as we're going to be heading down for our next match for Danny Elmaza versus Chillin. Now, I would like to just warn everybody, warn the viewers, warn you, Dr. No, since I know that this is one of your first times here at FlyQuest. I hate Kai Kisuke. Cat knows I hate Kai Kisuke. If Kai Kisuke has 10 haters, I'm one of them. If Kai Kisuke has one hater, I am the one hater. And if Kai Kisuke has no haters, then I'm just dead. That's just how it is. But I am vividly and very much alive hate Kai Kisuke. However, I love Danny and his plays. He is the favorite for this bracket. Definitely a multiple time winner here at the FlyQuest Fight Series, which, by the way, a reminder for you guys, they do these series ladders all the time here. You should definitely sign up, whether it be for Guilty Gear, Street Fighter. I hear City of the Wolves might be next. So you never know.
Who's to say? But Saki, I have to ask, is it is it from Strive Kai hate, or is it from like Exerd Kai hate? Is this
it's
generational?
It's all of it. I saw what you guys were dealing with Kai, Kisuke, and Exerd, and in Plus R, and I just want to say that's not for me. That was not for me. Broken character, privilege. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what? Fair enough. I can't argue with that. Danielle Maza getting a good start off here versus Chillin. Another Testament, a NorCal Testament. She's a, Guild House attender. I believe had a top 8 splash at the most recent Guild House. Pretty good showing. It's not an easy local to be making top 8 at. Let me tell you something. They got some hitters up in NorCal. You will very rarely hear me put respect on NorCal, but gotta do it when I gotta do it. Danny though, trying to play patient. Oh, unfortunate. That actually would have been a really great moment for Chillin to whiff the 5P and check, but was a little bit too hoping. Like, the game plan was, I got the staying state. I'm, waiting for the proc. Daniel Maza picks up the situation a little too quickly. Nice
I do like that purple RC as a defense, but the DP, of course, to make sure it is the get off me tool. I do love that downwards jump slash. That it was very nicely there to stop Danny from advancing. He's gonna have to deal with this thing. Of course it's Stun Dipper! Of course it's Stun Dipper! In Danny! Of course!
No, Danny. For what it's worth, I think I saw in there. I believe Chillin was trying to like walk forward and reaction block, and I think accidentally got backdash and did get picked up for it. Look, Saki, I'm not gonna hold you. That was I felt it. I hope Danny felt it all the way down south. Of course. Much love to everyone here on the West Coast, attending the tournaments. Danny, if you have one fan up here, I'll make sure it's me. Nothing but love.
He knows what crimes he's committing with that 7-frame special that can literally reverse and low profile every single move on this planet. He knows his crimes.
Fair enough. And already off to the races once again. Getting a little bit of electric here. Those JD multi overheads. Great defense from Chillin. Uses that teleport to find a quick way out. Teleports back down, but Danny's so ready with that close S. Was just timing it out. 5P fight, or the 2P fight.
That Sacred Edge actually not punishing. That's very nice there for Chillin, able to get out of this corner. But no! Dash forward in as Danny side switches and straight away goes for that Sacred Edge to go for a full-on pressure. Stun Dipper to try to catch you off your toes. And Chillin, though, staying just out of range this time around.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot more space on these kinds of things. Said like, all right, I'm trying to play a little bit too close. Let me just, catch you trying to reach, right? Dipping your hand in the cookie jar. But Chillin not quite finding the big hits that you might want. And right now, Danny is running away with it to bait a burst as well, holding on to that corner and holding on to what might just be another game. Chillin, backdashing a lot, caught by Stun Dipper one more time. I can hear Saki rolling her eyes in the background as Danny runs away with that game too.
I feel like FlyQuest needs to make a meme at this point and be like, Saki's worst enemy is not Kai, it's Stun Dipper. But something I do want to highlight, like going back to analyst mode and non-hater mode, right?
Yeah,
this is actually what makes this matchup so difficult for Testament. As a secondary Testament player, because Anji's my heart, this move, Stun Dipper, actually does such a great job in contesting all of Testament's buttons, considering the fact that, for example, even like a far slash, Kai can still go under it in some forms and actually catch Testament off guard. And we're seeing that consistently every single time as the answer to getting in and stopping Chillin from playing Testament's game plan.
Oh, 100%. And I do also, one thing I, always want to point out when we talk about Danny and just like the caliber of player he is, when he notices, either panic, hesitancy, or a little bit of fear, he is so good about putting himself in the position to start taking advantage of it, right? Chillin, as soon as she kind of got in her own head, and I mean, even this burst, right, being baited is just... Danny has such good defensive reads on, I know when you're backdashing too much, when you're a little too scared, and I'm so ready to be on you like a hound. I mean, it's just great plays. You gotta give it up to the player. Even if you can't give it up to Kai, you gotta give it up to the player sometimes.
Well, giving it up for Chillin, we're seeing some life there. She's definitely making it the 6P, so unfortunate. Tried to call out an air move there from Danny instead. Was gonna get punished and hit for it, but I love that we were seeing some signs of life there from Chillin. She's definitely trying to figure out the matchup here and really trying to see what's working and what isn't, and there's some moments where she's getting momentum.
Yeah, some good moments there. I really like the use of the 2H there, but backed into the corner. This is where it starts to all get a little too scary. Multi-overheads. Her defense is holding strong in a lot of these corner situations when she's on the block. Oh my goodness. Danny Elmaza knows the exact range and the exact conversion to go all the way to the wall? That's a lot of red, my friend.
Okay, stopping some of the bleeding. And be able to get the OTG after the projectile. Get Sane State, just trying to bait out some buttons here. 2K2D, and we're going to be able to break the wall with Sane State applied. This could be potential here. 5K, but we got the DP to follow up after the blue RC. First is used on the side of Chillin. This one last chance for Chillin to make something happen here. Buddha Arc, but the slight jump. And now we got pressure.
Yeah, up backing in the corner, trying to find your moment just to pick one out. A little bit of stall with the teleport. Pokes on the toes, and Danny finds it. Kai Kisuke jump scared there for a second. But again, I mean, that was kind of like what we were talking about, right? Danny has been to a ton of tournaments, has been to a ton of top 8s in his lifetime, and, is not going to succumb to nerves in a moment like that. Meanwhile, Chillin, I felt like, a little bit too heavy on the backdashing, kind of got in her own head on a couple of the burst reads, and things were sort of falling apart from there. Great plays from both of them, and I'm sure we'll be seeing Chillin a little bit later in this bracket, but Danny Elmaza moves on along, which leaves us with one more rounding out our first rounds of matches. Sarah Bad Guy, our soul specialist, and Draken, a NorCal player, definitely NorCal Guildhouse attendee, kind of has been around the local scene for a while. I don't think it's made like a huge splash, but again, like I was saying earlier, very hard scene to be making a big splash in.
100%. Definitely agree with you. I know some people were kind of jump scared by Kai. It's production trolling me. That's really what it is all about. They love my hatred for the character, so they like to troll me a little bit here and there. Well, as you mentioned, we got
always watching.
Bad Guy and Sin with Draken on Sin.
Yep, another Sin to bring it in, and I think Sarah is actually a player that I think is a platonic ideal of soul bad guy. She has so many layers developed on this character. She has so many cute mix options, like stuff you just don't see from a lot of other souls out there in the world, but it's kind of always a treat because you'll see something like that, right? I'm gonna BR forward, PRC fall with that JK. Love to see plays like that. I'm a huge Soul fan, so it's hard for me to not enjoy it. Oh my goodness, what a pick from Drake and to jump over that round start there.
And the wall break right after it too. I do like to highlight what you just mentioned about Sarah. The fact that she's playing so different compared to other Soul players. Soul is that type of character that you get to just be super customizable. I mean, all his buttons lead into something super exciting if you're the Soul player, of course. If you're against Soul, then that's when it gets kind of dicey. But we're seeing Draken and Sarah really duke it out between the two of them, try to find a way to get an rather a edge of trying to be over each other.
Oh yeah, no, these are two characters that love to brawl, and they brawled. Oh, I love a good air throw. I love that. Sarah with an air throw to close that one out. But I mean, these are brawly characters, right? These are two characters that they are like, put your dukes up or run in it. I don't care. Like that, like all this neutral. We'll play a little bit of footsies here and there, but once we're in, we're here to fight. And I love that from both of these, both these characters. That's just, this is what Guilty Gear Strive was made for. One thing I always want to point out about Sarah, and a good thing to keep an eye out for in terms of, just like her habits of players and things like that, Sarah is very aggressive. Anytime something looks a little fake or like, you were a little slow there, she is unafraid to press. She will always try to keep you honest. With DPs, we saw the dash up 2K to call out the late hoof stomp from Draken. Kind of good stuff to keep an eye out for, but if Draken can catch on to it, it's a whole other layer.
I definitely agree with you there. Throw for throw. There's the DP there from Sarah and the 5K to just get some of these slight hits, but it's these slight hits that's given such an edge for Sarah every single time. Talk about Blue RC that gets stubbed though, thanks to the DP follow-up from Draken, but that's a wild throw that you're gonna get slammed on.
Yeah, kind of a very awkward situation. I feel like Draken got a little too scared to press after seeing the 5K the 5K whiff there, but I mean, Sarah is not going to let that go without a fight. Oh, snatches you back out the air. Draken, this is a no-fly zone. You're gonna have to fight your way out the way you came in. Through the glass we go. Sarah on. Oh my God. Okay, tries to bait the burst, not quite getting there. Still able to find it. A great snatch off the dash cancel from Draken. And now, I mean, Draken, you're the, balls in your court to kind of step up the pressure game a little bit. We saw some good round starts earlier, right? The flip to get over round start 2D, different things like that. So when pressure gets started up, Draken's got it, but I mean, like we said, brawler characters, once they get going, they're going, and there's not a whole lot you can stop them with.
Yeah, this is where I feel like when you look at Soul's tier matchup chart that I said, it really shows off that Soul can contest with a lot of matchups simply because of how easy it can get to that brawling status, right? So a lot of the time, some matchups are going to feel like 5-5 versus just that full-on sweep. And this matchup is one of those, right? Like, we're seeing Sarah just really take control and get momentum every single time, and not just with DPs, but with these slight straight hits that lead into such big conversions. Like right now here, we got that 2K2D, and we're gonna be able to just keep this counter hit, Red RC to just drift forward, and that is gonna be the route going right into Tyrant Rage for all the damage.
Yeah, big damage. I do like a couple of the things we're seeing. Oh my goodness, Sarah is just so ready there. I want to highlight Draken there in that round. Used a lot of your stamina to get to the first wall break. Then the second you're getting the hit, you're trying to confirm into super to just cycle that positive tension. I kind of like Draken's game plan of I'm gonna cycle what meter I'm using to get advantages, but just not quite coming together. Our Siege try to burst bait, not quite finding it, but I mean, defensive resources are a dwindling, so Draken kicking it up with the offense, and it slightly slips through their fingers. Oh, so unfortunate, and we get to see a heavy mob cemetery. Just a fun super to get to watch people combo into.
There you have it, Sarah, going for the win here and knocking Draken down to the loser side. And with that, that is the last match of our winner side, round 1, top 8, as we now have in the winner semi Simfukai versus Dami World, and then down below Danny Elmaza versus Sarah Bad Guy with the lore match, which you love to see. And then before we even talk about winner semis and even get to see some of those hype matches, we still got some more high octane matches happening down on the lower side. Dr. No, why don't you take it away and tell us who's up next?
Yeah, we got Bean Bagels versus Reaper Meister on the loser side. This is where we got to start trimming out some of the players. I'm sure this is not your first FlyQuest FGC viewing experience, so we gotta start knocking out some of the players. Bean Bagels versus Reaper Meister. I know that Reaper has not been to a ton of the SoCal locals. We do have some very strong Bridgets in SoCal. Leahi, it comes to mind when talking about some of the SoCal Bridgets, and I know we got Super Noon, who's like unofficially West Coast, he's kind of out there, but he's kind of here. But Reaper Meister doesn't always get out to contenders all the time, so hopefully has some stuff ready. We'll kind of see, and in the meantime, Bean Bagels, all's in your court to show your May matchup knowledge. Again, a character that is very, very underrepresented. Commonly regarded as a very good character, but other than Slash, who's he getting you practice with? So let's see what we got here. Diving right in, a good whiff punish there from Bean Bagels.
I want to just highlight too, you mentioned something with May. May's the type of character where she's so good even without meter that when you find a May player with meter, it's so scary.
Oh yeah, no, she this is a character that will strike fear into your heart in the way of a 70% of your life bar turning red real quick if you are not careful, and especially for a character like Bridget. Fast RC down, doesn't quite get the mix. Oh, but yeah, that backdashing, that is just always going to be a risky one. Bean Bagels immediately bursting off. Says, I know these games. I've played these games before, and I am not allowed to letting it happen again. Oh! Yeah, okay. That is something that is a huge strength of May, is a lot of her jump buttons will hit both sides. You just can't run under her a lot of the time. And Bean Bagels got caught, thinking you were safe. You can crouch under, not quite.
Okay, counter hits here from Bean Bagels. Once again, we see some of this momentum get shifted for Bean Bagels, but I almost feel like some moments are a little too risky where they kind of just leave it at that and then try to restart the pressure. But I love that we got the wall break. There's the 6B. This should be the kill if we keep it clean. No, we go for the setup and we do get the throw at the end. That's at least there, but that's what I'm saying. You want to try to solidify your kill, especially with a character like May. You don't want to allow a chance to make any comebacks happen, because it's going to be big damage, especially for Bridget.
Yeah, and this is turning into a corner situation that gets real scary, but fighting out long enough that your burst is pretty much back on the table, so Bean Bagel's not much to worry about. Good blocks from Reaper Meister until you get opened up, but it's going to be a wall crack without super, so stressful situation. Let's see what we got, Bean. Run up a yo-yo, back in that space up, burst. Reaper Meister, this is what you earned. Once again, not backdashing this time. Bean Bagels holds strong. Oh, great check with the 5P. Oh, this is getting scary. Back into the corner. Command grab. Pick your moment because it's gonna get scary. There it is.
Ooh, I love that.
Yes, fast RC into the low. Huge finds for Bean Bagels to close out a stressful one. But I mean, this is where it starts to get really good, right? This is the real close action that you love to see from competitors. And I like the way that Bean Bagels played out that last situation, right? Was really relying on, I have a ton of meter. I don't need to panic option. I'm going to fast RC into the low. I'm going to play my normal routes. It wasn't really unfortunate. Bridget is a character that can kind of succumb to her own combos in a way. We saw that, accidentally side switching, you tumble a little bit too far forward, especially against May, a shorter body character. It's very easy to get yourself mixed on her.
100% agree. I do think maybe something I want to see just a tiny bit more, but not too crazy. Those DPs, there's might be opportunity there to get the DP right there. Thank you, Bean Bagels. You see, you're proving my point just as we're speaking. You're adapting, matching up the matchup there, and that's going to be the safe jump into the throw and pressure overhead, but the throw was 2+.
Coaching invoices in the mail, Saki Sakoch is on the scene. Don't worry about it. Oh my goodness, the mini stun dipper. It's a normal and it'll do everything that you need it to do. trying to come down with Roger, not quite finding it. Wild Assault, yeah, immediately gets that pressure off. Great find though from Bean Bagels and gets the OTG. You're never too far away. Beautiful, beautiful stuff for Bean Bagels to close that one out.
It was very clutch too. Won the scramble multiple times, and now we're back on that corner pressure that we want to see here from Bean Bagels, and does keep Reaper Meister on their guard. That's going to be the overdrive that's going to break the wall, and positive bonus for Bean Bagels plus the safe jump. Throw tech though, but we got the 5k to follow up with the yo-yo setup.
Yeah, and this is, pretty hard the situation. It's a 50-50 for that burst fate. Oh, caught on the back end of that tumble, and again, does not matter if that button is facing the right way. You are going to eat it. Hold that forever. Back through the wall we go. Reaper Meister, can you find the last hit you need? Bean Bagels looking for a bit of pressure here. Dolphin, okay. Do you commit to burst? Because you're dead if you don't. Bean Bagels wants it. Oh no, the 5P lobbed on in from Reaper Meister. That was from the 3. That was from the sidelines, and we're sinking it. Bean Bagels might regret that burst.
Most definitely, especially with the damage that's about to happen here. Some of these hits have been very much scary, but we got the anti-air, and that is a little bit of an interesting setup there to keep the same side. And now Bean Bagels does get the jump slash counter hit right there, and that is going to be Purple RC to try to break this wall and get some resources back with the positive bonus.
Yeah, then this is where it starts to get scary once again. Finds a nice high hit to reset your mental, right? That's just a great hit to find to just like feel like you get a little bit of breathing room. PRC to get out of there. Bean Bagels tried to get up there for an air throw. Great recognition on the situation though. Jump for the air throw, didn't overcommit, and once you saw, oh, Reaper's just falling back down, let me just chill. We'll take it back down. That's sort of something that like a lot of characters have, especially with in Guilty Gear Strive, right? When counter hit state is so long, you see that big counter and you have a lot of hit stop. It is huge for resetting players' mental. Just having that moment of like, oh, thank God, okay, I got the hit. Like, I'm not in the scramble anymore. Huge for just remembering to like breathe as soon as you can. But Reaper Meister does not want to give you a whole lot of time to breathe because we got counter hits on deck for you.
Anti-air and a slight dash up. I feel like Bean Bagels did not want to utilize that burst right there, and I feel like right in that instance it was definitely a bad burst as you got hit, and that was all that damage. It does not help that Bridget's guts is not that high as well, but we got the DP.
I love that we see the second DP and it's just a raw round star. Like, oh, just hold this. Like let me just keep you honest real quick. Tap the 5D though in the corner. I like this 6P to try to, like iframe through it. Not quite gonna find value. I think it's just a little too active at that range. But into the corner we go. Oh no, you might be gone. Oh, not quite. If you I think Reaper Meister, good recognition, and you don't get the behind the back Yamada combo that you might want. Great recognition from Reaper Meister there. JK is the bait there for a command grab. Tries to bait the burst. Not quite finding it. But what is she going to get for this last hit?
I really do love that Bean Bagels did hold off on that burst. Try to call out that there was a burst bait from Reaper Meister. And this could be a great opportunity for Bean Bagels. Just has to play really safe and be able to just play defense. Challenge it with the throw. Just in case wanted to burst bait, but Reaper Meister said no, let me keep my resources, because with these resources we can go far.
Yeah, and holding on to corner situations and the like is much more important for this one. Pushing in just a little bit. Nice high hits once again. Bean Bagels, great recognition on that anti-air zone of you can't fly here, my friend. JP finds a hit, but can't quite get much more going. This is where it starts to get scary, but Bean Bagels is still pressing, still fearless.
Whew, blocked the dust tap. And there is the punish, but not going to be able to convert fully off of it.
Oh no, oh no. this bagel might be a little bit cooked right now, because you're starting to really put the pressure on Reapermeister. I can feel the heat coming off of it. It's a good amount of damage here. To the wall we go with that Wild Assault, and it will be enough. Bean Bagels with a 3-0. That you know when you report the score to the TO and you say 3-0 them, but it was close. That's 100% a 3-0, but it was close, right? That was stressful down to the last interactions. But great stuff to Bean Bagels, moving on along. Reapermeister, of course, thank you for showing up, but exit stage left. Bean Bagels going to be holding on to that top 8 life. And that leaves us with Chillin and Draken down at the last of our initial block here.
I do want to put out a pun where Reapermeister got toasted.
That one's a fair one.
You toast the bagel in the toaster.
No, of course, if you weren't prepared for Bridget, some might say you reap what you sow.
Oh! I like that one. See, okay, all right.
I'm with you, Saki. Don't. They're like pun enjoyers through and through. We can share this. We can share this. But we're gonna share one more match as far as this first block before we go anywhere. We got Chillin versus Draken sitting down at the setup, and that means that we got Testament versus Sin, and another I feel like this is a little bit more of a traditional matchup that Testament kind of wants, right? Your job is to get in, my job is to keep you over there and away from me as long as possible. I know NorCal doesn't have a ton of Sins out there. I know, you have 10A on Soul, and you have a couple other players who have very brawly characters, but not a whole lot of Sins to my knowledge other than Draken. So, a little bit of maybe a little Guildhouse in-house, maybe we'll see what we can perform with.
100%. Now, I will say with this matchup, you explained it perfectly, right? Testament, keep you out. Sin, I gotta get in. I think what will make this such a tough matchup for Chillin, there's a lot of potential for her here, is the fact that Sin, once he gets that hit in, it is very scary. So keeping Sin out is extremely important. Keeping up this pressure, like we're seeing here, I love it. This is a great round start for Chillin to try to keep up with that intent.
Yeah, and starting 60% already, but Draken gonna commit to the burst here. Says, but what if I got my in though? What if I just hit you back harder? Throwing out those 50-50s, yeah, and Draken. Unfortunately, that burst is not going to come to fruition. You do force Chillin's burst in return, so, maybe a trade of resources there. 5P getting snuffed out, and Draken opening up with that damage. And this is, again, kind of what we were talking about, right? Spend a lot of that stamina early and try to trade it in for positive tension. That's the little stock exchange Draken is going for on this one. Fireballs from the air. Chillin finding good value.
Ooh, very good value right there too. Didn't get the full conversion, but that 6P pop-up thanks to Stain State gonna keep it real nice as we're gonna get that wall break. And Chillin doing an amazing job and doing exactly what you want to do with Testament in this matchup. Draken though does get the hit in after the miss, or I would rather say auto-corrected purple RC. And now this is just trying to apply pressure, dash up, grab. Oh, we're gonna go right into Grave Reaper. You got hit by the reversal overdrive for trying to press a button on Meaty.
Yeah, set up the overhead. I think, and Chillin had already demonstrated earlier in one of the sets. She has PRC super on deck. She can use it, but once you already see, you're in an overhead animation, you got nowhere to go, my friend. Lets that one rock, and that's kind of the game that a lot of characters in this game get to play, but not everybody. It used to be DPRC was kind of the dang, you're allowed to do that, but now PRC Super has really taken its place for a lot of characters, and for a character like Testament, sometimes it's a well-needed whim.
100%. I even feel like that technique was a little bit nerfed in some patches, so it's nice to see that with Testament and Chillin, you still get to use that technique. and really try to show off. But that is definitely going to catch probably one of Pessiment's not so fortunate hitboxes.
Yeah, slight flub there from Chillin. Just pressed the teleport a little bit too early before, and then was already in tap dust animation. A little bit of a flub, you know, you can chalk it up to connection issues or something like that, but oh, great air stall. Draken does not know where that car is headed. Okay, finds a hit, but can't quite get in. You're gonna have to start worrying about FDing every little hit from here on out. Tries to get that little extra air stall with a JD, but Chillin. You know, you got those big brawlic buttons. Feel free to use them and to swing with them. Oh, the late fireball. This might not be good value fireballs. This might be a name brand. This might be top of the line, you know. This is a top shelf fireball game Chillin's putting out here.
You are seeing a couple of drops here from Draken that is catching him off guard, which is not what you want to be doing, especially when you're so close to being eliminated from the tournament. You're going to be up, or rather down 2-0 if Chillin keeps going the way she's been going. You want to make sure your combos are clean and able to really match up with this matchup. So Chillin very much close to that second round win. There's the wild assault, the follow through burst at the last second. Just stay alive here for Draken, and we're gonna make something happen. Let's make magic. So we're gonna get the wall break.
Yeah, this is the wall break, but so few resources on Draken's side that Chillin is just like, you know what? I'll try to own it, you know? The fireballs led me to a good position, and I think they'll lead me to an even better one. Great call from her. I feel like Draken is so close to having like a very, very rounded kind of like understanding of what they're playing for, right? Because a lot of those situations are really good, but when you're breaking the wall and you don't quite have that 50% tension yet, like we're seeing, that next hit can be a little bit of a struggle to get to. 6P finding the counter hit nice and in the air. Oh, and the JP Chillin flying in to mix this one up, and can't quite get the pickup, but this corner situation is going to be equally as deadly. Multi overheads through the wall. Draken's going to need to find an in and find it fast. Oh!
Ooh, okay. I really love that Chillin is very comfortable in just the game plan that she's been able to implement throughout this entire match. Compared to what we were seeing against Danny, she's not in her head this time around. She's playing very smart strategically. There's the blue RC to try to get the clash off the DP and a bit of a counter hit as well. 2K, 2D burst in effect. You might see her burst here if there's a hit. And there it goes as that last skull reaches through. Now we're on a potential set point here for Chillin.
Yeah, I mean, Chillin is just finding so much value. Draken is just getting eaten alive by the fireball game. Wild assault for a little extra pressure. The wrist gauge starting to get a little torque. Chillin teleports into the corner. She's willing to mix it up on you. Ooh, overhead comes in. Oh, that was kind of a cute looking teleport there. Draken not quite finding the fight, but a great find there, and is willing to spin. And see, this is what I like, right? This is the pivot. Hold on to a little bit of your bar. You get plus frames here when you can. Pushing into the corner. Great IBs from Chillin to just not let that go any further. Draken caught by air fireball. The 2H is going to get snuffed up. Not quite finding the whiff punish that you want. Draken! What's it gonna be? The air throw's gonna whiff! Well, this is getting scary. What's it gonna be?
Woo! Close as. Very good there from Chillin. Also, cool, calm patience right there from Chillin. Not letting that scramble go way too far. And also taking it with, I believe it was the 3-0. So Chillin is definitely chilling inside this loser side, still staying alive.
Yeah, I really liked a lot of the way that, like, it felt like when Draken was getting, like, pressure sequences started up, they were going fairly well, and we were seeing some big returns on counter hits when you're able to get to them, but just getting in was a little bit too difficult, a little bit, you know, like, too steep to meet. Chillin was just doing, like you said, a great job of executing her game plan, you know, just really boxing you out, saying, you stay over there, I'm not dealing with that today. But Speaking of not dealing with that today, we're not going to deal with any more Guilty Gear Strive action until a quick 5-minute break. Y'all can go get some water, grab another snack, do what you got to do. It's a beautiful Thursday, and we got more Guilty Gear coming up after this for our FlyQuest Fight series. We're coming back with Sim Fukai versus Domi World. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you in a second.
I'm the best of all time, baby.
Okay,
Let's hear
no,
it.
you're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
I see you going up against a Minna R&D in the clutch. Explain what's going on with that. You guys got a big rivalry or something going on.
It's no real rivalry. My rivalry is with the Dominican community, and I want all of them to know that they're very quiet right now, and now they know who's the best in the world, and they ain't gonna say nothing to me no more. Y'all mans is dead. I slayed him. He's done. I'm the GOAT. I don't want to hear nothing from the Dominican community no more, bro. Y'all come in my chat, y'all better worship me on Twitch. That's all I want to know. I don't hear none of y'all in this arena talking, none of that.
Okay. My goodness, Punk the God. Wow.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Let's go!
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, that you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Welcome to the Fly Fighters podcast, where a current competitor, a veteran, and a new recall the best moments of 2024 in Melee while eating tacos. Enjoy.
Wizards and Warriors, welcome back, welcome back. More Guilty Gear Strive action. Me, Dr. No, getting the pleasure, the privilege, the honor of holding it down with you alongside Saki Sakura to my left. It's a great time to be watching some Guilty Gear Strive action as we close into this top 8. Saki, talk to me a little bit about where we're heading down the line for FlyQuest Fight Series.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, if you're pretty new to how things work here at FlyQuest Fight Series, these are weekly tournaments that happen. They're ladder formats, or they start off as ladder formats, and you want to qualify for these epic top 8s. We just finished out the winner's side as well as the losers round 1 side. Usually what happens is every player ends up into these top 8s on the winner's side, and it's just a lot of Guilty Gear matches or Street Fighter matches, or I hear potentially City of the Wolves as well. So again, plenty of matches to go around here at the FlyQuest Fight Series, and we are right now going to be heading into the winners semi. So we saw earlier Simfukai and Dami World, each respectively going for a 3-0 against their previous opponents and doing an amazing job. I mean, again, these are probably some of the top seeded players you are expected to see at this point, really trying to make it go far and at least get into that top 4 payout pool.
Yeah, and trying to make your way into that top 4. You want a little cut of this. You know, FlyQuest has always been a very. I feel like ever since they've entered the FGC space, they've been received so well in the way that they've been, you know, supporting the online scene, the offline scene, all good stuff. And you get to support by watching some more matches here. Domi kicking things off. The IB is not quite going to be enough as that stamina gets spent. Simfukai trying to just push out here. I like the teleport there. Just the advantage situation of just, I'm gonna get a little bit more screen space going is so valuable. But Domi says, right back in you go. Let me show you a thing or two about how to live.
So we saw this matchup a little bit earlier, especially since it was Chillin versus Draken right there. Now it's Dami World versus Simfukai, probably two of the best masters of their character, right? And we're really seeing how, once again, it is truth that, you know, when one character has the ability to hone in on their game plan, hence with Sin trying to get in and Testament trying to keep Sin out, this matchup becomes truthfully like who gets to do it first and who gets to keep at it. Every move must be perfect if you want to make it through.
Oh yeah, 100%. And speaking of perfect, this is Simfukai on the precipice of a perfect for themselves. Cracking the glass, not gonna go for the high lows. We're just gonna keep this pressure pretty standard, pretty even into the corner. Slightly whiffs on the throw, but Domi not quite pressing yet. A good trade there will at least prevent the perfect rather. But Domi knocked down, put down. Keeping this rounds even. We head in, burst on both sides. Not quite gonna find an out there. Putting more pressure in. 1 bar of stamina down. Spinning another one there. You know, one thing that does present in this matchup that a lot of other characters don't have is teleporting out of the corner. Considering what the resources involved of getting Testament to the corner from Sin's side, teleporting out is actually can have a lot of extra value for Simfukai. It adds like an extra layer to, do I teleport or do I try to just hold my line?
This overdrive is gonna get you to where you want to be for the wall break. And we're actually not gonna do any of the normal buttons because we want to keep that staying state as much as possible. There is the guard break overhead to come through. And we're very close. We tried to challenge, but we're gonna eat a lot of damage, and that is the kill. As Dami World is the first player to go on the board between the two.
Yeah, great play from Domi. That was just the great recognition on the trade hit, and you know, like we've been talking about, right? These are character specialists. They know those situations so well, so ready to just get the hit, find the next conversion, keep the ball rolling. You know, Sin is a snowbally character and wants to just be going. So always good recognition to see. And I'm very curious to see a little bit more about the round start. Simfukai with a backdash, taking a lot more of a defensive posture than we saw in the Chillin' Draken set. Maybe they know what they're fearing a little bit deeper.
Well, these just blocks are so good from Domi World, and I feel like we don't talk enough about how important just block and many of the defensive mechanisms that Guilty Gear does have, because here, this is exactly one of those reasons why it's so important to get the mastery on them, right? With Shunfukai now being able to just continue the pressure, we're going to get the red RC, and we're not going to be able to burst. That's going to lock it out. Not enough to kill due to the scaling, but enough to get a safe jump. No, instead of backdash actually, and get the 2K into the pop-up.
Yep, nice Stain State find there for Shunfukai, and that's something else that like this character does benefit from in this matchup, right? Is you have a very nice 2K, your 2D reaches very far. Even 2H is very good at just like owning the space in front of you, and there's many ranges one has to cover to try to get in on Testament. So we'll see what Domi's able to find it. Great backdash to get out of the throw there. Domi World was already committing to the throw and now is getting committed to the grave as just meter on meter, RC for RC. Never gonna give you the chance to burst out safely. Answers game for game. That's a 1-1. We got a set on our hands.
We do. And, once more, looking at how both players are playing, I definitely expect this to at least be a game 5 between these two. You have the skills. They faced each other before in brackets, so they do know a little bit more about each other than they probably think they do. And I think it just comes down to what's the unique patterns between them and what can we catch them off, who's adapting the fastest, and who can actually capitalize the most.
Yeah, finds just like a slight little end hit on that fireball, very hard to convert off of, but good Stain State pop. Yeah, well-timed burst from Dome. He's gonna get rid of that Nostarovia. I'll let it just sail on by, but Stain State's back on the menu. Shunfukai getting a good amount of risk gauge built. Oh, great find, 6P in range. Another character with a very strong 6P to just, brawl with when you're there.
Okay. YRC to get you off of me, and that's going to be a Tyrant Barrel that's going to kill.
Yeah,
how far was that from the wall? Oh my gosh.
It was so close. But I do one thing I actually want to highlight there from Domi, right, is we've seen players call out the teleport with a more aggressive option, but having the wherewithal to say I'm in enough block stun that YRC is my best way out to get my turn going. Great play from Domi, but better play from Shunfukai in this round. I think we're staring down the barrel of a perfect. Unless Domi can find an out here, goes for the DP. That's not gonna do it. It's like a gentleman's perfect, right? It's like just you got touched by one button or another. Domi back off to the gas, pedal pressed, 40%, just like that. Love to see it, Domi. Start it up.
Ooh, a vacuum effect from the heavy slash. And that was actually a great pickup for Shunfukai to definitely even up the health bar and some.
Yeah, putting some more pressure into this corner. I'm liking what we're seeing. The RTL to fight out. Not quite. Yeah, good recognition. Shunfukai had plenty of range to PRC answer if we needed it. Catching on the lows and a reversal super of your own. But Domi just trying to hold on. Burst to hold onto the corner. Not quite going to get there. Simfu, lot of range for them to work with, and finding that Stain State not quite close enough, but Domi, the next hit could be the last. But it might go both ways. 6P, great pressure in from Shunfukai. I think just caught the startup of an air dash there, and Domi, I mean, you were fighting tooth and nail to stay in that one, but I felt like great from Shunfukai was just a little bit more locked in, a little bit less pressure to act, said I can own my space, I'm in control here, I don't need to panic first. That led to a game 3 win. We are in for a great set. Great call from Saki, because this is a barn burner right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've watched these players probably go back and forth in their respective versions and paths of their brackets, and it's so scary to see how quickly they actually adapt. But also, too, once again, Simfukai is just that master over Testament, has so much grasp to what this character is all about, and really checks you in many ways that would be like unconventional to Testament or just that advanced. But Dami World really says, stop it, that's not even happening here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, let's remember what happened when you see that big counter on your screen. Oh, the 2H again. Simfukai getting so good value out of that 2H. It's such a great button to just get, like, you know, it just has such a meaty hit to it. Simfukai is getting value out of it time and time again. Great clash reactions from Domi off of these DPs is keeping him safe in good situations. But Simfukai with enough meter to just send this one to bed, crack the glass, and put Domi's winner side life flashing in front of him.
You can almost say it's time to go night-night for Domi in the winner's side, but there is still some opportunity here, especially considering that burst now is used on the side of Simfukai.
No, you never want to go quietly into that night-night. You know, you gotta fight for your keep, and RC tries to check for the burst. Domi World not quite biting the burst. You at least got 50% spent from Simfu, but that's a lot of HP you're missing. Starts it off with the DP. Great timing delay from Domi to call out the throw tech, and a great counter hit will mean Domi should be staying alive. Not quite able to get enough meter. The gold burst.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that for Domi World, especially considering that you could still lose all of this health, but it's gonna still work here. I guess that gold burst does make sense considering that it was the last round, but it still would have been great to close. All it takes for Testament sometimes is that one hit, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, and the gold bursting in any situation where it's like last round like that, and you're looking down the barrel of a loss for the set. Gold burst has two modes. It's either, oh my god, that gold burst was genius, or oh my god, that was the worst gold burst I've ever seen. And there's no in between there. And Domi, said, I'm gonna make it a good one. I'm gonna make it one to write home about. In the standard burst there, says, I'm not trying to let you get all this positive going. Ooh, that was kind of cute. Very hard to convert off of that like last hit of the Grave Reaper there, popping up Domi, but not enough that you can really get a full conversion off of. Into the corner though, 6P, great fight from Domi, but this multi-overhead setup, RC, yeah, should have enough time to get this one started up. 6H for damage. Once again, a little bit of meter. What's it gonna be?
Very close here. There's the block on the YRC. And that is the first round for Simfukai. I'm so glad too, by the way, that I called it out. Game 5, not surprising. I'm so proud of myself right there.
As you should be. And I really I think Simfukai should be proud of that YRC read, right? Domi is just like, picking and choosing the moments to spin meter, but they're just so ready in every time. Spinning the meter on a little bit more offense, a little bit of 50%, just like that. And now, I'm trying to get more started up here. Delays that fireball just long enough. Knows that Domi is just looking for the next hit. It's going to be a wall-to-wall. Hell, that burst comes to stop it all. Oh, the 6P not quite finding it. Simfukai! A beautiful, beautiful mastery over those last couple rounds to close that one out. There's a couple like really hinge points, I feel like, that come up in a set like this, right? Domi, a lot of times when had meter, there's not great ways to force an in with meter, right? You can't BRC forward, YRC is fairly risky, as we saw. There was just a couple moments in there that I felt like Domi was like, I'm at this range 2, I really want to get to that range 1, but I just can't get there. And I mean, Simfukai played out those RPSs just beautifully. Honestly, a great set that could have gone either way, but great stuff to both of them. Honestly, giving us a barn burner. We love to see it.
Yeah, most definitely. Up next, we have another really, really very good match coming up here as we got Danielle Moza versus Sarah Bad Guy. And I am hearing that there are a couple of players in the bracket tonight that are going to be heading to Slashback. This is a perfect opportunity for them to get some practice in, and also for you, the viewers, to know what to expect from them when they're hitting those offlines.
Oh yeah, no, I believe Sarah as well coming up, like you just mentioned. Sarah's going to be in the should be in for Slashback, I believe. I know a lot of PNW is showing up for that. I don't know if 100% sure if Sarah's on that registrar, but you know, chilling like we saw earlier, and plenty of other very, very high level players. But speaking of high level players, we got you know, cover art characters, Soul and Kai duking it out. Danny versus Sarah. Stuff we love to see. Oh, the patience from Danny to just face out that 2S beautifully and ride the lightning your way through a wall break. What do we got with this positive? Absolutely nothing. Get off me.
We are seeing some of those trades. There's the counter hit, but that's a forced burst there from Sarah. And a bringer to start up a full push. There's Stun Dipper though. Don't backdash. Watch your toes. And of course, the dash cancel. That's going to lead into projectile. Get some shock state on ya.
Oh yeah, and finally opens up with that Stun Dipper. I want to highlight real quick that Bandit Bringer or the Bandit Revolver, excuse me, yes, Bandit Bringer. Getting tripped up over my own words here. From Sarah, the timing of it is so refined to catch out Danny's button, right? But I feel like Danny's neutral is just so solid all the way through, time and time again, and we're seeing a bit of it here, a little bit of combo action as well. Gets to that wall break. Sarah, sliver of HP to work with.
ATD, and then there goes to Eclair, but that's going to be a 2D counter hit there for Sarah. This is huge, actually. We got the wall break too, so that's some nice damage.
Yeah, and a super cute optimal combo there to get yourself out. Throws out the Stun Dipper, calls out the throw. Could this be the moment that steals? Do you burst, Danny? The question is on you. Do you let Sarah have the clip? No! You DP back! You say absolutely not for you, ma'am. I am not willing to let you have your moment. Oh my goodness. That was an amazing set because I feel like that last round, there were so many cute moments from Sarah where she got to demonstrate Soul at its peak. You know, like what it looks like to have refined combos, to have setups, to do it all, and you're almost making the comeback. And then just to really add a little insult and a little bit of extra salt to Saki's feelings about Kai Kisuke, said, no, I'm just gonna DP. Nah, just hold that.
Accurate. You know what? I want to just give a 10 out of 10 commentary there from Dr. No. Knows what I'm thinking, knows how I'm feeling. It's great.
The aura is felt all around us. Don't you worry. Oh, yep, and cancels into that HDP. That way you can get all of your necessary damage. Knocking another one down. Sarah getting boxed out a little bit by these normals. I think was trying to go for a DP there, but just slightly flubbed and gets a counter hit for your troubles. Right now, I feel like Danny is running away with a game here. If Sarah can't get nothing started, wins the burst opportunity. Yeah, there's so many points at which Danny gets to burst bait that route, and a perfect on the game 2. After what was a slugfest of a game 1, Danny says, I understand it now. Don't need to miss no more. It's all locked up here.
It's all in the game plan.
It's all according to Keikaku. Well, what else do we got here? What else does the plan have in store for you?
I will say Danny has been keeping Sarah in check so much that Sarah's just not able to have fun with Soul, which is what I feel like helps her so for sure, and how she's playing Soul.
I do like that you phrased it very deliberately that Kai is the one robbing the fun. Oh! Yeah, sure. And you know what? Maybe you should have taken that fun away, because if you're letting Soul Bad Guy do this to you, look at this! You're down to a sliver of HP, and we're only 10 seconds in! Hold this corner. Oh, the fake Bandit Revolver is not quite finding any value. Sarah getting pushed back into the corner. Are we going to DP out? It worked for Danny. It could work for you. It can work for you! Oh, and it's not gonna work another time. Sarah, so on point with that one. Love to see a little bit of life coming out from Miss Bad Guy here.
Ooh, we got the backdash. We tried to set up for projectile, but we got the jump in. This is huge here for Danny. This is going to go into Sacred Edge. Shocks applied after the wall is broken. And we are catching you pressing buttons, Sarah. No, 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 no.
Absolutely not. Danny is saying, hey, remember what it feels like when I'm winning? I hope you do, because you're going to have to hold on to it a little while longer. Using that far S range beautifully to find another hit. Sarah, winner side life, dwindling in the balance. The wild assault, good IBs from Danny, but Sarah tries to see what the option is after it. Gives up a turn.
Oof. We're going right into RTL. Another wall break plus positive bonus. And then on top of that as well, again, Danny just getting all that resources back.
Yeah, Danny, great timing on that 2P there. Caught Sarah out of that instant BRC overhead. The slight flub, but good reaction to BRC, but it's not quite enough. Danny still gets a reversal on the situation. Sarah, it's time to guess, and we don't guess. We DP. We're willing to fight. No, but Danny snatches. What a way for that one to end. Sarah said, I'm not holding on to another mix. If I'm going down fighting. Shades of Tatama, I feel like, coming out there, but Danny just a little bit extra ready, grabs that one up, reverses the throw. We got a little bit of the replays here for you. And Danny, I mean, what a great set from both of these players. I'm super excited to see more.
100%. I'm like I mentioned to you before, these names are no stranger to the competition. They've all come really long ways in terms of their journeys and how things go. But once again, going back to how this match and bracket is going, Danny is the favorite in this bracket, so it's not surprising that we're really seeing him just cook. That's what it comes down to. It's just straight up cooking.
Oh yeah, no, this is the kitchen right now, and both of them are cooking as much as they possibly can. You know, there's gas stove, induction ovens, we got the whole 9 yards out here. But that means that we got more players coming up for you. We're going on, I believe that was our winner semis 2, and so now we're gonna be pivoting back down to the losers side, where we got a few more matches left to decide, where we're going with this top 8. Don't go anywhere. We got more actions. Up next, Domi World versus Chillin. We got a little bit more Sin Testament. Very excited to see Chillin kind of, there's always something to be said, and I feel like everyone has different opinions about this, right? When you just played a character and then you have to play them again as your next match, if you're a little bit more character focused, that could be a great thing. But if you're a little bit more player focused, sometimes that can work against you. And I'm very curious to see how Chillin kind of reacts to this sort of a thing.
Also, I just want to also mention to you that poor Chillin going through the Sin Gauntlet tonight, just one sin after the other, and what could potentially be, I would say, the Keisuke family be Testament's worst matchups.
Yeah, it's may not be a fun one, but I mean, I know knowing Chillin a little bit more off stream, she's a game enjoyer. She loves showing up to tournaments. She loves playing the game. That's why she's here. That's why she shows up to FlyQuest, to Guild House, to all of her options to just be a part of the community. And I have a lot of appreciation for people who are like, yeah, I just come to have fun. I got my opinions about characters, I got my opinions about matchups, but sometimes it's just about playing the game. And that's the best part. That's why FlyQuest brings you tournaments like this. That's why FlyQuest is investing in the FGC, because fun is here for all. The C stands for community. Don't y'all forget it. And we get to watch more matches like this. Domi World and Chillin. Domi World, again, I'm putting you on blast. I'm sorry I have to do this every time. I've been dogging this man for so long. I've seen him show up to one offline event. He showed up to one of our weeklies, had a great performance, did very well, took home first, and then decided that he's never playing the game in the offline arena again. And I have to call people out like that. I'm sorry. I'm doing it.
Right, just as we predicted, it's the Testament versus the Sin. And I'm curious to see how Chillin will be able to handle a Sin that belongs to Dami. Dami, again, so strong just in general in how things go with this matchup and just with this character.
Yeah, multi-overheads into the corner. Domi World with some good blocks, but gets caught holding up. Oh, very rare situation where you see Grave Reaper actually winning out the poke game. Domi just pressed a little bit too early on that reach. Tries to go for a burst bait. PRC gonna get snatched up. Honestly, could have been much worse for Chillin there, but now kind of getting throw looped here. What is this, Street Fighter? I thought that was next week. Through the wall we go with the RTL. Domi is gonna snatch that one back.
Okay, here we go. We got the overhead starting off as these rounds start. And that's going to be a force burst there for Chillin.
Yup, and putting out a couple of these Arbiter signs, trying to catch your toes on the way in. And snipe at the fireball just to buy yourself some space. Chillin', a lot of backdashing, really wanting Domi to have to commit to running in here. Baits on the teleport, Domi trying to swing for it, but the fake might not have been good enough because you're still in the corner. Just because you faked the telly does not mean you're out of the woods. Nice reversal there. Again, that PRC super. Just finding such good value. Chillin' should be safe. No. Oh, no! Thought you were out of the woods and just got caught by the last little height of that RTL. Now it's a bad situation. What's the next one? Deflect shield to buy yourself some space. Teleport out. And of course, just to rub it in on Saki that there is another stun dipper out here in the game. Sneaks under there on that low to find game one.
Yeah, that is one of those buttons that makes it really hard for Testament to deal with. So, I mean, good job with Dami taking that first game. That's a huge momentum shift, right? Whereas Chillin, she's coming off of the match from the previous sets, feeling really strong and confident. Now you're up against Dami. Experienced player right there.
Yeah, well run through, and again having such a close set with Simfukai, right? You're so ready for so many of the layers of the matchup. You're so ready for what you're thinking about, what you're hunting for as Sin. So Chillin', take a second, reassess. There's much like there's always going to, each layer of a matchup is always going to look a little different when depending on who you're playing, depending on what your character specialty is, etc., etc. I'm really excited to see if Chillin', because like we've been seeing a little bit backpedaling, likes to run, really wants to draw you in, but I'm really curious to see what Chillin's next layer is, right? Because you've got Domi running, you just got to be able to take advantage of it. And right now, Domi's taking advantage of Chillin's lack of throw tags. Oh, we go for another one, and the 6P. I think we've seen this exact same round earlier in the tournament. Domi his corner situations are so refined.
I did see that. Yes, great call out as well. Now it's trying to mix up that stomp once again, especially paired with the fast RCs. It's going to catch you off guard.
Yup, the 6P, not quite finding any value. Chillin' just putting some fireballs out. And again, Domi perfectly picked on that situation. Said, I understand the range. Let me readjust here. And now Chillin' is probably in the back of her head thinking, I would like a little bit of extra space. Caught the backdash with close as once again. And an RTL for your troubles. Not quite gonna kill. Oh, never mind. I've been wrong about this every single time.
It's because the Testament's a glass cannon. That's exactly what happened there. I could see that scaling if it was any other character that had guts.
Yeah, it's you hope that last little HP is gonna be enough for you to mount a comeback, but not quite. Just eating away that damage, gobbling up another round Domi. One thing I'm always very impressed by in the way that Domi kind of structures his neutral is he's very on about I am not going to get too fancy with it, right? Even if I'm playing against a character that boxes me out, even if I'm playing against like a refined fireball game or different layers, etc. He doesn't overcomplicate getting in. He's like, I know where I get to press and when I get to press my buttons, and I'll just work my way, honest working man, to try to get yourself into position where 6Ps like that find value.
And this is something where I feel like with Chillin, we want to see those values happen, but it's just not been working out for her. And instead, it's been more of like defense. Let's try again, get this full screen pressure. Here's the teleport to get out. Now trying to lock in and keep Domi in that corner side. That's a big punish opportunity here. And even though the burst happened, it's still a full screen back again to keep going with the full game plan.
Yeah, you eat out 50% meter, but I mean, as far as Chillin's current game plan is worried, this is mostly okay as long as we are not over committing to panic options. And again, Domi just finds those 6-speed times. Chillin wakes up with a press, the wild assault to try to get enough damage, finds it on below after you get back up. Chillin fighting for her life. Ooh, be a little careful. Yeah, okay, I like the air stall adjustment there.
The slight walk up, but Chillin said nope, get anti-aired with the 5P.
Yeah, Chillin is committing to a lot of backdashes on Wake Up, is really hoping that, you know, she can catch a throw with in the open there. Caught on the overhead though, and through the wall we go. Chillin, you got another PRC super on deck for us? And there it might have been, but goes for the BRC. It gets a BRC timing on that instead, and dash forward DP. Careful, careful. The clash is so scary. Chillin up, backing, finally gets caught there. That was a breathtaking moment, but Domi finds it in the end. Right now, Chillin just, you know, you still got defensive resources. No need to panic just yet. Swinging out a lot, just trying to fill the screen right now, and I kind of like the idea behind it. Great play there from Chillin. I love that 2K. That's the catch on that you want, right? You've earned Domi running at you. You need to just put in some of your faster buttons and own your space. Let's see what else she's got in store for us. Or is it gonna be all Domi world?
We'll see here as the Stain State supply. Domi's the one that has the lower health at the moment. Chillin's quite chillin'. There it goes. There's the throw. Stain State was already activated, but there's the follow-up throw. And so Chillin on the board. This is not going to be a 3-0 here.
No, yeah, Chillin playing pretty well to, you know, just try to recover a little bit of the situation, doing some, you know, doing your job well. I do really like a lot of, I like that Chillin has kind of like realized like, okay, I'm running away a little bit too much. I'm kind of just like hard committing to blocking too much. We see a lot of 2P mashes, you know, checking a lot of Domi's offense a little bit more consistently. Really like to see that. You know, you can't show too much fear in the face of a character that will blow you up if they get their chance. Ooh, and speaking of chance, might have just gotten it there, but burst is going to keep you safe for a little bit longer. Tries to DP out in case a bigger button was coming, but oh, and here we go. Are you gonna do it again? There's no way you do it again. Yeah, caught there with the hoof stomp, and through the wall we go.
Just a little bit of help. We go straight for the raw overhead, because sometimes you're just expecting the stomp, but again, that's the tricky part about Sin. It's the up and down on it.
Yeah, and everything's reactable in theory, right? It's like I can react to the overhead, but when it starts to, you know, when you're feeling the pressure and you're feeling like your tourney life is on the line, things start to get a little bit more difficult. 50% HP down, Chillin, not afraid to use that backdash. Catches Domi on the Grave Reaper there. Getting some good Stain State opportunities. Careful, careful. Pressure with the Wild Assault. Finally get a YRC to take your turn. Oh, and catches the backdash. More pressure. The overhead is not quite going to be enough. We can't get to that 50% tension mark. So Chillin, what is this last little hair of HP going to mean for you? Not quite enough. Trip guard going to come in, and that 6P finds the value you need. Omi World going to be moving on along in our top 8 side. Congratulations, of course, to Chillin. Great showing, making it into this top 8. Round of applause, round of applause. We'll be seeing you at Slashback shortly. But that means that Domi going to be sliding on along, making a great splash, which means we got another Losers Quarters match. Saki, who do we have up next?
Yep, so we have Sarah Bad Guy versus Bean Bagels. Now, Sarah, once again, this just both player and character have been working out really great, as well as Bean Bagels has really been trying to, I would say, claw their way back out of this loser side and just trying to make something out of a lot of what I would say some bad matchups.
Yeah, that is kind of the hard part for a lot of characters, that their game plan is a little bit more set play based. They kind of have to draw out games a lot longer. In this in this iteration of Strive, and honestly a lot of them before, there's just so many characters that will just maul you, that will just end the round in 15 seconds flat, hold that, see you tomorrow. And I mean, something you just have to be ready for. We'll see if Bean Bagels is necessarily ready for that. And 6S round start. How many times? Oh, okay. Did unfortunately get crossed into the corner. I'm sure Sarah had the route for that, but crosses her way back out with that jump K. Just a regular Street Fighter round of, to get that left-right mix, and Sarah already starting off a round on the board.
One thing you have to note about, Soul still hits so hard. And again, with guts like Bridget, you gotta make sure every hit counts here, just like it does for Sarah.
Oh, that's such a nice find there off the 5D. Getting to that 50% tension mark on the hit. Exactly what Sarah's looking for. Now Bean Bagels trying to just stop the aggression a little bit. Crosses with that jump K. Oh, and baits a DP for your troubles. It's a fairly low commitment DP. In and out the corner. Yeah. Oh, that's such a... so unfortunate for Bean Bagels. First, though, what do we got, Sarah?
Ooh, no burst bait, though, from Sarah Bad Guy. It's about just landing one hit. Both players might be able to get it, too.
Yeah, and just another nickel and dime hit. Can we find the opening? We can. Catches Sarah's toes while she's holding up. Bean Bagels holds on to this chance, this round, long enough to earn another fight in the DP. We do throw it out there. Bean Bagels not afraid to take control of the neutral, and I'm loving the pace change that Bean Bagels is providing here.
Definitely a change of pace. Here with Bean Bagels being able to break the wall. Now that's going to be going in for a safe jump and following up on pressure. The deflect shield, so smart, but a bit of an off timing as Sarah goes down for the first count. And Bean Bagels on the board with the 1-0.
Yeah, I felt like that deflect shield there was kind of Sarah saying, like, I really want enough space that I can think and I'm not blocking a button. Just when you're dealing with such long range buttons like that, you feel like I'm not getting a break. I'm constantly getting hit at max range 4S, max range 2S, things like that. And like you said, the deflect shield, not quite finding the purchase that you want, not quite giving the reprieve that you were hoping to find. Oh my goodness. Oh no, the 6S catching you on the time and holding up. And this is gonna be some damage. Not quite getting the clean hit though. Go for a wild throw instead. Bean Bagels with the corner situation finds you trying to fly your way out. Returning to a better neutral. So close. Just the timing not quite there. A little too high in the air. But still finding a way out of this round. There's a little drops, little flubby here and there, but ultimately Sarah picks that one up.
Okay, that's going to be a counter hit here. Forced burst there for Bean Bagels.
Yeah, and
Forward
reverse the
duel.
situation. DP on deck. I like the bait with the JH, but Bean Bagel's defense is holding strong. Just pokes, test the water with that 2K. Dip your toes in, but don't go too far with it. You never know what lurks below. Oh, and that might be what it is. Not quite finding the conversion, but baits the YRC. Oh, Sarah. I love that situation, right? You got the hit, you recognize the flub, you go for the jump cancel just to be like, hold on, let me, you know, we both saw that this combo dropped. I'm thinking about what you want next, and I love that kind of a heads up play. That is such a great player read from Sarah to close out another game.
So with that being said, with that, where it comes from, Bean Bagels is looking really strong overall. Whereas we have, of course, Sarah that's just been able to stub each time.
Yeah, and ooh, finds a great hit there, but first off before the big brunt of that damage comes through. I think Sarah might have been going for 6B there, just didn't quite have enough time to start it up, but that DP gonna get snuffed out real quick, and with no defensive resources, Bean Bagel, what do we got here to start us up?
Okay.
Oh my goodness, the routing from
That's
Sarah.
solo routing right there, you know?
Absolutely, that's what you pay for when you come in on when you know what you're doing on Soul. That's what you practice. That's what that training mode is for. Know your combo theory, kids.
Ooh, okay. There's that slight whiff punishes here and there that Sarah's trying to catch. It is one good hit, and there's the DP on it.
Yeah, very, very good stuff. And Sarah closing out another one here, but not quite out of the woods. Bean Bagel, very reserved, and Sarah with a good timing catch for that backdash. And this is where I start to worry for Bean Bagels. Okay, willing to throw out the DP. I like that. Keep it honest. You know, not quite succumbing to full defensive mindset just yet. Oh.
Nice to get a shimmy right there, yeah.
Yeah, very, very cute. But, oh, I like that from Sarah. That 5K, knowing you're going to find value. It's through the wall. Burst on Bean Bagels. Are we going to see a gold burst attempt? You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier. What do we got here? Takes Sage, not quite going to find it. Baits and punishes beautifully. Goes even for the wild throw just to make sure that you get enough damage. You know, maybe you get maybe you do far ass and you don't quite have enough time. You know, it's just like a little sliver of HP. Just go for what you know. Get that damage in, and Sarah finds another game there. And again, I have such an admiration for the defensive reads that we're seeing, but on the inverse, I like that Bean Bagels, when posturing a little bit more defensively, is still willing to throw out a DP here and there, still willing to test the waters with a 2K, not overcommitting to defense, which can be the downfall of a lot of lesser players.
That's most definitely where you're at as well, too. You said it right on the nail, and it comes down to just Bean Bagels being aggressive, and then Sarah's just been able to win scrambles, great routing, just overall in control all throughout.
Yup, and throws into the corner. Oh, just a little bit of space to sneak in and steal the corner from you, and I don't think that DP is gonna be a great one to see. You just go with that HMC. They're a bad guy. Another round down, another round between you and moving on along in this loser's side bracket. Good find from Bean Bagels to hopefully get a little bit more pressure in. Defensive posture, though. Doesn't want to overcommit on the offense side. I like the reserve. I like that, you know, like we've been talking about. Offense there, but not always, not overcommitted. Defense there, not always overrepresented.
Ooh, Bean Bagels is really trying to stay alive here in this match, and great callouts, great patience. Sarah just gonna have to dial down a little bit on the aggression, but not just all that much, because again, it's getting rewarded very much so.
Yeah, and into the corner we go with a Tyrant Rave to get you back through the wall. Bean Bagels is starting to be guest for your lifetime, and Sarah is the one asking the questions. Great up back there from Bean Bagels, not overcommitting to anything. The burst is going to be baited, and Sarah is going to move on along with a perfect, just to feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Really, really well played from both sides. I felt like Bean Bagels was, you know, really trying to represent all options that you could, but just, you know, Sarah, there were so many opportunities that just were, you know, just money hits, the kind of things that that really make playing Bridget feel a little bit rougher in this meta. And of course, speaking of the meta, we got a lot more matches up for you. You'll see more Soul, more Sin, more of your favorite characters up here at FlyQuest. We're going to toss it over to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got some more matches. Last few matches as our top 4 is decided. We'll see you then. Don't go anywhere, chat room. We'll be right back.
I'm the best of all time, baby. Let's hear it.
You're so good. How are you so good?
I love you, Jake.
GG's.
I see you going up against Minna R&D in the clutch. Explain what's going on with that. You guys got a big rivalry or something going on.
It's no real rivalry. My rivalry is with the Dominican community, and I want all of them to know that they're very quiet right now, and now they know who's the best in the world, and they ain't gonna say nothing to me no more. Y'all mans is dead. I slayed him. He's done. I'm the GOAT. I don't want to hear nothing from the Dominican community no more, bro. Y'all come in my chat, y'all better worship me on Twitch. That's all I want to know. I don't hear none of y'all in this arena talking, none of that.
Okay. My goodness, Punk the God. Wow.
For new players, I would probably recommend Braum for how easy it is to just swing and attack. If you like just being like a big reliable like support or like tank type of player, I think Braum does that for you. I also think that his moves are pretty big, pretty swingy, can hit from pretty far away. So you don't have to worry too much about movement. That's like the big thing with Braum. You know, just get in there and just hit them and just protect your friend.
Let's go!
What we need is combos. We need straight combos. Everything needs to do at least 50% and then land into a mix-up. We need mix-ups too. New players should play Echo because, as I mentioned before, we need a mix, right? And there's almost no better character to mix than Echo. And it's pretty easy too. Everything needs to be a 50-50. You can't have anything less. No 49s or 51s. Then you gotta get them assist calls. Assist calls. After that, nothing else.
For new players, I recommend Ari because you play a game like this because you want to finesse. You want to move. You don't want to just do things without purpose. Anti-air is as simple as it gets. I kept it extremely simple, but I mean, you can go a long way with just those. And this character is so elegant, so smooth, and you just want to dance when you play it. And this is the character I recommend.
Welcome to the Fly Fighters podcast, where a current competitor, a veteran, and a new recall the best moments of 2024 in Melee while eating tacos. Enjoy.
Wizards, Warriors, welcome back. You all already know what it is. We got more Guilty Gear Strive. We got our top 4 decided. It's been a fun little road. Like we said, this is a preamble to bigger offline events for the West Coast. We got Slashback on deck, but FlyQuest is here time and time again, providing online tournaments for the FGC. Like Saki's been talking about multiple times, Street Fighter, City of the Wolves, Guilty Gear Strive, they're here to support the scene. So if you guys are enjoying this, feel free to go ahead and drop a follow, follow up FlyQuest, hang out with us for a little bit more. There will be more tournaments coming up next week. Our West Coast bracket has been an exciting one all the way through. Saki, give us a little bit of the breakdown of this bracket right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, as we come back from this break, we have Simfukai versus Danny Elmaza in the winners final. And then now down in loser semis, we have Sarah Bad Guy versus Dami World. Now, just as a heads up, because this is top 4, that means that these players are now in the run for the pool. So essentially, it is to solidify where these players will be earning and what they'll be earning again in this cash prize pool, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is an $800 prize pot overall. So that is something that these players will be fighting for. And there you have it. First place $200, second place $100, third $60, and fourth $40.
Yeah, and that is split coast to coast, or is mirrored coast to coast. So you got 400 on one side, 400 on the other. FlyQuest always doing great work to just help provide a little bit extra for the players. It's the one that like sweetens the deal. And I don't know, like Saki, you've been around the FGC for a little while now. Like sometimes that can be in your head. When you're competing, you're just like, damn, there's $100 difference in between me winning and me losing this set, and you never want that to play in as a competitor, but it does. I mean, hey, the stakes got to be high, right? There's got to be something you're fighting for.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's actually the opposite, better said. Usually players, they kind of don't realize that there's the money. They instead, it's more of like, well, I want to try to get to that top first spot just for the bragging rights, right?
Yeah.
Versus most of the times what ends up happening is like they realize later, oh wait, this is for money. I forgot about that. I guess I'll just go and cash in these monies.
Yeah, the pride. Look, you could win whatever tournament. You could have oodles and doodles of dough in your back pocket for winning the set, but nothing will feel better than the pride of just getting to raise your hands and say, that's right, I did it, that's me, I'm the champ, you're number one. And of course, one of these two players is going to put themselves in the best position of that grand finals spot. So Danny Elmaza and Simfu Kai, what do we got? And we've talked a lot over the course of this broadcast about like character specialty and like paragons of their character. Again, Daniel Maza is in this conversation. As far as Kai Kisuke goes, there is not a whole lot of players who are pushing Kai as far as he is.
And I would say that that's very true. I think probably one of the best representations of the character, for sure, as far as player and control goes. Now, I think the real thing about Danny is just the way that he controls with Kai, because it's very much aggressive, very able to just pick up so much. But we have Simfukai who also matches with that character mastery with Testament.
100%, and we're seeing it demonstrated there as round 1 goes down the drain for Danny. Simfukai opening that one up. Okay, air-to-air trade's a little risky, but you know one thing I also love about the way Danny plays, and you were talking about control of the character, right? 100% that's represented in how Danny moves about the screen. You'll see him get like nickel and dimed hits for running and committing to run action, but it's never as nearly as bad as those meaty up-close counter hits. And I feel like his risk-reward assessment is always so solid. And we're going to see a little bit more of it here. Gets those plus frames, tries to shimmy something out, but Simfukai puts themselves in the driver's seat.
That was actually a great challenge there from Danny. Usually we're seeing Simfukai go for a meaty setup or a teleport safe setup, but that right there shows that Danny is very much well aware and not just utilizing a DP to try to challenge, but the best buttons possible for that.
Yeah, and again, speaking of best buttons possible, that DP is the best call possible. I think Simfukai might have accidentally gotten the super jump there and was hoping to just come back down with JH as the punish, but either way, shoulda, coulda, and woulda, you gotta have to fight your way out because there's no defensive resources left. The teleport sneaks in and catches Danny. Holding the wrong direction. Into the corner we go. What do we got with his meter? Not gonna pierce. He tries to just do it raw. 2 keys into the 6-feet whiff punish. Great recognition from Danny. Oh, and that RC, is that gonna be enough? I don't quite think so, but it's gonna put Danny in a do or die situation.
Not the position. Oh wait, we're going straight to RTL. Would there be enough time? No! It gets interrupted!
It gets interrupted, but with just not quite enough HP, Simfukai finds a way to just tap that last little bit of damage in. Ooh, that's a little exciting one. I love stuff like that. And that was the I throw this fireball out, and in the back of your mind, you know, you're always like, I know this super doesn't hit me. I've labbed this before. I've played Danny plenty of times in this very online tournament. But in the back of your head, you're like, what if I messed up? What if I'm getting hit by this? What if it's all going wrong right now? But still maintaining composure to scrap out that last little bit of HP. Good showing from Simfukai. And now, ball is in Danny El Maza's court to try and push back the tides. Ooh. Finds Faraz just at that tip range there, knocks you back a little bit, and knocks you back into a teleported Testament's arms. As that Nostrovia sends you through the wall.
This is another safe dash up, better said. And again, same state still applied. I love that we also catch Danny's backdash. Catches the recovery with the throw, so that's like a complete... I almost thought that was a perfect there, but didn't even have a chance to check out those health bars. As they're going right into it fast and really quickly.
Oh yeah, no, they are here to fight 100%, Saki. They know what they came to do. They came to fight, and these 2 H's are such a good option to be swinging with that Testament. Finds a great punish, not gonna get opened up by that Scum Dipper. And through the wall we go. Simfukai is just putting on a show. Not quite gonna kill, but you're going to be holding down that FD macro for a minute because there's a lot of stain states between you and closing this one out. Not biting just yet, but the Wild Assault, you know what you have to spend, and everyone's favorite dragon install. Will it be enough? Look at the extra chip damage that you're getting. And finally, speaking of chip damage, Simfukai answers with a bit of chip on their own. We ain't talking about Xanath, we talking about it being enough to close out a game 2. Simfukai, 1 game away from securing a grand finals position. Now, Saki, I gotta ask.
Oh, so sorry about that. I was just gonna say, there was just not enough tension there for Danny, on top of the fact that I think this is the first time where we see a switch? What?
Yeah, a ram coming out. Danny has a ram? What? You know, look, Red Ditto may be an inspiration, you know, win an AWT on this character in a convincing fashion, but I didn't realize we were making waves like this. I've seen a lot of players picking up Ram recently. I know Kid Dracula and now Danny Almaza pulling out some pocket Rams. You're gonna have to hope it's enough to get the job done, because Simfukai has plenty of experience against this character.
I was gonna say, this is not only the first time we're seeing Danny kind of down 2-0, but hopefully this is a big pickup here. Didn't look too strong at the beginning, but Simfukai could be making some magic here to try to clean up shop. That is a dropped route combo. That's not what you want to be doing, especially so close to Winners Finals.
No, unfortunately, Kai, for you, this character does not hold on to her swords the whole time, so you're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Throw, no RC. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say no RC needed, but just goes for that OTG to keep it a little extra burst safe. I like what Simfukai's got going on there. Finds a good pace up there with the 6P. Oh, yeah. Okay, Simfukai went for a really late throw tech there. Tried to just maybe, you know, catch Danny a little bit too antsy, but caught by the explosion and through the wall we go. But right now, it's just looking like Simfukai is, you know, there might be another day in the office unless... Hold that phone.
Hit overdrive. That's going to be the wall broken, followed up. And it looks like Danny does indeed have this ram a bit more locked down compared to that first round.
Yeah, swinging with that far ass here. Really has to kind of like readjust to the matchup. But that Wild Assault finding a good purchase there will force the last defensive idlings out of Danny Almaza. Flips in, get those plus frames a-going. The 5D just slightly out of range, but a 6D to find that throw will be all the better for you. Cracking the glass. Simfukai, you don't want to play a longer set with this Ram. You don't want to think that Danny is learning the patterns. Pop rocks combos, not quite able to find anything. Again, the Wild Assault finding value and finding a wall break situation to put Danny back against the wall once more. That's gonna do it. Simfukai off the low. And you know, that's just an honest 50-50 at the end of the day. You know, it's the plus frames, it's the arbiter sign, it's very classic set play that Testament gets to unload. And I do, you know what? Danny, we'll put a little respect on the Ram. You know, we can all agree that felt okay. You know, you got some stuff. Maybe you know, maybe preparing for, you know, matchups like this. Maybe it's just like I'm online, I kind of want to play something new. Maybe there's a world where we're seeing Danny L Ram. Possibilities for you. That's why you tune into online tournaments like this. You want to be up to date. I saw the Ram. I know what's up. I've been around. I've been known. But of course, that means we're moving on to our losers match. Saki, who do we got up next?
Up next, we have Sarah Bad Guy versus Dami World. Now, I believe this is... No, I thought it was going to be a rematch, but Dami World was on the upper side of the bracket. So, with Sarah Bad Guy versus Dami World, this is going to be an interesting match because we're going to see the explosiveness of Sarah versus the explosiveness of Dami World on that Sin, right? So we've been talking a bit back and forth about how both players, again, their aggressiveness, their characters, also brawler-like game plans, both work extremely well once they get those hits in. So it's all about trying to see how they can lock in and actually finish out the full-on match and see who gets that first momentum first.
Absolutely. And you are well founded to have think this matchup happened before. We did get to see Sarah versus Draken, the other Sin in our top 8 bracket here, a little bit earlier. So, you know, a little bit of familiar territory for Sarah potentially, but for Domi, let's see what you got here. I know you're used to fighting souls. If you're an online player, if you've been, you know, duking it out in Celestial, there is no shortage of souls that are wanting to run the set with you. So already starting off 50%. Ooh, I like that. Even if you don't get the full combo there off of the off of the vortex. It's just an OTG. It's just safe, and Sarah, you know, able to recognize. I just got cornered. I'm gonna take my wins. Great whiff punish with the bandit revolver. Tries to get deep in there for that closest. I think it was like a little missed space to have time to get a larger pickup, but Domi gonna take away. Not quite. I was gonna say maybe a clean hit Tyrant Barrel will be enough to kill, but I mean, Soul Bad Guy is just he's a big burly boy. He don't die easily like that. Oh my god.
That was actually a great catch, and I also think some of the flames hit Domi too, so it was kind of like a double checkmate right there for Sarah.
Yeah, you love a situation where you can just hold back, right? You know, they're dead, you don't got to think about it, you're just holding back in case they burst. So the extra damage there, but not quite the wall break. Maybe the reasoning for picking that RTL in the last interaction. But Sarah still fighting her way out, catches with a 2K. Honest tick throws here. Just playing that strike throw game plan. It's part of what makes him so scary. And the double 2D is a great way to catch Domi pressing the next step.
EP, that's going to catch Domi just a bit. Red RC to keep it plus. And again, this aggression from Sarah is keeping, I feel like, Domi, stopping them from actually implementing some of the aggression that we see from Sin. And Sarah's actually on the board right now with the 1-0.
Yeah, I very much want to touch on what you just said, because I think you're 100% right. There was so many situations there where, like, Sarah's game plan was so well refined there, right? You go for double 2D, counter hit the 6P, then Sarah's just beating you over the head with 6S. It's just like, I'm gonna hold you back here. You aren't going to 6P anymore. I've made you afraid. I know what you're thinking, and I'm gonna take my time to swing as many times because of it. Sarah just, like, again, such good defensive player reads on her. And Domi might need to adjust quickly, because now we're starting to check with all sorts of different buttons. That 5P off the FAP here, as well as catching with the low there. They're starting to run away with it, unless Domi can cook something up here. RTL should be able to get you all the way to the glass. Some plus frames to boot. Domi, what's the mix?
No, there it is, the stomp into the low.
Yep, catching you on that backdash. Great work from Domi, not quite enough to kill. But, yeah, you saw the startup. Don't get too antsy. It's punish time. Domi, great defensive read of his own, and that's when we get some players who are playing at a good level. You love to see. I'm a huge fan of interplayer dialogue in a match, and you love to see that kind of thing develop. Ooh, okay, a little bit more reserved this time around. This time back on the press. What do we got here? These JPs, these wall bounce combos. Oh my goodness, that red is starting to bleed extra. But elk hunting your way out of this. Domi is not going out without a fight.
Ooh, that is a big hit right there for Domi. Now he's going to go straight into RTL.
Oh, and the full damage. You know, that last little bit, that last, like, explosion that Sin has is not a lot of damage, but really good awareness from Domi to know that that was going to be enough. I mean, just that last little bit, I was a little worried that wasn't going to kill, but Domi, like we said, time and time again on this broadcast, just very familiar with the character, knows the damage numbers. It's like Pokemon damage calcs, you know? It's just like I'm running the numbers in the background. I know, and I gotta know, because if you were wrong, terrible things to happen. But it's gonna be a 1-1 to get us going, and a great losers semis.
I was almost gonna say with Sarah, it's not so much about the actual Pokemon calculations, it's knowing about the type and is doing super effective moves.
It really is. It's you know, do you know the matchup? Do you know what they brought to the table? What EVs you rocking? What IVs we rocking? Oh, getting some good damage here. Domi World trying to find timing for those IVFDs off of the Fafnirs, but not quite getting the timing right. And that should just be death. Unless Domi's got anything last to say. Little bit of a cute route there from Sarah, kind of as many times as you can you will burst bait. 2K, every time you get like a couple of frames where you're able to burst bait off of that, Domi's not biting. Domi's holding it on for a little bit of a heavier storm. Oh, and that wall sticking, I think, might have just been the storm that we should have been worried about, because there's not much HP left to work with. Backdash, great call from Domi to get out of there, but the Wild Assault, oh, not quite!
I think if it was a dropped combo, it might have been dropped on purpose due to the burst just coming back in time, and I feel Sarah didn't want to spend as much. Try to just go for resets at that point.
Yeah, maybe the heads up plane that you might have needed, but I think Sarah, yeah. And again, that's like one of her like most refined setups there, right? Is Fafnir, PRC into that wild throw. Great way to just close out a round. And I feel like Domi is playing with a little bit of fear. I think Sarah is kind of just firmly in control of the neutral so far, and is kind of like controlling the pace of the game throughout so far this set. So I'm really kind of interested in how Domi's gonna grab back the reins here.
Ooh, talk about buttons whiffing a little bit, but here with Sarah, gonna be able to recover just a bit. Domi though, again, those just blocks coming in very handy.
Yeah, tries to get up there for a throw, but slight flubs there. Maybe the nerves coming in, maybe something more. Tries to BRC in case you're bursting that last little clean hit, but not quite. Domi is being very reserved with this burst, and I'm liking the results that he's getting off of it. Able to take a little bit of that drop damage to the bank. You go through the wall once more, trying to catch you holding up. RC should be death as we commit. Sarah is willing. Be careful. Oh, but it's a little bit of HP. Are you the hero of this story? 6P. Oh! She's so hero moded. She's so hero moded. She's willing to DP everything. Don't fight out. Oh God, the DP jumping over Domi's button to close it out. Oh my gosh. I love to see some good old fashioned scrapping. That's what we came to see from Guilty Gear Strive.
That was such a clutch comeback there from Sarah. And again, Sarah just being, I would say, so good at keeping up with scrambles, and really, like you said, just in hero mode, really believed in the hero burst.
And sometimes you gotta believe you're the protagonist, right? Sometimes you just gotta own that. Oh, okay, good recovery there from Sarah. Recognizes the throw whiff there. Oh, that's sticking just a beat earlier than Domi maybe thought. It's gonna be a lot of damage down the drain, but you got 100% tension and burst. What are you gonna do with it? Old burst. We tried, I understand the methodology. Unfortunately, knocked down, and Sarah moves on with a 3-0. Domi popping his way out of there. I mean, that was, it's kind of hard to say. Sometimes you get into these very last four situations, you start to get a little rattled, and Sarah was just picking up so much of the pieces. We saw great instances from Domi in that set, but especially after you eat a comeback like this while you're down 2-0, it's just a bit too steep to meet. Sarah moves on. Of course, congratulations for Domi, like you were talking about earlier, Saki, in the money. That's what, always lovely to see, but 3-0 is a 3-0 no matter how you slice it.
Looking back at that replay there, which again, shout outs to production to be able to bring those up for us, but I think right there is a great usage of evidence that Sin's buttons are not as good as many players would expect or feel like he has, because just right there with the way that Sarah maneuvered, it felt like any button that was getting out, there was just no hitbox able to hit Sarah.
Yeah, 100%. It just felt like, I got around it. I'm over here. No, it's just not quite. No, it's I feel like it's appropriate for Soul and Sin that Soul would be like little brothering him as he's like holding his forehead back, and Sin swinging his arms like, please, I just want to hit him. And Soul's like, you sit down, like you stay there and you remember who your elder is. Oh no!
So I believe this is the losers finals. We got all of that updated, so this is gonna be, I think this is indeed the rematch. This was Danny versus Sarah earlier on in winner semis, but now losers finals here. Let's see if Sarah's momentum continues, or will Danny stub it all?
Yeah, and okay, good recognition from Sarah. You got the tip of that 5H connection. There's not a whole lot you can safely convert to at that range. Tries to just back off of it. Annie starting pressure up, chopping down the tree with that close. That's getting in the meat with it, but not quite finding any value. Gonna be substantial. That 5H is gonna be enough. Just barely delays the burst timing, and Danny's able to find a way out and potentially a round win if this is able to kill. I think it will.
Hey, and that is, like you mentioned, gonna kill. Of course, production with the high piece moment. Of course.
It's way funnier superimposed into the background. Like it's just to remind you, just to add a little insult to injury. Oh, it's beautiful. But speaking of beautiful, Danny Almaza is putting on a beautiful show for us here as once more we go through this glass. Sarah with a little bit of meter, if you can find the time to use it. Ooh, a bit of space there. Again, look at the way that Danny is so patient on these dash ups, right? Full use of the run mechanic, but then always still, I'm holding back a little bit. Like, I dash up, I wait. I'm not afraid to dash up and have to block the next button. And it paid dividends there, right? You know, just pull the trigger when you need to. Danny Almanza, a nice 1-0 start to the set. But I'm sure we got more in store.
Yes, we do. And I think this is kind of where Sarah's going to need to really figure out how Danny's Kai is playing. This is the potential stop for her, right? And as you can see right there, Danny was literally all gas. No one stopping him from making it back to the grand finals.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we want to see. But right now, Sarah might be putting roadblocks in your way. That's a lot of damage and no burst to show for it. RC shouldn't be able... She definitely is not going to be able to kill if that 5D goes wide, but still hold on to the corner, still hold on to a better situation overall. Annie with a little bit of meter, trying to make something happen here. Sarah opts to just get out of there. I like that. Kind of just taking a reset on the situation, right? Like hoping to just back up to enough neutral that you can get the mental reset, but I don't know. Danny's neutral and Danny's offense are just a little bit too much. Dragon install, my beloved. Let's see what we can make happen with it. The run speed is just so deadly, and the stun dipper is deadlier. Danny takes back that one from the jaws of a round defeat.
I will never believe Kai players say that Dragon install is bad when that's their that can be sometimes their last minute win condition. That's their comeback mechanic.
It is, and you know I'm kind of with you. You know they're like, oh, it's bad, but they all press it. But none of them have backed off of it. You know, curious movements from the Kai player base, but. We digress, of course. Sneaks in with that wild throw. Crosses up. Danny Almaza, not quite your turn yet. At HVV. Oh, the bait. The RC. Are you going to burst? Commits to the burst bait. Still able to find it off that 2S. That could have been a scary situation for Sarah. But Danny just holds on to it for the next day.
Some just blocks to just really create some of that full screen. There's stun dipper to follow up, and what a jump! Instead of a shimmy, it was a jump shimmy.
Yeah, it's a vertical shimmy. You know, I'll beat you in a different way. And especially, I feel like Danny knows that works against Sarah specifically because she's been anti-airing with 5K in those situations a lot. So you kind of know the timing is a lot more lenient than if she was opting into 6P more consistently. Still. On the offense, finds a great counter hit there. Yeah, I was gonna say that could be death if Danny doesn't find the right burst opportunity. Dragon install.
Instead of burst, it's gonna be the dragon install.
Get some good chunks on there. Look at the chip. Damage. Finds the hit. Not quite enough. Can you get close enough? No. The air fireball from Danny is going to put that one to rest. And again, look, Dragon Stall's getting results. I don't know about you, Saki. I'm seeing DI kind of do some stuff. This was a bad super? This was the bad one?
Exactly my point right there. But Danny is known to have used Dragon Install as their sort of like heroic moment, right? We kind of saw Sarah earlier do her heroic moment with the hero burst, but Danny has so much experience utilizing that install to just make comebacks happen even when it feels like it's impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just that extra little, it's that extra little power, extra little fear that you strike into the hearts of anyone who's fighting that dragon install. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Danny hit the IB on that stall. Great timing. Find there. And through the wall we go because of it. That Sacred Edge ringing out, and Sarah is just back to the wall against that positive tension. Kai, it gets so scary. Finally found out with a low. Sarah, you're back to the wall. There is nowhere left to go but either on or home. And unfortunately, whipping that throw might be sending you to the ladder. Great JP, though, on the defense side of things, but Danny's still well in control here.
EP for the reverse of both of them, actually trying to get those same utilizations, kind of go DP back and forth.
Yeah, finding value here. BR to get some extra pressure going. And just take your damage at this point, right? Don't get too fancy with the burst baits. Sarah's just like, I know what I gotta do. I know my job. Swings with that 5H, not quite finding the round start that you might want, but the delay catches Danny there. And a full conversion, just not quite enough to get to 50% tension, but enough to get Sarah started. Unless Danny answers right back, a poke of his own. Well, we about to see a good amount of meter on both sides. This is getting into a stressful one real quick.
Sarah does have the double bar, just using one of them right now. Second one about to be used in this moment to keep up with the combo. And he had to burst there. If not, that was going to be death.
Yeah, been pushing
dash up there for the punish. Could be a potential burst bait, but no. Sarah actually going for the burst, but the anti-air for the slash. We're going into Dragon Install again. Time to play the guessing game. Tap Dust and Danny said 3-0 once again to Sarah to head back to Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty... That's like a very... what's the word for it? That's like a moment that happens to a lot of character specialists. And this is something that Sarah, in her career has kind of fallen victim to, where, in situations like that where your back's to the wall and you have your resources, and so you start thinking to yourself like, oh, I can do this cute mix, I can do that, I can spin here, I can spin there. Well, what kind of happens, the deeper into your character you start to delve, sometimes when you recognize you have no resources and you just have to fight it out, everything doesn't matter anymore. You just need to win the next interaction, and that can be easier said than done, because you're like, I learned all of this and now none of it's relevant. Unfortunate, but I mean, hey, nothing to turn your nose up at. That is a third place take home for Sarah. A great showing here at FlyQuest. So that leaves us with two more competitors, Simfukai and Danny L. Maza. Simfukai, I know, would love to say, hey, I got a FlyQuest Fight Series win just before I walk myself into Slashback. Meanwhile, Danny L. Maza is, holding on to... Hold on. You beat me in winners? You think you got it like that? No. I gotta ask Saki, who do you got here? Who you? I know there's some bias. I know. Don't let me. Call your answer before you got here. But who are you taking?
I'll be honest. I do feel like Simfukai. Simfukai has been playing really strong all night, and forcing Danny off Kai even though there's a potential in this Ram, and obviously we want to see how this Ram is going to start off with, Simple Kai is in Danny's head, and that's already a mental battle that's happening as we speak.
Yep, and it's starting off here. Yeah, just get your damage, you know, nothing too fancy. I do kind of like starting on the Ram for Danny, right? I tried it out. It looked kind of good. Let me get a full set with it, you know, to really see if it's up to par. Right now, Simfu not going to opt into that burst. Said, I'm just willing to tank this one. I have plenty more data that I need on your Ram before I am going to be heavy committing any defensive resources. Ooh, swings out. That's one of the big advantages that you have. Those swords are a little extra long. Just long enough that you could really find some value there. Cross-up mix. Oh my goodness. Flip kick this dude. Get out of here.
Perfect reach right there, too.
Oh, 100%. And that's what I like about, you know, the way Danny's playing this, right? It's just like, I'm going to make everything so much harder to press.
That's going to try to get Sensing to pop up. And we are successful. And that's going to do the wall break. That is so much damage, even for Ram, who has some of the highest guts as well.
Yeah, it's just a good, you know, that's just what good routing gets you, right? Goes for the YRC. Trying to see what else we can go for here. Yeah, okay, so I like that. I like the recognition here from Danny, right? So many other times we've seen flip kick, we've seen heavy contest, but recognizes when Simple Guy has meter in their back pocket, they need to be careful of, you know, like PRC 6P and things like that. But then Danny says, okay, once you know your resources start to drain out and, you know, you're a little bit too deep into this to really be, you know, like your mental stack is starting to build back up, Danny closes that out with a throw. Great game one, but, you know, whenever you see someone's, like, you know, secondary, you always got to ask, how real is it? You know, how refined is this? How deep do the layers go?
I would say that when it comes to those layers, we are starting to see that Danny's playing the Ram. And I think that was one thing that I wanted to mention from the last time we got to see Simfukai and Danny. That change to Ram was just too late. But now that Danny's starting off with Ram, this changes a lot and allows those layers to be implemented.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right there, and we're seeing a bit of it here, but Simfukai starting to get a handle on things. Hitting it up with that super. Tried to get that little bit of extra damage if you can. We're gonna hold out and try to make you FD a little bit more. Flip kick in, and suddenly this is a scary situation. Throw to get something started up. YRC, take your turn. Yeah, I was going to say Simfukai not biting into that super. A great defensive read for them to find around here.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah.
Utilizing Wild Assault plus the vacuum on Heavy Slash, or 2 Heavy Slash, and then look, hold that damage you're eating.
Yeah, it's just such a money hit. There's just a couple of those brawlic buttons that can lead to big damage against the character like Ram, and through the wall we go with a super. What about the plus frames? You know, Danny, what's your setups like? Just gonna try to cycle this one out, lock them in the corner. Oh, waited out the stall. If Simfukai had just kind of like committed on the first one, would have found value, but Danny, great pickup on that situation. Lets the super rock that time. Huge plays to at least get burst off of Danny as that 5D comes through. Simfukai gets to walk into this last round with burst.
Even though that round might have been a possible win there for Simfukai, the bigger thing that happened there was the fact that the burst is no longer available for Danny, and it is slow coming back, which means that here, there's this great opportunity for Simfukai to activate on.
Yeah, and one like very, very nice adjustment that Simfukai is making in the way that this set is playing out. Watch the way that they are willing to chase Danny for the ranges that they want. They realized that at some point, Danny was just playing max range, was just saying, my buttons are bigger, I can press from outside of yours. And now Simfukai is saying, well, I can just walk forward with you. I can just track you down. And it's netting value to defensive reads. A perfect Simfukai answers back in a game that felt very, very downloaded for Simfukai. And I'm really curious to see what Danny does to adjust in response.
Yep, I was going to say we might still see the Ram here. I feel like if Danny does change, it would be in this last round. But I also feel like if you're not going with your Kai, your main Kai, that should tell you something, right? That also tells you that when it comes to Danny, sometimes there's just some matchups that even the master of a character can't handle.
Yeah, and we'll see how much there is to handle. More stained states get on. The flip kick finding good value. Simfukai ultimately seems undisturbed by the whole thing. Great timing on the burst. It's caught on the jump in. Oh, and the 6B finding value. This is very classic Danny, right? Is I have you in the corner. I'm just going to lock you in. I'm not overcommitting. Really, really good. Really, really great plays of a refined player, refined corner situation.
It's per the latest patch, Testament's projectiles are not going to be beaten, or rather are beaten by Ram's swords.
You know, there's a weapon triangle in here somewhere, I'm sure, but we don't got time for that. Simfukai gonna introduce you to a couple friends of theirs. Get a good amount of damage. Look at the red coming out, and the 5D is supposedly it's reactable. But he swings out there, and Danny's got to find a great bit of red to answer. I feel like that was just trading back and forth blows of 50% damage. Ooh, whiffs a throw there. The timing not quite up to snuff, and Simfukai is going to steal away a round off the back of it.
I do love that Simfukai did try to read a burst just in case. So that was a route that, at a very late pickup, was able to break that wall.
Yeah, it's a great heads-up play, and it's just great refinement. As well, a third burst read from Simfukai? I don't know. Danny might be downloaded because Simfukai seems to be running away with this one for the most part. Stain State pop. You're going to be needing all of that tension purely on the back foot. Wild Assault to give you a little more time to think about what are you doing next. Simfukai opts in for a trade that nets everything. One more game away, and Simfukai might just be your FlyQuest champion. Danny, what else do we got in the tank?
Might be... No, he's going to go back, I think, to Ram. He's trying to lock in with this Ram, and the thing is that it is downloaded. I'm not saying that it's a bad Ram. Again, Danny's a phenomenal player, and honestly, compared to probably like in other matchups, the Ram could be the character to help definitely get through a lot of different types of players. But we are seeing here where Danny is not playing his usual playstyle of aggression, control, and that is definitely what is benefiting here for Simfukai.
Yeah, and I have to feel like Simfukai probably has a decent amount of Ram prep done in preparation for Slashback. Knowing that Red Ditto was on the horizon, this might be a matchup that Simfukai has been practicing more recently. So, Danny, I like that we're developing things, but we'll see. I look forward to seeing more of this in the future, but let me not call it like it's over, because Danny is definitely proven that this Ram is real. Like the pressure sequences, the left-right mix that we've been seeing off of using, sword toss flip kick and things like that has been so far. It's been enough to be in contention. Let me not put disrespect on Danny's name. Ooh, Battle of the Forest is there. Get a little risky with it. I do. One thing I am noticing is Simfukai is backdashing pop rocks fairly reliably, but I feel like once in a while I might like to see an aggressive option, but the risk can sometimes not be worth in that regard. Cracks the glass once more. Danny with 100% tension. Flip kick. Snatches you with a throw. And this is unfortunately going to be a good bit of damage.
Yep.
But it's not going to matter. Burst off. And Danny Almanza with a defensive read of his own to bring us to a game 5 once again.
I like that as soon as you were talking about this is not your usual Danny characterization, Danny gameplay. We saw it here this time around, and you know, sometimes it's just one of those things where it's like, you believe it or not, maybe maybe Danny's hearing the stream. Maybe that's one of the things that's like, you know what? They're probably right. I gotta wake up and smell my coffee and try to actually hop in and fully lock in.
Yeah, and that's all you can do, right? You gotta commit, you gotta remember, you earned your way here for a reason, so you gotta play it out like that. Pop rocks. Not gonna get contested that time. Sword toss into the corner. This is the jail that Ram has been putting you in since the dawn of time. Welcome back, Simfukai. And that sword is gonna catch you for a good bit of damage. Can't quite, a little bit too far off meter-wise to get to the super, but it's a death-defying situation for Simfukai to pull this one back. More pressure here. Goes for the Rock Alvados? Yeah, that's gonna be a punish. Danny's timing on just like punishing Fireball is so solid with this character.
Really great reactions. And then, you know, what's another thing too compared to what Kai has? Ram has the full-on buttons and specials to make it far to actually send out those punishes, right? So this is probably one of the reasons why we're seeing Danny utilize so much on, the Ram on this matchup.
Ooh, throws in the corner. 5K, great fight from Simfukai. Not often fighting out of that corner, but you love to see those aggressive mixes. Flips out to avoid the flip kick. Ooh, but be careful because you're always within button range of Ram. Calvados gonna get a good amount of damage here, as well as some plus frames. Danny, what's the mix? You could get the reset here. The throw, it's getting scary. Are you going to burst for this? No, you're gonna hold.
Kill.
Oh, what's just with a sliver? You find it. Can you get the burst? You committed.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's getting scary, but the 6P whiff. That was a little bit stressful. You know, everyone take a deep breath. We got a reset for you. Danny, I like that last burst bait. I like, because I have to sing this praise of Danny. Very, very experienced player, right? And that is one of those burst baits that when it goes wrong, a lot of other players who are not as experienced would panic, would think, oh no, that was the time that I needed everything to go right. Danny stays locked in and finds the whiff punish on that 6P. So that means reset the clock. We go into the set once more.
We are seeing Danny just playing more aggressive here and keeping Simfukai's range in check a lot of the time. This time, Simfukai comes out of the corner. We're gonna get the full corner carry for a wall break and stain setup.
Yeah, this is just the delicate push and pull, right? Is, you know, the range game that they're playing. Oh my gosh. Danny said, how afraid of me are you? Just dashed up, waited a beat, and went for the throw. Great awareness there from Simfukai to not tech throw there. That could have been a bad situation. Oh, and reverses the super just to make it a little bit better. Simfukai off to a round 1.
6P to catch those boxes.
Yup, holding out that 6H for a bit of extra damage. Picks you up with the 2H. Through the wall we go. Bring out the girls. It's time, Simfukai. Get a little extra plus frames going as well. Pressure time for Danny. Start blocking. Flip kick gets a little bit risky, but I like that Simfukai was keeping the range in check. And a wild assault. I am just Danny. Start block. I was keeping the range. And is just such an impressive player on this character, right? We see sorry, everything froze for me for a second. As long as we're okay, that's all that matters. I apologize. That might have been that was my end, but Simfukai just impresses me on this character time and time again, right? I feel like when Wild Assault got added to the game, there was a lot of talk about Testament. You know, they were kind of situational. It felt like a little too risky, and like it just wasn't quite coming together. Then, you know, like over time, I feel like Simfukai was really refining. Like, no, it's real. You just need to know how to use it, and we're seeing a masterclass demonstration of that.
I was going to say that's such a big, important part of the route for Testament that I feel like Testament is one of the characters that actually got to really benefit from Red Wild Assault.
Yeah, and you know that's just the meta development that comes from, you know, like the game not getting, you know, like huge patches as often, right? Like really give people time to learn how to use the tools that they have and refine them through and through. Danny, speaking of refining, finding a little bit of this ram play to find a perfect for you. First off, what else we got though? We're gonna need to find time. Ooh, snipes out the sword toss with the Arbiter sign? We're playing full screen RPS, baby. We're playing Street Fighter. We got fireball games? Oh, and the jump in to get extra damage. Not gonna opt into the super just yet though. Says I care more about just trying to end it before this wall breaks. And may have just been the call you needed, Simfukai.
I actually think that with that specific route, Dr. No, it was because it was too far and it would have dropped.
You know what? You got more experience on this character than me. I'm unwilling to trust you, Saki, you know? And of course, I gotta trust in Simfukai above all, because they're the one sitting in this grand finals. That's why you're sitting there and I'm not, as we like to say. Oh, sneak up with a throw? Simfukai, what else you got?
Here we go. There's the overdrive. And again, same setup for the next screen. Followed up with the safe jump. Or actually safe dash, better said, 2K. I always like that Simfukai goes for a more grounded approach versus a aerial approach that you will usually typically see from Testaments.
Yeah, that JH can have its own risks, but I do kind of like that Simfukai, what Simfukai went for there, right? It's the standard play is, of course, I'm gonna go for the Arbiter sign. You know, I'm gonna do the high-lows, but I'm gonna dash up and I'm gonna check your tendencies on reversal super. I'm gonna see if I can find one more read, and I actually kind of like that. That even in situations where, you know, like you could just autopilot this. Still very aware, still very like thinking about the player side of things from Simfukai. Very good heads up play. Of course, it's going to lead you to a 2-0. That's going to lead you to potentially taking this home as you now put Danny's life on the line one last time.
Okay, great instant air dash out of there.
Yeah, very, very good heads up play. 40% down the drain. What do we got, Simfukai? It's time. Bring it out with that 6H in the fireball. Just tapping your toesies. Getting a bit more pressure in here. The 2H pickup and through the wall we go. Super to lock you out of that burst. Oh, just stare at him. That's aura farming, Simfukai. Hold on, that was messed up. You're just staring at him instead of like, I don't even gotta hit you no more. What am I worried about? You're dead. It's over. I'll see you next round.
Okay, there we go. Pop-ups here. Simfukai in control. There's the throw pop-up, and again into overdrive. Where you're gonna get the succubi plus the staying state to follow up. Again, grounded approach, tap dust, no first block this time, but Simfukai is in full control. And that was probably the quickest 3-0 against Danny's Ram for sure in this last parts of Grand Finals.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the kind of like what we talked about, right? Is like Simfukai was ready with layers, was showing like, yeah, I got this. You know, like I'm not stressing. Simfukai, your FlyQuest Fight Series champion for today. An amazing set from both of them, and I mean, I'm a little worried about that Ram in the future. That Ram fell up to snuff, Maybe not for a player like Simfukai, but give the man a couple more weeks on that. All of the Rams might need to be ready for such a thing. But of course, that means Simfukai takes that home in a very, very great fashion. Honestly, it was a fun one all the way through. Taking a look at our bracket, Saki, give us the rundown one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that being said, your top 4 is Simfukai in first, Danny in second, Sarah in third, and Dami World in fourth. And of course, congratulations to everyone who did qualify for this top 8. If you're looking to go into this West Coast side of the bracket, or even East Coast side, every week here at the FlyQuest Fight Series, you do have these amazing tournaments that they host. You start off in the ladder style brackets, and then you do try to qualify for this top 8, play as many matches as possible to get into it. They do have different games such as Street Fighter. Of course, this week we're doing Guilty Gear, and then pretty soon, as we get ramping up closer to City of the Wolves, you'll get to see some more of that action happening here as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we got plenty of Garo enjoyers out there in chat. So, of course, drop a follow here. Of course, actually, follow FlyQuest FGC Twitter if you can, because that's where you're going to get most of the updates, and they're pretty active on their Twitter. So, it's where you want to stay tapped in. But, of course, that means that we are going to be tapping out here for this FlyQuest series. Saki Sakura, what do we got here for you? What do we, where can the people find you? Where can they know a little bit more about what you offer?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Actually, Dr. No, before we go right ahead and sign off and tell everybody here in chat where you can find us, I think production has some 2 clips that are sort of kind of like what made this West Coast super exciting. So production, let us see the best 2 clips you got for us, and we'll see if it fits our tastes.
Oh yeah, no, this is highlight real time for sure. And of course, this is coming up from the East Coast side of the bracket. Oh my god. Oh, wait, but the pickups? I love that Nitro has no fear. Just wake up 2D, you're just raw like that? What else do we got? Oh my goodness.
I would be a little bit upset. I would be a little bit upset about that. But let's see. Of course, a boy. This is probably the other character that I don't like. Yep, there goes the white wild assault, followed by just Garuda. Nope. Yep, there's the heavy pop buster.
Potemkin, he's a clip farmer through and through. Potemkin, it's hard to not love it. Oh, and of course, thank you for giving us a little bit of highlight from the East Coast sides of bracket. Great, production doing everything to help offer you, the people, an amazing product that we get to offer for you. Of course, thank you for holding it down, production. Y'all are goats. Y'all are goats for real. FlyQuest hires great people out here, and of course, that means that I believe we are signing off out of here. So I apologize for getting a little ahead of myself, but Saki, please take it away.
Oh yeah, no worries. So as always, you can of course find us. You can find me at Saki Sakura TV, and then Dr. No, where can we find you?
You can find me at @_Dr. No_. I will be at Slashback this weekend. So if you thought to yourself, I ain't getting enough Guilty Gear action, or you got plenty of other anime fighters that you want to tune into, Grand Blue, Uni, Melty, if you like the Gundam fighter, look, all I'm saying is we got some anime fighters on deck up there in the NorCal side of things. So I'll be happily bringing you a little bit more of that Guilty Gear action, as well as plenty more to come. Feel free to tap into that. And of course, thank you again to FlyQuest for having us. It was a pleasure to make a little FlyQuest debut out here. Hopefully we'll be seeing y'all back around. But that's going to do it for us. Chat, have a great rest of your nights. Get yourself some rest. We'll see you all in the next week.